the daily life of a secret agent in American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551 Raj is not the god of medicine. Sheldon, who worked obediently, improved the efficiency of the team a little bit. Before the other three people figured out the full meaning of the equation he wrote, Sheldon had completed all the calculations on shrinking the super battery and happily went on his train vacation. The remaining three people continued to stay and work to turn Sheldon's calculations into reality. However, there was a disadvantage to this, that is, with Sheldon's departure, he lost a place where he could get free breakfast and dinner, so Ron moved to his dear Uncle Pritchett's house for a while. Wow, Italian lasagna breakfast, great decision, dear. Pritchett kissed Gloria on the cheek and looked at Ron, who was waving at him at the table. By the way, welcome to our family gathering, Ron. Although I have repeated this many times, I still want to say it again. It would be great if you were my son, then old George will be sad. Ron swallowed the food and said elegantly, thank you for the food. It's really great to live in your house. I finally don't have to see the hateful Indian guy, and my lovely niece is so greasy. At first, Ron planned to live in his own house for a few days. It happened that Raj's cooking skills were good, and he couldn't treat his mouth badly. However, he regretted it after only one day in his house. Because Alex would come from Claire's house next door early in the morning in the name of asking for advice on his studies. At the beginning, Alex was indeed asking for advice on some academic issues. Although Ron didn't understand what they talked about, it didn't affect him much. But as they chatted, the two began to behave themselves, getting closer and closer, and finally hugged each other. Since Alex was already an adult, this was her own choice, and Ron couldn't say anything, but Ron felt uncomfortable no matter how he saw it, so he simply moved to Uncle Pritchett's place to live for a few days. Hey! You were the one who found that hateful Indian guy. Speaking of this, Pritchett got angry. My lovely Alex is actually dating an Indian guy. I heard that Indians have the habit of beating their wives after marriage. If he dares to do anything to Alex, I will definitely make him pay. Don't worry, Raj will never do that. He has a very gentle personality. So gentle that even if I see Alex beating Raj one day, I won't be surprised at all. Haha. Ron imagined the scene and couldn't help laughing. What's more, Alex has a very powerful uncle and a younger brother who is undergoing agent training and will be very powerful in the future. My most capable subordinate Arthur told me that Luke is the most talented student he has ever taught, but he is Indian. I've been to India and it's a poor place. Pritchett still had a look of disgust on his face. Come on, every country has poor and rich people. Ron rolled his eyes secretly. Raj's family is the rich class in India. How rich can the rich people in India be? Rich enough to buy the entire community where you live? Pritchett's expression was still disdainful. Ron could only continue to explain. Raj's family is the highest caste in India, Brahmin. Their family is equivalent to the Indian version of the Stark family. What is that? Tony Stark, a rich man in the movie Iron Man. Okay, I forgot. You don't watch this kind of movie. Then let me put it this way. Raj's family is equivalent to the Indian version of the Rockefeller family. Do you understand this? Ron continued. It's just that Raj's family does not sell oil, but produces generic drugs. 80% of the generic drug factories in India are theirs. I even heard that even leukemia patients in China have begun to buy drugs from them. They even made a movie called Dying to Survive. Oh my god, that's really profitable. Pritchett opened his mouth in surprise. As a self-made businessman, he certainly knew how big the generic drug business was. Without R&D funds, he only needed to get the raw materials, make the drugs developed by others and sell them, which was almost the same as robbing money. You guys eat first, I have to go out to buy orange juice. See you later. Gloria answered a phone call and suddenly turned to go out, while Pritchett's hand, which had just taken out orange juice from the refrigerator, froze in midair. Ron, can you believe it? There's a big bottle of orange juice at home, but she is going to buy it again. Wait, this is the third time she has gone to buy orange juice this month. Maybe your orange juice is consumed faster? After all, you have 2 children at home, and children can never resist sweet things, Ron said casually. No, Manny and Joe don't like to drink orange juice. Do you think it is possible that Gloria has some secrets to hide from me? Pritchett said with a sense of crisis. Pritchett and Gloria are a second marriage and a reconstituted family. The age gap between them is nearly 30 years. It is normal for Pritchett to feel a little crisis when facing the young and beautiful Gloria. Ron had to comfort him. You know Gloria is not that kind of person. Wait, why are you staring at me? You don't want me to help you investigate, do you? Gloria will be angry if she knows. It's not an investigation. I'm just a little worried about her and want to know more. As long as she doesn't know, it's fine. Pritchett secretly glanced at Gloria's departing back with a guilty conscience. Aren't you a top agent? How can you not handle such a small matter? Okay, I can help you, but if Gloria asks me, I'll say you forced me to do it. Ron wiped his mouth helplessly and stood up. Just when Pritchett thought Ron would take him to track, Ron sat down in front of the TV again. Hey. Is this how you, as a secret agent, investigate? Even an amateur like me knows that if you don't keep a close eye on the target, it will be hard to catch up once the target is lost. Pritchett grabbed the remote control in dissatisfaction and turned off the TV like a child in a huff. You said it before, that's the amateur's way. Stay calm, Uncle Pritchett. Only the lowest level private detectives would use such low-level methods, Ron said with a smile, but the real top secret agents would do this. Ron sent a text message, and soon, the surveillance video on the road was transmitted to Ron's mobile phone. In all the videos, there was a blue car, which was Gloria's car. Pritchett was stunned. Is it so convenient for secret agents now? Not everyone is like this. The premise is that you have a top hacker subordinate who can hack into the police station's surveillance system at any time, and she happens to be a homegirl who sits in front of the computer for more than half of the day. Chapter 552 The Pritchett Family's Little Secret. Ron finally went out with Pritchett because Pritchett felt that being monitored at home was not exciting enough, and he didn't feel like an agent at all. It turned out that Uncle Pritchett was quite playful. What do you think the three of them will talk about when they get together? Pritchett played with Ron's agent glasses and said excitedly, these glasses are really fun. When I put them on, I can see them sitting together and chatting through the hotel's surveillance. When I take off the glasses, they are still sitting in the car. Ron and his friends chased Gloria's car all the way to the door of a small restaurant. Interestingly, the person who met Gloria was not someone else, but Pritchett's son-in-law Phil Dunphy, and his other son-in-law and daughter-in-law Zioka. They are the husbands of Pritchett's two children. Although Pritchett has a son and a daughter, he still has two sons-in-law because of his son's sexual orientation. This is probably why Pritchett covets the three sons of George Sr. Even if Sheldon is a little weird, at least his sexual orientation is normal. You can adjust the volume and hear what they say by rubbing your finger on the left temple of the glasses. The glasses have a built-in lip-reading software, which is good to use, but I usually read it myself. Oh, thank you. Pritchett turned on the lip-reading software and heard the conversation of the three people. So, now there are terrible Russians staying in my house. Wait for Mitchell to go to the gym, we have a short time. As the three people chatted, Pritchett gradually understood what these three people were doing. In short, these three people who married members of the Pritchett family secretly reached an offensive and defensive alliance because their partners had been pointing fingers at their behavior for many years. The purpose was to help each other solve the problem before it was discovered after they did something stupid, so that they would not have to face accusations such as "Why are you so stupid?" But now everything has been discovered. FK. I said I couldn't find my dog in the yard these days, and Gloria kept saying it was because it was in a bad mood, so it hid. It was obvious that Gloria bought it an electric shock collar, and the poor little guy was scared, Pritchett said indignantly, and was about to open the car door to get out, but Ron stopped him. Hey. What are you going to do now? Of course I'm going to expose them in person and criticize them severely. Otherwise, what else can I do? Pay for them? No, that's not what I'm talking about. Ron pulled Pritchett back into the car. I mean, if Gloria asks you why you are here and why you know all this, how are you going to answer? Say I'm helping you track her. After being reminded by Ron, Pritchett's anger was half dispelled. What should I do then? Pritchett asked guiltily. Catching his wife secretly covering up his small mistakes, he would at most say a few words to Gloria, but if Gloria found out that he didn't trust her and secretly followed her, with Gloria's strong personality, he would have to sleep on the sofa for at least a month. Having a charming wife like Gloria, but not being able to touch her was simply fatal to Pritchett. What's so difficult about this? Just catch her ready-made, right? Ron pointed at Pritchett's headphones and grinned. Didn't they say that they have to find the dog and take off the collar before you come back from the club? What if we just go back when they find the dog? You're really mean, but I like it. Pritchett smiled the same sly smile as Ron. The next thing was much simpler. Ron had someone hack into the camera in the house that Mitchell's family rented out, and watched how Gloria pretended to be the woman of a gangster boss to drive away the two tenants who occupied the house, and then track them all the way to the door of the house, watching the three people sweating and laughing in the yard looking for the dog. He completely treated the three of them as a comedy. Ha ha ha, Zyaoka is so stupid. The dog was clearly under the bench where he was sitting just now, but he didn't notice it. Maybe it's because he's too fat and can't be seen at all. Ron just finished speaking, and the dog under the bench suddenly barked. Zyaoka picked up the dog as if he had found a treasure and walked towards Gloria and Dunphy. Uncle Pritchett, it's our turn. Pay attention to control your expression and don't laugh. Don't worry, I've received professional training. No matter how childish and ridiculous their performance is, I won't laugh unless I can't help it, Pritchett vowed. After that, the two got out of the car and walked towards Pritchett's house. Hey guys, what are you doing here? Wow, isn't this my dog? Little cutie, long time no see. Pritchett greeted the three people with a smile, and at the same time, he couldn't help wondering, where's the electric shock collar on the dog? However, Pritchett didn't see it because of his old eyesight, but Ron did. The moment Pritchett approached, Dunphy quickly took off the collar and stuffed it into his arms. Pritchett winked at Ron quietly, and Ron immediately understood and pulled Dunphy's arm. We just bought too many things, and we were just thinking that we couldn't carry them all. We just happened to meet you. Come on, Phil, help us get it. Our car is parked outside. Ron and Pritchett's eyes were focused on Phil at the same time. Phil could only nervously follow Ron to the car. When he reached the door, his movements suddenly slowed down. He stretched out his feet tentatively, and then moved his whole body out. Ah, Phil cried out in pain. Ron pretended to care and replied, how is it? Are you okay? I'm fine. Phil gritted his teeth and said. The electric shock collar shocked him when he passed through the door just now. I'm glad you're okay. Take this bag. Ron put a bag of things in Phil's hand. Phil stood at the door, took a deep breath, and rushed in quickly. This time he planned to end the fight quickly, but he miscalculated again. Oh my God, Phil screamed in pain. Because of the pain, the apple in the paper bag fell out, and by chance, it just rolled to one step outside the door. Phil hooked it with his feet twice, but failed to hook it back. At this time, even Pritchett could see what was going on. He pretended to be unhappy and said, what are you doing? Phil, can't you go out and pick up the apple with your hands? You're right, I'll pick it up right away. Phil gritted his teeth, jumped out with the things in his arms, and fell to the ground after a twitch in the air. Ho ha ho ho. Looking at Phil's stupidity, Pritchett finally couldn't help laughing out loud. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553, Bad News from an Old Friend. When Pritchett finally laughed enough, Ron and he took the three-member gang to the living room, where other members of the Pritchett family, including the idlers they brought with them, such as Raj, had already arrived. It was rare for the Pritchett family to have such a complete family gathering, because the purpose of today's gathering was not only to eat, drink and have fun as usual, but also to vote for the destination of the family trip. Phil and the other two automatically lost their voting rights because their group was exposed and stood aside as punishment. The remaining three adults stood in a circle and began to discuss. Wow, I didn't expect to see you here, Raj. I thought you should be working on the super battery project in the lab with Leonard and the others. As soon as Ron saw Raj, he immediately showed his true colors as a big capitalist and began to exploit him ruthlessly. It seems that I can think about dividing your bonus with Leonard and Howard. No. Please don't. Raj glanced at Alex, who was chatting with her family, and pleaded in a low voice, I just want to go on a family trip with my girlfriend. You don't want your niece to feel lonely without a boyfriend, do you? Please, I promise, even on vacation, I will always work remotely to help Leonard and the others solve problems. Raj is an astrophysicist. He chose the research field of astrophysics just because he likes astronomy. His physics level is not inferior to Howard at all. His comprehensive strength is second only to Sheldon among the four. So when Sheldon was not around, Raj was responsible for supplementing the theoretical part. If this task was given to either Leonard or Howard, it would definitely slow down the progress. That's good enough, Ron nodded with satisfaction. On the other side, Pritchett also discussed the destination of this year's family trip with his 2 children. He turned around and looked at everyone with a smile. Okay, we have decided. The place where our family is going is Italy. Yes. That's great, everyone cheered. In addition, I am honored to tell you that this time our trip will have 2 more family members. One is Ron, whom you know, and the other is Alex's boyfriend, Raj. However, when Pritchett announced the news, Ron's attention was attracted by a piece of news on TV. The case of a serial killer who killed 6 people in Serbia has been sentenced. The killer confessed to his crimes and is currently in prison. He killed 6 people with his bare hands. He is really a character. Pritchett was in a good mood after mocking several family members who formed small groups. He came over and hooked his arm around Ron's neck. Your luggage is all here. You can pack it up and put it in the car later. We will leave tomorrow and take your Indian friend with you. I will pay for all the expenses this time. Thank you, Uncle Pritchett. If you told me a minute ago, I would be very happy to agree, but I'm afraid I can't do it now. I just got news from a friend I haven't contacted for many years. I have to go find him. Ron pointed to the photo of the killer on TV. That's this ruthless character. OMG. You actually know this killer? No, he's not a killer. Even the name Ski mentioned on TV is fake. His real name should be Ethan Hunter, a classmate of mine in the Secret Service school and also an American agent, but I've lost contact with him for a long time. I didn't expect him to be in Serbia. I don't know what he is doing. I have to go and take a look. Well, I wish you a safe journey. Seeing Ron's firm eyes, Pritchett stopped persuading and patted Ron on the shoulder. On the other side, Ethan, who had just been sent to prison, was lying on the bed in a daze, bored. Suddenly, there was a noise outside, which was incredible in this prison known for its order. At the same time, there were all kinds of shouting and fists hitting flesh. As a professional agent who has been fighting for most of his life, this sound is too familiar to him. Just when Ethan was curious about what happened outside, the door of the prison where he lived opened with a squeak. Ethan walked outside. The prisoners in another area of the prison separated from him by a door had all been released and mingled with the prison guards. Listening to the opera that suddenly sounded in the corridor, he smiled knowingly, grabbed the railing next to him and flipped down. The person who took him out finally came. If he was right, the control system of this prison has now been completely taken over by an acquaintance of his. The iron door on the left corridor of this floor can lead directly to the outside of the prison. When he was about to reach the door, the iron door opened automatically again. However, this time, Ethan, who was about to reach the door, turned back and stopped in front of the door leading to another area of the prison. He made a gesture to the camera to open the door. No. I will never open that door. In the command car, Benji, the programmer who was controlling the prison, said with a bitter face. However, Ethan could not hear what he said. Seeing that the iron door was not opened, he made a gesture to the camera to open the door again. Please, I know what that gesture means, but no, I don't have the authority. Before he finished speaking, Ethan impatiently made a threatening gesture to the camera to hit someone, and glared at the camera fiercely. Okay, you are the boss, I will open it, Benji said aggrievedly, and started the switch of the iron door. Squeak! The iron door opened, and Ethan immediately jumped out like a beast out of the cage. After beating down several prisoners who were released in succession, he finally took out a man with long hair from a cell. Sergey, we should go. Then, regardless of whether the man agreed or not, he grabbed his collar and ran all the way, following the route he had just taken to the tool room on the underground level. Oh my god, we have no way to go! Boom! Before he finished speaking, the ground suddenly exploded, and a sling was shot to the ceiling of the tool room. Ethan skillfully pulled the man along and jumped down along the sling. Agent Hoond, right, he was met by a beautiful woman. Who are you, Agent Carter? The woman said. Who is he? An extra passenger on the bus. We'll talk on the way, let's go. After saying that, Ethan didn't wait for the woman to say anything else, and pulled the man out quickly. At this time, Ron's plane had just landed. Oh, such cold air. I never like working in Europe. The cold weather is nothing, the key is that women will dress more conservatively. There's really nothing to look at. Chapter 554 Red Square. Ron blew on his hands and smiled at the tied-up middle-aged man next to him. Although the middle-aged man's expression was calm, the sweat on his palms had betrayed his mood at the moment. Fortunately, the madman opposite could not see it at all. I don't understand what you are talking about. I am just an ordinary employee of a communications company. I came to Serbia on a business trip. If you want money, you are wrong. I can't give you much money, but, can Ron really not see it? Not necessarily. There is a mirror behind the middle-aged man. Ron had already noticed his action of secretly rubbing his sweaty hands onto his clothes. Really? Then can you explain to me what the IMF is, Mr. Minister? The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat, but he still pretended to be calm on his face. International Monetary Fund? I know this. It was established in Washington on December 27, 1945. It is one of the world's two major financial institutions, along with the World Bank. Its responsibilities are to monitor currency exchange rates and trade conditions of various countries, provide technical and financial assistance, and ensure the normal operation of the global financial system. Am I right? Don't play dumb. I said it's the Impossible Mission Intelligence Agency. Don't play dumb, old man. You recognized me a long time ago, right? Ron's expression suddenly became fierce. Then I guess you know what methods I have, and I advise you not to force me to do it. IMF, the Impossible Mission Intelligence Agency, is a more secretive agency affiliated with the CIA's action sequence. It is so secretive that even a well-known figure in the intelligence community like Ron has just learned about this organization, and Ron's friend Ethan works in this department. Threatened by Ron, the middle-aged man sighed helplessly and finally started to speak properly. Okay, I don't know where you found out about the IMF, but believe me, it's not good for you to know our existence. That's not something you should care about. Besides, I'm not interested in your mission. I just want to know where you took my friend Ethan. Yesterday's news said he was still in jail, but today he has escaped. I don't believe this is a coincidence. A strange look suddenly appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. Are you sure you want to know Ethan's whereabouts? Of course, otherwise why would I tie you up with a rope? Wouldn't it be better for me to tie up a curvy beauty? Ron answered without knowing why. He couldn't understand why the IMF minister, who had been acting confused before, was suddenly willing to talk. But it didn't matter, he understood it immediately. Okay, I'll tell you everything I know. The IMF minister stared into Ron's eyes and said clearly word by word, Ethan is heading to Moscow's Red Square with a newly formed team to track down an extremist codenamed Colbert, who is trying to get Russia's nuclear bomb at all costs. Wait. I changed my mind. I don't want to know any more. Ron felt something was wrong the more he listened, and he covered his ears in panic, but it was too late. That's not up to you. This microphone will transmit our previous conversation to the IMF headquarters in real time. Now you already know the content of the mission, so you only have two choices, either join or betray the country. As he said that, the minister coughed, spit out a miniature oral microphone, and smiled at Ron. Aren't you going to untie me? Welcome to join the action team, Agent Ron Lee Cooper. You officials are really good at having fun. Okay, I'll join. Ron untied the rope for him helplessly. But you have to tell me what stage the mission is at now, and where can I find Ethan? I've already told you just now. Red Square. Our intelligence found that this Cooper had served Russia, so Ethan and others are planning to sneak into the Kremlin to check confidential files. I heard that you have sneaked in once before. Maybe your experience will be helpful to them. This is their contact information. The liberated minister moved on the spot, took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Ron. Or, you can choose to go with us. I happen to be going to Moscow too. No, I never work with bad-hearted bureaucrats, Ron said unhappily. The Kremlin, one of the three major military powers on Earth, is the power center of Russia and one of the most heavily guarded places in the world. By the way, the three major military powers in the world are the United States, Russia and India, which have nothing to do with this certain rabbit. However, this most heavily guarded place is only relatively speaking. From the perspective of an agent, there is no absolutely safe place in the world. As long as it is a fortress, there must be weaknesses, and the weakness of the Kremlin is its underground drainage system. Ron sneaked in from here last time, but he was not sure whether Ethan would take the same approach as himself this time. Peggy, help me with facial recognition. Help me find out if there is anyone who looks like Tom Cruise on the Red Square. Thank you, Ron said to Peggy on the other side of the headset while scanning the pedestrians on the square. Also, it would be even better if you could call up the surveillance in the Kremlin for identification. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? Peggy rolled her eyes. Don't you know that after you made a big fuss in Russia last time, they separated the surveillance cameras and office networks into two control systems? Now the surveillance in the Kremlin is a closed-circuit network, not connected to any external network. No matter how smart the hackers are, they can't do anything to them, unless what? Ron asked quickly when he heard there was a way. Unless you use some high-frequency electronic equipment inside the Kremlin, it will be possible to intercept their intranet signals. Ethan may have such a thing, but I don't. You know my style of doing things. Instead of letting me sneak in, I might as well blow my way in. Okay, I think you are the real Russian. Peggy had just finished complaining when the computer suddenly made a prompt sound. Peggy clicked on the prompt message and the smile on her face began to grow. But I just found something interesting that might interest you. What? A hacker just hacked into the Kremlin guards and another secret communication channel at the same time. Do you want to listen? Without waiting for Ron to answer, Peggy had already transferred the intrusive call to Ron's headset. Report status, Captain. Over. Repeat. Report status, Captain. Have you entered the archives room? Ron frowned. This was not Ethan's voice. Before he could figure out what was going on, the voice spoke again. I'm waiting for your signal, ready to detonate at any time, Captain. Chapter 555, Reunion of Old Friends. Ron's heart tightened when he heard this. Ethan would never give such a stupid order. No matter how much the United States and Russia are in opposition, at least they should save face. Such a scene where an agent directly blew up the enemy's capital is basically the same as declaring war. Then there is only one truth. This is not Ethan's intention at all. Someone deliberately hacked into their communication system and deliberately leaked this channel to the Russian side. The purpose is to provoke disputes between the United States and Russia, or even war. After figuring out the connection, Ron hurriedly walked towards the small shop on the side of the road. Just when he left the square, there was a boom. A corner of the Kremlin collapsed, and part of the ground on the square was also lifted up by the huge shock wave generated by the explosion. Ron, are you in trouble over there? Peggy heard something strange and asked with concern. No, the trouble has just begun. Sorry, Peggy, you will return to silent mode from now on. Maybe a troublesome organization has started to target me. Ron frowned and looked at the smoke and dust behind him. Fortunately, the explosion was still some distance away from him. Okay, be careful. After hanging up the phone, Ron threw the encrypted mobile phone that was used to contact Peggy into the river, took off his coat, shook it off, put it on his body, changed into another set of clothes, and disappeared into the crowd. On the other side, Ethan, who was being looked for by Ron, was not so lucky. He had just walked out of the Kremlin when a mysterious man immediately detonated the bomb. He was almost hit by the explosion. When he woke up, he found himself in a hospital, with a tube inserted in his body and an infusion, and the hand being infused was handcuffed to the armrest of the bed. You finally woke up, American bitch. Ethan just opened his eyes and saw a stern-looking man staring at him. I know, the culprit of this explosion is you. As he said that, the man shook out the coat that Ethan was wearing in front of him. It was a two-sided coat like Ron's. One side was a normal casual jacket, and the other side was the Russian military uniform he wore when he sneaked into the Kremlin. You are unlucky to meet me, Captain. I never show mercy to those who destroy my country. I want you to pay the price. Just wait to see the methods passed down from the KGB. As he said that, the man put a cigarette in his mouth, and just as he was about to light it, it was snatched away by the nurse. This is a hospital, not a nightclub. If you want to smoke, go outside. Eva, come and help. Let's transport this patient to the ward inside. Together with another nurse, they pushed Ethan's bed to the ward, but neither the two nurses nor the fierce Russian agent noticed that Ethan had secretly taken the paperclip from the medical record folder. When the two nurses pushed the bed, Ethan had already opened the handcuffs with his skilled skills, and then climbed out of the window the moment the nurses went out. When the Russian agent looked back and found that Ethan was missing, Ethan had already jumped downstairs along the wire. Sorry, Mr. Minister, I have to trouble you again. I went to find Ethan as you said, but when I got there, he had already taken action and detonated a bomb in the Kremlin. I don't think this was your idea. Ron had no choice but to find the minister of the IMF again after searching around the square in vain. However, this time the minister did not give him an address to send him away, but asked him to get in the car. Starting tomorrow, I am no longer a minister. Today I flew to Russia to sign a friendship agreement, and now I have to return to the United States to submit my resignation to the president before I even meet the Russian leader. This time, Ethan made a big fuss. If I had known this would happen, I would have handed the entire mission over to you. At least, even if you blow it up, the Russians won't be able to catch you, the minister said depressedly. Halfway through his speech, he waved to the driver to stop in the shadows on the side of the road. He opened the car door, and an agile figure immediately jumped in from the corner. Ethan, Ron? Why are you here? The friends who hadn't seen each other for many years finally met again. Ahem, gentlemen, if you want to reminisce about the past, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The most important thing right now is the mission. The minister interrupted the two men as they were about to speak. Ethan, I want to know what happened. Do you have a pen? Ron took out a pen and handed it to Ethan. Here you go. Ethan took the pen, sketched a few strokes on his palm, and immediately drew a portrait of a middle-aged man to show the two men. European man, about 6 feet tall, 180 pounds, blue eyes. Who is he? Your drawing skills are really bad, but according to your description, it should be Hunter Henriks, a genius with an IQ of 190, who served in the Swedish Special Forces and was a professor of physics at Stockholm University, specializing in nuclear theory. He was later dismissed because he was a lunatic, the minister recalled and continued. Our people have tracked some of his movements before, but the people who tracked him disappeared, so I have a special impression. Why did you suddenly mention this person? Because I met him in the Kremlin, and he was the one who blew up the Kremlin. You have to warn the Russian government that one of their strategic advisors stole the nuclear missile launcher, and his men have obtained the weapon codes. The problem is that the Russians won't believe anything we say now. They think it was you who blew up the Kremlin. Ron spread his hands helplessly. I'm beginning to regret getting involved in this mess. Is it too late to leave now? However, the minister sitting opposite him looked at Ethan and smiled kindly. Of course, the relationship between the United States and Russia has once again become tense since the Cuban Missile Crisis, and this time the spearhead, whether right or wrong, is directed at the IMF. The president has activated a ghost protocol. From now on, the entire IMF exists. Ethan, you are now an internationally wanted terrorist. All American intelligence personnel will receive orders to kill Ethan the first time they see him. Ron, what are you going to do? Damn old fox, Ron cursed and lay down in the seat helplessly. This time, he was caught in a fatal position. If Ron had to attack his good brother, he would rather work with his good brother to find a way to resolve the crisis. Remember that you owe me one. When my first child is born, you must give me a red envelope of 100 million yuan. Do you hear me? Ron glared at Ethan fiercely, then turned to look at the minister. What do you want us to do now? You must have an emergency plan, right? Of course not. I am following the president's order and plan to take Ethan back to Washington now. The Department of Defense will blame him for the Kremlin explosion, unless, the minister flashed a cunning look, holding up a long tail tone to keep the suspense. Ron hurriedly asked anxiously, unless what? Unless someone kidnapped him and escaped on the way to the airport, and attacked me and the driver. You will steal weapons and equipment from a backup hiding place that I don't know about. Your team will also appear there, waiting for further instructions, and then you will disappear, and this conversation has never happened. No one knows what you are going to do, but if you are arrested or killed, you will be identified as terrorists who incited the outbreak of a global nuclear war. As he said that, the minister pretended to accidentally drop a USB drive on the ground. You are free to choose to accept or not accept the mission. Haha, is there any choice? Ron sneered and picked up the USB drive. Isn't it? No matter what choice we make, do we only have one way? You know I can't watch my friend die, not to mention that I'm involved now. I've changed my mind, Ethan. You have to give me a big red envelope of 100 million on my wedding day. Now you owe me 200 million in total, understand? Before Ron finished the last word, a burst of fire suddenly broke out outside the car window, and then the car body shook violently, and the sound of gunshots like popping beans sounded from the front and back at the same time. The minister and the driver were shot at the first time. Get down, Ethan yelled, desperately rushed forward, pulled the steering wheel, let the car crash to one side, and then pressed his whole body on Ron, ready to meet the impact. Bang! The car hit the guardrail on the side of the road, and the huge inertia made the rear of the car tilt up, like a clown performing acrobatics, and fell into the river. Seeing this, the two of them immediately took a deep breath and stuck themselves firmly to the car seat, sinking into the river with the car. Fortunately, the car was heavy enough and strong enough that it turned upside down while sinking to the bottom of the river, leaving a large bubble of air under the car. Are you okay, Ron? Ethan popped his head out of the water and shouted anxiously. "You still have some conscience. It's worth it for me to come out to find you." Ron also popped his head out of the water and spit out a large mouthful of river water. Ethan's action of pressing on him at the first time really warmed Ron's heart. Even after so many years, the brotherhood has not changed at all. "Take a deep breath and follow me." Ethan was about to take Ron to swim out of the car, but Ron saw the bubbles outside and suddenly pulled. "No, we can't just go out like this. Look at the bubbles. They are shooting into the river. What should we do then?" "What else can we do?" "Of course, the old way, make a feint to the east and attack in the west." Ron pulled out the toolbox under the seat, found the cold flame and lit it, then inserted the cold flame into the sleeve of the minister's body and pushed it out. This trick really worked. The glowing body immediately attracted countless bullets from Russian agents, and a string of bubbles was stirred up around the minister's body, while Ron pulled Ethan out from another direction. He swam all the way to the bridge in one breath before emerging, and then escaped from the pursuit through the sewer leading to the river. "Phew, I'm so tired. I can't even remember the last time we were so embarrassed." After swimming 3 kilometers at a sprint pace in the turbulent river and then crawling out of the stinking sewer, even with Ron's almost unlimited physical strength, he couldn't help but sit down on the ground. Ethan was even worse off. He fell to the ground, his lungs gasping for air like an old bellows. It should be when we were in the Secret Service school. Me and Bourne went to the kitchen to steal midnight snacks. That day, we also made a feint to the east and attacked in the west. Ethan recalled the past, and a smile appeared on his face. "You put the leftover chicken bones on Bourne and used the smell as bait to lure the dog away." Unexpectedly, we met another dog at the kitchen door. We were chased so badly that day. "How is Bourne recently?" "He lost his memory while performing an NSA mission. His direct superior disappeared. Several other heads of the NSA are trying their best to hunt him down, so I hide him in India." "Good idea. When this matter is over, I will go to India with you to find Bourne." "This way, Ron. Let's go this way." When they both had enough rest, Ron was about to leave, and Ethan immediately pulled his clothes. Ron looked up and found that they had arrived at the train station unknowingly. "Your backup hiding place is in the train station?" "Let me guess, is it the bathroom or the convenience store?" "Neither, it's a carriage, green number 47. Ethan turned around when he heard the whistle, and just in time he saw another train opposite through the gap in the freight car passing by. "I saw it, it's there." Ron followed his gaze and saw that it was a freight car. It looked ordinary on the outside, but when Ethan entered the password and the two entered the car together, Ron discovered that this inconspicuous car was actually a high-tech lounge. "Don't move. Ethan? Oh my God, I thought you were dead." "Who is he?" The funny-looking white man pointed a gun at them and said. Ethan quickly held a gun and turned to the side. "Ron, my good friend, be careful. He doesn't like being pointed at with a gun. How about our backup hiding place? Isn't it good?" Ethan said with a bit of boasting. Ron began to look at the hiding place formally. There were 3 screens inlaid on the silver-gray metal wall. There were various weapons and equipment hanging in the wall cabinet on the other wall. It was full of technology at first glance. Some of them were even unknown to Ron. "It's fancy enough, but it feels that except for bombs, the others are useless. If there's any problem, can't we just blow it all the way? Why bother so much?" Ron's disdainful attitude made Ethan's 2 men roll their eyes in anger. Ethan had just introduced him to the funny-looking one named Benji, who was a computer expert and was responsible for information support. The other female agent was named Jane. Ethan didn't say what skills it had. Apart from its legs, Ron couldn't see any other special skills. It was estimated that it had no special abilities, which made Ron sweat again for the success rate of this operation. On the other side, Ethan had finished reading the information in the USB flash drive that the minister handed to him. He clapped his hands and asked everyone to gather together. According to the latest intelligence, the person who often walks by the nuclear missile launcher will stay at the Burj Khalifa hotel in 36 hours and meet up with the killer who killed our agent in Budapest 2 days ago to buy the launch code she stole. We must rush there now. Chapter 556 Mission Impossible. The Dubai Tower, also known as the Burj Khalifa, is 828 meters high, with a total of 162 floors and a construction cost of $1.5 billion. In addition to the hotel, there are also large shopping malls, bars and other service facilities inside. In the hotel room, Ron looked at Ethan's team sitting together and asked, "Do you have any plans?" "It's very simple. Our goal is to prevent transactions, so we plan to forge a fake password, swap the real password, trade with them, and then track the two parties in the transaction. What do you think of this plan? In order to make it easier for Ron to understand, the computer expert under Ethan also made a PPT to explain to Ron, which made Ron feel as if he was participating in some commercial financing project. In short, Ethan's plan is to first sneak into the elevator control room, control the elevator, and then let the two parties who come to trade the nuclear bomb password go to the wrong floor and go to the place they have arranged in advance. Ethan and his men will then disguise themselves as people from both sides and trade with each other. Not very good, too troublesome. Ron shook his head. There's a big bug in your plan, that is, how can you be sure that the two parties have not met before? If they have met before, you will definitely be exposed at the first time, even if this point is not discussed. Assuming that they have not met before, but your plan is too complicated, if there is a problem in the middle, the whole plan will be over immediately. Then what do you say we should do? Jane retorted unconvinced. Can we just speak like you and then beep all the transmitters and codes in their hands? How is it possible? No one in this line of work is a fool. It's impossible to expect to convince them with words. I think we might as well just rob them directly. I just looked at the layout of the hotel. As long as we put a bomb in the trash can at the door of their room and trigger it when they open the door, we can boom and solve all problems once and for all. After Ron finished speaking, he found that Ethan's two men were staring at him in amazement, and asked, "Is there anything wrong?" "Of course not. Is this the solution for agents?" Jane yelled angrily. "Why don't you use a bomb to blow up the entire Dubai Tower?" "I have thought about this, but after all, the UAE is an ally of the United States. It would not look good to blow up their iconic building directly." Ron held up his chin and thought, "But I think if we set up two 155mm howitzers outside, point them at the rooms of the two groups of people, and wait for people to go in and fire, what do you think?" After Ron finished speaking, the scene suddenly became silent. If this was a comic book world, Jane and Benji's chins would definitely hit their feet exaggeratedly, but unfortunately it was not. "Ethan, your friend must be joking with us, right?" Benji cast a hopeful look at his boss, hoping that he could give him a negative answer, but Ethan disappointed him. Ethan nodded. He knew that Ron could really do such a thing. "Ron, you don't need to participate in this operation plan. You can help Benji here and be a reserve team member. Everything is still according to my plan. We must capture them alive and hand them over to the Russians, so that we can clear our name." Ethan pressed Ron, who was about to make trouble, and prepared to start the action. "Benji, which floor is the control room?" "Well, there may be a little trouble here." Benji clicked on the hotel structure diagram and said hesitantly, "The control room of this tower is not independent, but is set up together with a computer room. There are people from the elevator to the computer room, so you can only go in from the outside." "What? Can't you hack in through the network cable?" "The firewall of this hotel is military grade. Unless there is technical support from the headquarters, it is impossible for me to do it." Benji helplessly lay on the sofa and started to mess up. "Ron, don't look at me. Today is the weekend. My technicians are on vacation. I can't call them back to work overtime. Our IRS is not a sweatshop like your IMF." Ron spread his hands and messed up. Of course, what Ron said was a lie. Not to mention Peggy and Finch, two top cheating masters. Even Tiggy and Ramsey were not comparable to Benji. It was just that Ron didn't want to involve irrelevant people in this incident. Frankly speaking, the impact of the bombing of the Kremlin was really too great. Even if only a small part of it was bombed, almost all intelligence agencies in the world are now watching this matter. When Ron and his team withdrew from Russia, Ron had already run into several intelligence officers from other countries. They were like sharks smelling blood, and they immediately gathered at the center of the vortex. Ron had too many things to keep secret, so he decisively gave up the idea of sending his own people to help. Besides, Ron didn't think he couldn't handle this incident himself. "So what should we do now? Do you want me to climb up from the outside with my bare hands?" 11 floors, the computer room is on the 130th floor. Benji quickly threw out a pair of gloves and stuck them directly on Ethan's dazed window. "This is a magnetic suction glove. The blue light indicates suction, and the wave-like movement can eliminate the suction. This equipment looks good. Come on, Ethan, you are the best." Ron looked at the gloves enviously. "These gloves are much more convenient than the suction cups she usually uses. Do you want to try?" "I am willing to give you the opportunity." Ron shook his head and refused. "No, you said, I am a reserve player. As he spoke, Ron had already used a cutter to saw a big hole in the glass of the room. Ethan walked to the hole, tried to sec the glove on the glass, and then pulled it hard. After confirming that the section was enough to bear his own weight, Ethan took a deep breath, turned the whole person out of the window, and began to climb upstairs with a suction of the gloves. The floor of Ron's room is about 500 meters above the Dubai Tower. Ethan just hung on the window and climbed up little by little. Except for the gloves, he had nothing to rely on, and his feet were empty. If he accidentally fell down, it would be disastrous. Ron pushed Benji away, snatched his headphones and teased Ethan. "Ethan, how does the air outside feel? I'm beginning to regret it. If I can choose again, I will definitely support your plan," Ethan said, but his hands kept switching and climbing on the glass wall. "I regret it too. I was so busy giving your brother the cutter and rope that I forgot to prepare a plastic bag for you." "What do I need a plastic bag for? If you accidentally drop it, or the glove suddenly runs out of power and falls off, you can put it on your head to prevent your brains from splattering everywhere, making it inconvenient for the cleaners to clean up. Thank you so much." Ron had just finished speaking when Ethan suddenly slid down and turned his head to see that the glove that had just been stuck to the glass had a red light on. "You crow's mouth, the glove is really out of power. What does it have to do with me if the glove runs out of power?" Ron shrugged indifferently. "You should ask Benji, he is in charge of the props. Maybe he wants to take this opportunity to kill you and become the boss himself." "Absolutely not. I swear, before every action in the future, I will check the power of all my equipment." Benji was frightened by the dangerous look in Ron's eyes and quickly swore to prove his innocence. Although Ron kept joking with Ethan, in just half a day of getting along, Jane and Benji had already understood how deep the relationship between him and Ethan was. If Ethan got into trouble, Ron would definitely take revenge. Ron asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "No, I'm here." Ethan bit off the glove that had run out of power with his mouth, and with the support of another glove in his legs, he took the laser cutter from his waist and drew a circle on the glass. Finally, he tried the section of the only remaining glove that could still work. He suddenly loosened his legs that had been supporting him, and kicked hard on the glass. Relying on the adhesion between the glove and the glass, he swung his body in the air, and then when gravity took effect, he exerted force and kicked hard on the cut circle. Ping ping. Ethan finally broke the glass and entered the computer room. According to Benji's instructions, he quickly inserted the USB drive with a virus into the host. Immediately, all the monitoring and control of the Dubai Tower and various automatic facilities were all controlled by Benji. When Ethan came down from the machine room with a rope, Jane had already completed the work of changing the house number. On the other side, Ethan's target Colbert finally brought people into the hotel. After confirming the house number, he pushed open the door and walked into the room of the killer played by Jane. The female killer who actually had the password came to the room of Colbert, played by Ethan, under the misleading house number. After a series of thrilling competitions, just when Jane was about to make a deal with Colbert, the female killer suddenly found the camera hidden in the room. The killer was in trouble and immediately took out a pistol. Ron saw this and rushed over, but his action was a step slower. Although he successfully deflected the muzzle of the gun, the female killer still pulled the trigger. Bang! The crisp sound of gunfire was particularly piercing in the hotel floor. Colbert in the next room heard the gunshot and immediately realized that something was wrong. He immediately took out his mobile phone and fired at Jane. Jane quickly hid behind the sofa. When she took out her pistol and prepared to fight back, Colbert had already disappeared. "Ron, catch that woman. She must be alive." "I'm going to chase Colbert," Ethan yelled, and without waiting for Ron to reply, he immediately opened the door and ran out. The female killer was about to turn around and run away, but Ron grabbed her coat and pulled it back hard. "Bitch, your opponent is me." Who knew that this female killer was as slippery as a loach in the field? Seeing Ron grabbing the coat, not only did she not turn around, but she quickly unbuttoned it and got out of the clothes. Ron used too much force and almost fell backwards. When Ron stood up again, except for a coat in his hand, the female killer had disappeared. "Damn it," Ron cursed inwardly and chased outside. However, when he was leaving, Ron was careful. He put the coat he had just taken off the female killer on the sofa cushion and threw it out first. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, the sofa cushion was immediately exposed to a burst of gunfire. The female killer did not go far, but waited at the door with a pistol to ambush Ron. If Ron had just chased out in a hurry, he would have been shot to pieces and lay in a pool of blood. Ron had roughly determined the location of the female killer based on the gunfire just now. Ron took a few steps back and almost retreated to the glass window. Suddenly, he accelerated and hit the wall where he estimated the female killer's position. Bang! A large human-shaped hole was knocked out of the wall. Ron, like a beast that had broken out of its shell, pressed the female killer to the ground. How is it possible? You actually managed to break through the wall. How? Didn't expect it, baby. Ron handcuffed the female killer and patted her face proudly. What a pity, you have a pretty face. If you had read more books on civil engineering, you wouldn't be so surprised. After hanging out with genius scientists like Sheldon for a long time, Ron's tone couldn't help but carry a hint of nerdy arrogance. The Dubai Tower is more than 800 meters high. In order to build such a large building, in addition to the foundation being deep enough, the bearing capacity of the building itself must also be considered. This is what Ron learned from Howard. The higher the building, the more weight must be reduced on the upper floors. Otherwise, the top is heavy and the whole building is at risk of collapse if the wind is a little strong. Therefore, the non-load-bearing walls of general high-rise buildings are all built with aerated bricks, which are special bricks that look like ordinary bricks but have holes all over the body and weigh less than 1/10 of normal bricks. The biggest advantage of this brick is that it is very soundproof, but the disadvantage is also very obvious, that is, it is not strong enough, and ordinary people can easily break it without much effort. Do you want money? As long as you let me go, I can give you a lot of money. I can give you my bag now. The diamonds in it are worth at least $2 million. The female assassin struggled for a few times, but found that it didn't work, so she began to use money offensive against Ron. Now there are only Ron and herself here. Under normal circumstances, it is easy to get someone with a weak will, but Ron is not one of them. It is said that the bigger the woman's breasts, the smaller her brain. It really makes sense. Are you a fool? Since you were caught by me, this has been mine. Ron picked up the bag, poured the diamonds in it into his hand and looked at it, and threw it into the coffee on the table. What's more, this is not a real diamond. Time is urgent. Where can Ethan find enough diamonds to deal with the transaction? So except for the small handful of diamonds for the female assassin to check, the others were simply disguised with rock sugar. Noticing that Ron's eyes gradually moved from her face to her chest, the female killer deliberately puffed out her chest and smiled charmingly. If you are not interested in money, how about me? Chapter 557 Delhi Raiders. Very interested, but I'm more interested in what you know. If what you tell me satisfies me, I don't mind making you happy. The female killer saw that Ron had fallen for it, and she was delighted, and her expression became more charming. What if I tell you something that doesn't satisfy you? Then I'll kill you. Before you're completely cold, the little otaku with glasses over there can still have a chance to have sex with you. Ron pointed to the corner of the room and Benji smiled grimly, revealing 2 neat rows of white teeth. The female killer couldn't help but feel a chill. This was Ron's signature smile for forcing confessions that he learned from Hannibal, and it was very effective on women and naughty children. I say. I promise to tell you everything. I'll tell you everything I know, okay? Don't worry, we can take it slowly. Ron took out a small notebook. First start with your bust. You'd better be smart, because no lie can escape my eyes. 30 minutes later, when Ethan failed to catch Colbert and returned to the hotel, the female killer had fainted with a blush on her face. The envy on Angie's face and the contempt on Jane's face formed a sharp contrast, and the doctor was no longer surprised by all this. The 3 heroes of the Secret Service school, Ethan, Ron, and Bourne, have handsome faces that are not inferior to Hollywood stars, and have a unique skill that other male agents have never had, that is, the beauty trap. Just like men can't keep secrets in front of beautiful women, women also have no resistance to handsome men. How is it? Did you catch the person? Ron asked casually when he saw Ethan coming back. Ethan didn't say anything, just shook his head. Well, it seems that you have to pack your things and prepare to go to India. Go to India? Did you ask her anything? Ethan said happily. Not at all, he really knows nothing. But if you think about it from another perspective, if Colbert wants to launch a nuclear bomb, he must get a Soviet military satellite so that he can contact the nuclear submarine in the sea through the transmitter and code. And I just happen to know that the military satellite sold when the Soviet Union collapsed is in the hands of the Indians. Well done, Ron. I didn't expect you to have found out such secret information. Ethan happily punched Ron in the chest. It's nothing, it just happens that the satellite is in the hands of my friend, Ron rubbed his chest and said easily, Rajesh Ramayana Kusapali has shown an extraordinary love for astronomy since she was a child, so his father took advantage of the discount when the Soviet Union collapsed and bought her a military satellite as a birthday present. Given my relationship with him, he will definitely be willing to lend it to us as bait. Wang Defek, Benji screamed and fell on the sofa. What kind of rich man is this? When I was a kid, I wanted to buy a locomotive model, but I had to deliver newspapers for a month and earn money to buy it. That guy's birthday present was a Soviet military satellite. Then I guess you and Raj can be friends. He used to like trains, but at another birthday party, his father gave him a locomotive and several carriages as birthday gifts, and then he got tired of playing with them. However, his interest in astronomy has remained consistent. I guess it may be because his father never bought him a planet. Ron clapped his hands, and after everyone focused their attention on himself, he began to give orders on behalf of Ethan. Everyone pack your bags, and gather downstairs in 10 minutes. We are leaving for India. What about her? Benji hesitated and pointed at the unconscious female killer on the sofa. Leave her here. What else can we do? Do you really want to do something while he is asleep? Ron's words made Benji fall into a dilemma. Because Ron called Raj dad before leaving, this time they finally didn't have to hide from the XZ, and received a warmer reception. Raj dad even let them ride an elephant all the way from the airport to the hotel where they were staying. Thank you, Mr. Kusapari. Thank you for your warm hospitality. This is the warmest hospitality I have received since I started this job. In the past, wherever we went, we were watched by the local government. Ron hugged Raj dad warmly and said gratefully, I should thank you, kid, for taking care of Raj. You are the great benefactor of our Kusapari family. If it weren't for the girlfriend you introduced to him, I'm really afraid that one day he would bring that Jewish boy back and tell me that this is my daughter-in-law, Mr. Kusapari said with a look of fear. His gratitude to Ron was completely from the heart. Before Raj and Alex started dating, almost all the Indian giants thought that Raj was gay. Even his parents thought so. It's nothing. It's really not my credit. In fact, you have always misunderstood him. Raj is a normal person, right? Ron said, and he was not confident. He thought of Tyson's two poor tigers. If it weren't for Alex, maybe Raj would buy Tyson's tiger and point to it and say to Mr. Kusapari, this is your daughter-in-law? Okay, without further ado, I have held a banquet today as you requested. The venue of the banquet is where Raj lived when he was a child. The basement is the computer room that controls the satellite. If you need anything else, just tell me, it'll be like being at home. Do you need me to arrange a few saints for you? Mr. Kusapali winked at Ron while his wife wasn't paying attention. Thank you for your kindness. That's all. After dealing with Mr. Kusapari, Benji squeezed in front of Ron in an obscene manner. Ron, what is a saint? Is the gentleman just now going to arrange a few saints to chant for you? Is this an Indian custom? Shut up, idiot. Jane covered her face in shame and anger. In India, a saint is a skilled woman. Idiot. Benji was horrified. Ron smiled and handed the structural diagram of the banquet venue to Ethan. If you were Cabert, how would you invade this military satellite? First turn off the fan in the machine room, install a magnet on the tracked vehicle under the machine room, and then jump down from the vent. Use the magnets on your body to repel each other, and drill into the vent of the machine room. Before you dive heat, insert the USB flash drive containing the virus into the computer that controls the satellite. But I guess he may not do it this way. That's right. So we need to make preparations for both situations. After sending Ethan away to set the trap, Ron closed his eyes and rested on the recliner at the door of Laraj's house. Just when he was about to fall asleep, someone woke him up in a daze. Ron opened his eyes and the person who woke him up was not Ethan, but Victoria's ex-boyfriend who had become the head of the KGB, and the Russian agent who had captured Ethan. Damn bastards. You are so ostentatious that you want to tell the whole world that you are all in New Delhi? Now that you are satisfied, I come to arrest you, bastards, the Russian agent cursed. But Ron ignored him and glanced at the KGB head. Is this the rookie you brought out? Who are you calling a rookie, you brat? The agent was furious, and was about to teach Ron a lesson when the leader stretched out his hand to stop him. Back off. You are no match for him. When he turned to face Ron, he put on a friendly smile. You deliberately attracted us here. There must be a reason, right? Of course. I want to invite you to see a good show. After all, seeing is believing. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you will never believe that someone else stole your nuclear missile launcher. How do I know if you found a scapegoat to act? Please, the only opponent that the United States is really afraid of is the Soviet Union. Russia is just Russia, not to mention that it has already declined. Ron rolled his eyes. What's more, you know the situation in the United States. The capitalists who really control the world are more afraid of death than you are. They will do everything they can to prevent you from fighting to the death, not to mention taking the initiative to provoke your emperor. They are not crazy. Okay, I'll believe you. The KGB chief thought about it and had to admit that what Ron said made sense. Ron waved to passing servants and said, "Take the two gentlemen to the audience seats, thank you, and don't forget to ask for a tip from them." After saying that, Ron went to the rocking chair and continued to rest with his eyes closed. Time passed quickly while he was resting. When Ron opened his eyes again, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening, the time for the banquet to begin. In the golden hall of the Kusapali family, well-dressed Indian gentlemen walked into the banquet hall arm in arm with beauties wearing saris, dancing to the music. The luxurious food on the long table in the middle of the banquet hall was completely ignored. In this country known for hunger, it sounds like a fairy tale, but it is so reasonable. On the other side, Colbert, who was wearing a white suit, also walked in from the side door of the banquet hall with his men. The security guard of the Kusapali family was about to step forward when he was shot dead by Colbert's men with a silenced pistol. However, what he didn't know was that from the moment he walked into the Kusapali family mansion, his every move was captured by the cameras hidden in every corner, and these videos will become evidence to accuse him later. "Look, what did I tell you? Someone else stole your launcher," Ron said, hooking his arm around the KGB chief's neck in a small room next to the banquet hall that was set up as a temporary monitoring room. "Are you going to arrest him now?" "No, wait a minute. It's too hasty to draw conclusions now. I want to see what he's going to do." In the surveillance video, Colbert walked unimpeded to the control room. He killed all the guards he met on the way. He connected the computer of the nuclear bomb launcher to the control room's line, and the KGB chief's watch immediately lit up a red light. This was a signal that the nuclear bomb was activated. His originally calm expression finally changed. He slapped the agent next to him and said in panic, "Damn it. This damn bastard. He's really going to activate the nuclear bomb. Quick. We have to stop him now." "It's okay, don't worry, there's still a nuclear bomb disable button on the controller anyway." Ron calmly picked up the shotgun next to him and said gloatingly, "Wait a moment, I'll go get the box back for you now. By the way, where's this idiot going to launch the nuclear bomb?" "The United States, the city of Telford, Texas," the KGB leader said with a strange look on his face. Ron continued to walk out 2 steps, and suddenly froze. "Wait, where did you say it was?" "The United States, the city of Telford, Texas," the KGB leader repeated it again. His expression became more and more strange, and it can be seen that he was trying hard to hold back his laughter. Percent. A bitch's bastard. I'm going to kill him." Ron cursed a string of obscene words and rushed out quickly. When he left, the Russian agent looked at his afternoon supervisor, who was unable to straighten his back, with a blank look on his face. "What's wrong with him? Why does he say the place name? Is he like crazy? Ha ha, let me catch my breath. Ha ha, that place is his hometown. Ha ha ha." Hearing the sound of running in the corridor getting closer, Botsmen pointed their guns at the door with a serious face, waiting for the people outside to run into the control room, and then they would start shooting immediately. However, the reality is often unexpected. Before the people outside rushed into the control room, 2 round things were thrown in. "Be careful of the grenade." As soon as Colbert shouted, a grenade exploded next to the computer in the control room. Computer parts and grenade fragments flew everywhere. Before they could raise their heads from behind their respective bunkers, Ron dodged and came to the door with the muzzle of the AA-12 raised to his chest. Bang, 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 the crisp sound of gunfire like an assault rifle, and with each gunshot, a deadly single-barreled bullet was poured onto various suspicious furniture in the controller. Colbert's men just stood up and prepared to fight back when Ron, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, turned the muzzle of the gun. The large-caliber single-barreled bullet directly blew his head like a watermelon, and some of the salty brain matter even splashed into Colbert's mouth. But Colbert, an experienced retired Special Forces soldier, did not get carried away by this, but silently counted the gunshots in his heart. The AA-12's drum magazine has a capacity of 20 rounds. When the last bullet was fired, Colbert immediately showed a cruel smile on his face. He pulled out his pistol and stood up from behind the computer desk. However, the smile on his face was immediately replaced by astonishment. The AA-12 shotgun, which used a drum magazine, became bigger and bigger in his eyes. Bang! The shotgun made close contact with his head. The blood on his forehead immediately blurred his eyes. Colbert hurriedly wiped off the blood, but when he opened his eyes again, a fist had already hit his face. Colbert was knocked to the ground by a punch, but fortunately he still held the pistol tightly and did not let go. Years of Special Forces experience told him that as long as the gun was in his hand, everything would still have a chance. But what the Special Forces career did not tell him was what to do if the hand holding the gun was hit by a hammer. Ah! Colbert's scream resounded throughout the control room. Ron still took the hammer and rushed to his arm. Continuing to hammer it down again and again. I'll teach you a lesson. I'll teach you to steal a nuclear bomb. I'll teach you to bomb my hometown. Ethan, who had already arrived in the control room, quickly covered Jane's eyes and led her out of the room, and thoughtfully closed the door. Chapter 558 Return Home. In order to give an answer to the Russian side, Ron did not kill Colbert, but just broke all his bones with a hammer. Anyway, even if Ron did not touch him, he would be beaten up first when he was in the hands of the KGB. Just treat it as a preemptive blow to the KGB. This is Bourne's address in India. Although I really want to persuade you not to go to him, you will definitely go to him, right? Before boarding the plane, Ron handed a map book to Ethan. Of course, we are brothers. Even if he has lost his memory, I would like to see him. But don't worry, with my skills, no one can track me if I don't want others to catch up with me. I hope so. Ron twitched his mouth and walked towards the boarding gate without looking back. When Ron left, Ethan couldn't wait to open the map, only to find that he was fooled by Ron again. Damn Ron. He still treats me like a fool. Benji asked curiously, what's wrong? Boss, didn't he give you a map? Let me take a good look at it. This is a world map. Ethan unfolded the map angrily, only to see that on the world map, Ron circled the location of India, and wrote in small words below, Bourne is here. Well, Ron's joke was a bit too much, but there was nothing he could do. He believed that Ethan would never harm Bourne, but others might not. Ron completely trusted Ethan, but he could not trust the programmer Benji, who always followed him. Even if Ethan said that he was a close friend who had performed many missions with him, before seeing the investigation conclusion given by Finch, Ron was completely wary of him like a thief. When the plane landed again, Ron had returned to Los Angeles. According to his usual practice, every time he came back from a mission, the first thing he did was to find his confidants to relax, but when he turned on the location installed for the important people around him, something interesting happened. Two big beautiful girls who were as sweet as small cakes were actually in the same place with his cousin Mitchell. It must be Claire's big mouth. Ron thought about it, and only Claire knew both parties at the same time. Ron found the phone and called Max directly, but the call was answered by Caroline. Ron? What's the matter? Of course I miss you guys. Wait, Ron, I know what you want to do now, but we are really not in the mood. We are in some trouble. We are in court now. That damn judge is definitely a homosexual. Max has already unbuttoned 2 buttons of his collar, but he is still indifferent and insists on demolishing a hen store. We must not let him have his way. If our hen store is demolished, we will all lose our jobs. The new small cake shop. Caroline talked nonstop as soon as she received the call. Ron was dazed for a moment, and then he realized that Claire seemed to be a rare big mouth this time. Speaking of which, the street where Ahan's restaurant is located has been damaged for a long time. The municipal planning asked them to demolish it. Ron was not surprised at all. Just like in China, the word demolition is also a wealth code in the United States, but this wealth code is only for the homeowner. Ahan will definitely not buy a storefront when opening a store, so the opportunity to make a fortune by demolishing has nothing to do with Ahan. Wait a minute, dear, Ron said with a strange expression, holding the phone between his face and shoulder, dragging his suitcase while walking in the airport. Could the damn judge you are talking about happen to be a white male with the last name of Pritchett and red hair? Let me see. Caroline glanced at the judge's name tag secretly. Oh my god, his name is really Mitchell Pritchett. Well, there is no doubt that he is gay, and his husband is a 300-kilogram football coach who likes to show off. In addition, Claire, who lived next door to my house before, is his sister, Ron said with a smile. Now, if you want to solve the problem quickly, hand him the phone. Mr. Judge, excuse me, can you please answer the phone? Caroline interrupted him, who was talking about the reasons for the demolition. and her expression immediately became sour when she was interrupted. "You better not be playing a prank on me, girl." Mitchell glared at Caroline and took the phone. "Hello, who are you? If you are a lobbyist they invited, you'd better give me a reasonable reason now, otherwise I will definitely support the resolution of the city hall." "Mitchell, you are awesome. You dare to bully my girl now. It seems that you want to relive what I did to you in high school, right?" "Mick you." Ron's tone suddenly became evil. Mitchell thought of that afternoon dominated by fear and got goosebumps. Although he was much older than Ron, it stands to reason that he would not be afraid of Ron, who was still a high school student at that time, as he was in college, but the problem was that Ron was not an ordinary high school student. At that time, he had already started training with his neighbor Old Jack for a long time. So, when Mitchell snatched Sheldon's role of red-haired Annie in the drama club, Ron directly locked Mitchell and Mouse in the closet of the gymnasium for a whole afternoon. "My lovely sister Sheldon, I will protect your smile," Ron said. To be honest, when Sheldon was a child, he was much cuter than Missy when he wore women's clothes. Unfortunately, he became more and more ugly as he grew up. It is a pity. "Hey. What do you want me to do? This is a court. I am the judge. I cannot be partial to him in front of you." Mitchell glanced at the few spectators in the courtroom and whispered. "Then I don't care, just make up a reason. Anyway, if my little darlings are not satisfied, I promise to lock you and Zioka in the closet together," Ron threatened fiercely. Mitchell was struck by lightning. The phone slipped from his face woodenly. Caroline quickly took it. "How is it? Ron, is it done?" After leaving the airport, Ron hailed a taxi and put the luggage in the trunk. "Don't worry, he will give you a satisfactory answer." "Thank you so much, Ron." "No need to thank me, as long as the answer you give me tonight satisfies me," Ron said with a smirk and turned to the driver. "Go to Caltech, my friend." Since Max and Caroline are not free now, Ron doesn't mind having some fun with stupid Ow first. After all, his brother is so cute, isn't he there to play with? After Amy left, "How is Sheldon, Leonard?" At Caltech, the four-member team was missing 3 people and sat at a dining table. Raj habitually asked Leonard, who had the best relationship with Sheldon. "In the past 3 nights, I took him to get a haircut, to a model train shop, and to a chain drugstore in the next city that sells the best version of ibuprofen painkillers. So you ask me, am I okay?" After Amy left, Leonard said depressedly. "If you need it, we can help you," Leonard said happily. "That would be great." "It's not me who helps you. I'm a busy man with a wife and children. I'm talking about this guy." Howard pointed to Raj, who was sitting opposite him. "I saw this guy started to call his father, who never talked much. You can imagine how bored he is." Raj spread his hands. "That's because Ron asked me to help him, so he called." "Okay, hey, listen to what you said. Ron asked you to help? If he needs help, he will definitely come to me first." "Ha. What can you do to help him?" "Tell him which street curry in India will not give him diarrhea." Howard laughed like a villain boss. Frankly speaking, he was actually jealous, because Ron always came to him for help when he encountered a problem before. Whenever this handsome guy Ron came to his laboratory, he would attract female scientists from the entire department to come and chat with him, pretending to have something to do. Although he is now a family man, he still feels that this kind of thing makes him proud. The answer is, don't eat any curry on the streets of India. But that's not what I asked Raj to help me with. The 3 were chatting excitedly when a tall figure holding a plate behind them suddenly spoke. The man turned around and saw that it was Ron. "I asked Raj to lend me his satellite as bait to catch people." "Thank you again, Raj. This trick is really useful." "You're welcome. It's what I should do." Raj patted his chest generously. "We are good friends. I am even willing to watch Sheldon for you." "Well, Sheldon will be handed over to you today," Leonard said hurriedly. "He wants to go to IKEA to see the ladder tonight." Raj asked curiously, "Why does he need the ladder?" "He doesn't need it. He just likes to see it," Ron and Leonard said in unison. After that, the 2 smiled at each other. They were the people who were most harmed by Sheldon. At this time, Sheldon finally came late and walked to the dining table. Behind him, there was a tall and beautiful woman. Before everyone could ask questions, Sheldon took the initiative to introduce her identity. "Guys, remember Dr. Nowitzki? He used to be a graduate student here, and now he's back at Caltech to do his postdoc." Everyone greeted her politely, but Ron frowned. "He was just about to tell me about his work at CERN, and he brought me some duty-free Toblerone chocolate." Sheldon proudly waved the chocolate in front of everyone like a child who loves to show off. Great, I love this, Leonard exclaimed, and Sheldon immediately hid the chocolate behind him as if he were facing a great enemy, and dragged Dr. Nowitzki to sit at the next table. Remember this trick, we can use it when Sheldon is talking nonsense in the future. Howard patted Leonard's shoulder with amusement, but turned around and noticed the solemn expression on Ron's face. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Ron. Hey, Ron, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I'm just a little upset to see someone luring Sheldon away with a chocolate bar in front of him. Didn't you notice that she was the female graduate student who had been around Sheldon before? Now that you mention it, I remember that it seems to be true. Hi, Ron. It seems that the men in your Cooper family are very good at attracting bees and butterflies, Howard joked, but Ron couldn't laugh. His tone suddenly became like an old father who is worried about his children. Do you think there will be any ambiguity between them, based on my understanding of Sheldon? It is absolutely impossible, Leonard said firmly while eating his food, but seeing Dr. Nowitzki at the table over there laughing at Sheldon, Leonard also fell into doubt. Maybe it is really possible. What kind of person is Sheldon? They all knew that the only possibility for someone to be amused by Sheldon's jokes, besides being a freak like him, was that they were interested in Sheldon. Did you see the way she looked at Sheldon? Ron stared over there and murmured, just like the way my women look at me. Please, look in the mirror, okay? Except for that Nowitzki, who only has Sheldon in his eyes. All the women here look at you like that, Raj said with a sour tone. The four-member team continued to observe Sheldon over there. It was much more interesting to see someone flirt with Sheldon than to tell each other jokes. In their expectation, no matter how Dr. Nowitzki flirted, Sheldon, who didn't understand romance, would remain indifferent and finally let her return empty-handed. However, the facts were contrary to their imagination. Sheldon not only talked and laughed with a woman, but even when he accidentally touched her, Sheldon did not show strong resistance. This was simply impossible for Sheldon, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, to have cleanliness. When Ron, her brother, hugged her, Sheldon would spray disinfectant on himself. Ron, did you see that? Leonard said in surprise. She shook Sheldon's hand, and Sheldon didn't even shake her off. Not only did he not shake her off, Sheldon didn't even wash his hands with hand sanitizer. Okay, I know, there's only one truth. That guy is not Sheldon. It must be one of your bored scientists? Sheldon clone, tell me, where's my real brother? No, that's Sheldon. Okay, then I really don't know what's going on. I think one of you should go and tell Amy. Ron spread his hands helplessly. Raj asked, do you think we need to tell Amy? We thought you didn't like her. She is Sheldon's girlfriend, the last virgin in the Cooper family. I have no reason not to like her, Ron said hypocritically. Raj was right. Ron did not like Amy, because he always felt that Amy's appearance was not worthy of Sheldon. But Ron also understood that love based on appearance alone is not love at all, it's just lust. Sheldon and Amy are a rare pair that fits perfectly. Chapter 559 Sheldon's Proposal. The next day was a weekend, but because the battery project was still progressing, the team of scientists still came to the laboratory together, except for Sheldon, because the theoretical design work had been completed long ago, and the laboratory did not need a person who kept nagging. However, the law of conservation of nagging tells us that if the most nagging person in the laboratory leaves, another nagging person will be born immediately, such as Howard. It's really unreasonable. Sheldon was having lunch with another woman, but my wife yelled at me. Can you believe this? If it makes you feel better, Penny also yelled at me yesterday. Leonard stopped his work and said in Penny's tone, apparently I was too focused on the high-quality Swiss chocolate bar. What do you say, Ron? I want to ask you why you think about that thing. Is that something you can eat? Ron sat up from the sofa and stretched. He was exhausted by Caroline and Max's response yesterday. In order to thank Ron for helping them keep the cake shop, the two women showed their talents and all kinds of tricks. Even Ron was a little overwhelmed. Oh, take a pill to prevent bloating an hour and a half in advance, and take anti-diarrhea medicine immediately after eating chocolate, and you'll be fine. For the Swiss chocolate bar, it's worth it. Leonard has a serious lactose intolerance. Drinking a sip of milk can turn the whole room into a gas chamber. Ron, you know that's not what we are talking about. What we want to ask is, should we take action against Dr. Nowitzki? Sheldon is your brother, we should ask you for your opinion. First of all, thank you for asking for my opinion. This shows your respect for the Cooper family. Ron stood up from the sofa, took off the non-existent hat on his head and performed an elegant hat-off salute, but this matter is Sheldon's own business. Although psychologically he is still a teenager, physically he is an adult. He has the right to decide who he wants to be with. But Raj was about to say something. Ron made a silencing gesture to him. I know what you want to say, Raj. You want to say that Dr. Nowitzki seduced him with a chocolate bar, right? I don't think so. Is this any different from the way we men pursue women by giving gifts? Just because I gave a lady a rose, do you say I seduced her? Okay, I understand what you mean. We will stand idly by on this matter. Howard nodded in understanding, but Ron shook his head and denied. No, you don't understand. What I'm saying is that we are all adults and have the right to decide what we should do. The same goes for you. If you think that Amy should be told or Dr. Nowitzki should be dealt with as a friend, I'd be happy to see that happen. Sorry, I'm going to go out and take a call. The cell phone rang, and Ron ended his meaningful speech. Only 3 scientists were left in the laboratory staring at each other. Does Ron mean that he wants us to take action or not? Raj asked confusedly. He is now dating Ron and Sheldon's niece, and is almost half a relative of the Cooper family, in his own opinion, so on this issue, he hopes he can stand on the same side as Ron. I think he wants us to do something. Do you remember what he said? He doesn't hate Amy. Leonard was the first to express his opinion. Okay, let's do it, but do you have any ideas for dealing with Dr. Nowitzki? Why not let Ron ask her out? No woman should be able to resist Ron's charm. Since that woman is attracted by Sheldon's looks, she should have even less resistance to Ron. While several scientists in the laboratory were coming up with bad ideas on how to break up Sheldon and Dr. Nowitzki, Ron walked to a secluded corner outside to answer the phone. Hey, Finch, how about the things I asked you to find? The information about the CIA is originally encrypted information, not to mention that you asked me to find the IMF, which has the highest level of confidentiality in the CIA. I didn't find anything, but I did find out through the photos and names you provided that Ethan had registered for marriage with a woman. Ron's phone rang again, and Finch sent a wedding photo of the two of them witnessed by a priest. The man in the photo was Ethan. That's right, Ron asked Finch to investigate Ethan. Although he didn't lose his memory like Bourne, Ron always felt that the current Ethan was a little different from the high-spirited image in his impression, so he asked Finch to help investigate and see if there was anything he could do to help. Where's that woman? She's a nurse in a Los Angeles hospital. She's divorced. She's dating an African-American food businessman recently. In addition, your good friend went to see her when he came back yesterday. Ron didn't find it strange that Ethan went to see his ex-wife. He was a very sentimental person. Ron knew without asking that something must have happened to put the woman in danger, so Ethan took the initiative to leave her and only went back to see her occasionally. It must be said that this approach is very Ethan. Okay, what about the other thing? What happened to Agent Barn of the NSA? You've dealt with the NSA before, so you should be more familiar with him. Sorry, I still can't find anything. All the information about him has been deleted. Maybe you can go to the NSA headquarters to see if there are any paper copies left. Finch, I only asked you to help me check 3 things. You can't have found nothing, right? Ron asked unhappily. Of course not. The next one should be good news for you. I found out about Dr. Nowitzki, the one you asked me to check. She is just an ordinary female scientist. Except for being locked up once for fighting with another female graduate student, she has no criminal record. By the way, the reason for her fight was to snatch the right to eat with your brother. Then I'm relieved. Thank you, Finch. Hearing the last piece of news, Ron finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that Ron was overly nervous, but the identities of him and Sheldon were somewhat special, and he had to prevent someone from using the honey trap to harm Sheldon. Time passed by little, and soon it was time to get off work. Ron went back to Sheldon's apartment with everyone because today was lunch day. Ron consumed too much yesterday and needed to rest and replenish himself today. The interesting thing was that when they went to Sheldon's office to ask him to go home together, they were told that Sheldon had left at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Ron, where do you think Sheldon would go if he wasn't in the office? In the apartment, Garbage asked while distributing takeout. When they returned to the apartment together, Howard's wife Bernadette had already arrived, plus Penny, who originally lived here. Except for Sheldon and the couple, everyone was already there. Who knows? Has the guy who can't move in a wheelchair come to Los Angeles recently? Sheldon worshipped Hawking crazily. If Hawking came to Los Angeles, Sheldon would definitely chatter around him all the time. No, absolutely not. There's always a place to find him. such as a model train store or a comic book store, but it's time for dinner now. He should remember to come back for dinner, Ron said indifferently, and as soon as he finished speaking, Sheldon pushed the door open. Hi, everyone, this is my friend Dr. Nowitzki. Guess what we just did? Ron let the woman behind him step aside. She was the heroine who had caused a stir in the science geek circle in the past 2 days. We went swimming. Everyone showed surprised expressions, even Ron. I can't believe it, my stupid brother. Did you really go into the swimming pool? Ron expressed deep doubts about this. Let me make it clear first, sticking your feet in the water to test the water temperature does not count as swimming, of course. Sheldon rolled his eyes at Ron fiercely. I was scared to death at first, but I told myself that this was just a big bathtub, and then I was scared to death again because there were many strangers in my bathtub. I'm proud of him. Many people don't dare to bury their faces in the water on the first day. Dr. Nowitzki patted Sheldon's arm and said, I just wanted to avoid the bees, but that counts, Sheldon said proudly, turned his head and looked at Dr. Nowitzki. The two smiled at each other, and a kind of ambiguous emotion, in fact, it should be called incredible, began to spread in the air. Ron quickly winked at Penny. Hurry up, if you don't take action, your bestie's boyfriend will be snatched away by someone else, okay? At this moment, Ron finally lost his neutral position and turned to Amy. The reason had nothing to do with appearance, but simply because he didn't want a brother-in-law who dominated Sheldon. Everyone knows how much Sheldon rejects public swimming pools. Even Mary couldn't get Sheldon to stay in a public swimming pool for 1 more minute. The female doctor in front of him not only did it, but she also made Sheldon interested in swimming. Before this, Ron even thought that even if the whole world was flooded, Sheldon would not be able to swim. Penny looked at Bernadette, and Ron followed her gaze. In an instant, all the pressure was on Bernadette. She could only drag her heavy body to squeeze between Sheldon and Dr. Nowitzki. Sorry, make way. By the way, Sheldon, have you contacted Amy today? We video chatted this morning, and I will contact her again before going to bed. Dr. Nowitzki took over the conversation. Sheldon keeps talking about her. I'm curious about what kind of woman she is. Yes, he keeps asking how long Amy will be gone, Sheldon said stupidly. At this moment, everyone saw Dr. Nowitzki's ambition, except Sheldon. He even thought that Leonard was going to cheat in front of Penny because Leonard asked about Dr. Nowitzki's relationship status. Ron, I was just thinking, is it possible that you sucked away all your brother's emotional intelligence when you were born? Howard poked Ron with his arm and complained meanly. Come on, he and Missy are the twins. If there is any absorption, it is Missy who absorbed his emotional intelligence. At most, I absorbed a little of the IQ of that idiot George. Ron shrugged and said helplessly, but if we really talk about sucking someone's IQ, it should be Sheldon. Do you know? There are 2 not very smart children near our house. People say that Sheldon sucked their IQ. For a while, he was even regarded as a monster by the children in my hometown. Ha ha ha, I know you are talking about Forrest Gump and Billy, right? Alex told me. Raj laughed so hard that tears came out. While Penny and Bernadette cooperated with each other and began to make trouble for Dr. Nowitzki, the men's gang led by Ron started a spit meeting against Sheldon. It was not until Penny and Bernadette could no longer bear it and Amy called that the weird dinner ended. Sheldon sent Dr. Nowitzki to get a taxi, and when he came back, Sheldon's happy expression disappeared from his face, replaced by a dull expression. What's wrong? Sheldon, you look a little bit wrong. Ron wanted to talk to Sheldon about love, but when he saw the strange expression on his face, he immediately changed his tone to concern. Sheldon answered woodenly, Dr. Nowitzki kissed me downstairs just now. Well, it happened. Ron shook his head and sat next to Sheldon. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about Amy. When it comes to the name Amy, Sheldon's eyes regained a little spirit. The moment she kissed me, I realized that Amy is the only woman I want to kiss for the rest of my life. Ron, you have very rich emotional experience. Can you tell me, what should I do now? What to do now? Don't you know it a long time ago? Hearing Sheldon's words, Ron showed a smile like an old father, walked to the desk, opened the drawer, took out the ring that Mary gave him, and solemnly placed it in Sheldon's hand. Sheldon, Forrest Gump's mother next door once said that life is like a chocolate. You never know what the next one tastes like. No one can predict the future, but if happiness comes to you, the men in our Cooper family will always bravely meet it, but before that, you need to ask for the blessing of a certain man first. Do you know? I understand. Sheldon nodded vigorously and turned to walk to the door. Ron showed a relieved smile. Deng was halfway through laughing when he suddenly thought of something and quickly called Sheldon. Wait, you know who the gentleman I'm talking about is, right? Of course I know. Sheldon turned around and said as a matter of course, the great Dr. Stephen Hawking, you idiot. I'm talking about Amy's dad. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560 Diamond. After chatting with Ron, Sheldon seemed to be possessed. He called a taxi as fast as he could. It was not until Ron hacked into his phone and found that he had booked a flight to the nearest city where Amy was that he relaxed his guard. This guy was going to propose right away. Ron took a proposal video with a camera of the hotel where Amy was staying and sent it to the Cooper and Pritchett family groups. Except for Sheldon, who was dissatisfied with this invasion of privacy, it received unanimous praise. How is it? Finch, look, my pigs are finally able to dig up cabbages. It won't be long before I can attend my brother's wedding. By the way, although you and my brother don't know each other, for the sake of our relationship, don't you want to give me some money? Ron hooked Finch's neck and said, it doesn't have to be too much. Just give me a street side shop. My brother is still young, so I'll collect rent for him first. Ron didn't know how much Finch was worth, because Finch was very smart to manage his property with different identities. Even Peggy couldn't check it thoroughly, but for super hackers like them, money was really just a number. As long as they wanted, they could hack into the system of any bank at any time and transfer money from other people's accounts to their own accounts, but the subsequent money laundering would be a bit troublesome. Therefore, when Ron asked Finch for a price, he always asked for a high price. I think you just want to use your brother's name to get some benefits from me. Well, you can understand it this way, but if you accept what I said just now, you will find that the relationship between us is much better than you think, Ron admitted shamelessly. The reward for this operation is only $500,000, but I will provide you with 5 free services to find people. Okay, Finch said helplessly. If you still think it's too little, then forget it. Anyway, we are not short of people here for the time being, Finch said, pointing with his chin to the beautiful woman who was chatting with Reese not far away next door. When Ron looked over, the woman's beautiful eyes happened to look over. Ron's heart immediately sounded alarm bells, and his muscles collapsed. This is a very powerful woman. Ron immediately made a judgment based on his body's instinctive reaction. Okay, I accept this offer. It seems that you have found a good newcomer recently. I didn't find him. He was rescued by us. He was a former NSA agent. He was going to be silenced by the government, Finch said calmly. I think you should know more about what you agents like to do than I do. The machine is still giving them numbers. Now even I don't understand what it is doing. The NSA agents were silenced. According to this, it is likely that it has something to do with the anonymous person. Ron, the anonymous person, has not been contacted so far. It is a good choice to let such a capable person stay with Finch first. When the anonymous person returns, at least there will be someone available. Ron has no interest in interfering with the power within the NSA, but as a department with the power to mobilize itself, Ron would rather have someone who is at least somewhat acquainted with him control it. Did you make it? I suggest you keep an eye on it all the time, otherwise no one knows what a non-human creature with advanced intelligence will do. At that time, I will smash the machine with my own hands. Ron warned with a threatening look in his eyes, and got back to the point. Who is the target this time? Why did I ask you to come here? Is it difficult? Our new number, Navy Sergeant Jack Salazar, U.S. Navy. Finch didn't waste any time and handed Ron a file. The photo showed a black soldier. He attacked someone in a bar 5 years ago and knocked the person unconscious. The judge asked him to choose between going to jail or joining the army, and he chose the latter. Well, if he's in the Navy, then he's naturally under the control of the army. Unless the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor again, it's hard to imagine that he will encounter any danger. Of course, if it's the situation I mentioned, I don't think there's much point in saving 1 or 2 people. Ron quickly read the information and returned it to Finch. Because this week is Navy Week, the annual day when the streets are full of drunk sailors, he will definitely go ashore to have some fun. The streets full of people in the same uniform will make it difficult for us to locate Mr. Salazar, so I asked you for help. Navy Week is a unique activity of the U.S. Navy to let the public understand the Navy. Its content is probably to open ships to tourists and let the sailors take a good rest on the shore. Ron still can't figure out what positive effect it has on improving the public's good impression of the Navy by letting a group of energetic sailors who have been on the sea for a long time to enjoy themselves in the city. Because basically every time there is such an event, it is inevitable that a few unlucky guys will be sent back by the local police. The charges range from drinking without paying, fighting and making trouble, to molesting women. If this can make the public have a positive view of the Navy, it will be a miracle. Ron's heart trembled. So, it turns out that the machine can also make it difficult, right? Then how about this? We split into 2 teams and go around the bars in Los Angeles one by one. Anyway, the sailors only have 3 goals when they get off the ship: alcohol, women, and tattoos. They basically won't go anywhere other than the bar. Which of you 2 wants to join me? Ron shouted to Reese and the strange woman and pointed at Finch. Anyway, I don't want to act with this boring guy. I'll do it. The strange woman raised her hand. Ron asked tentatively, I don't know your name yet. Sam Shaw? Okay, Sam Shaw, my name is. I know, you are Ron. You are very famous in the place where I used to stay. Finch has already told you about my previous experience, right? I think this will be a good topic for us on the way. After that, without waiting for Ron to object, he took Ron's arm and walked out, leaving Reese and Finch staring at each other in the library. Ron certainly didn't think that his charm had any effect, and in fact, it was not the case. As soon as he came out of the library, Samantha began to ask Ron about his old boss. But the result disappointed her, as Ron didn't know much more than her. They all say that the anonymous person was killed by Cypher. Do you think so too? Of course not. On the contrary, I think the anonymous person is alive and well somewhere on Earth. It's just that he has some other secret mission that prevents him from showing up for the time being. Maybe he is now working with a one-eyed black man to set up SHIELD. Right. Ron's joke made Sam laugh, but Ron's eyes caught a figure in the crowd. He asked the bartender for 2 glasses of whiskey and gave one to Sam, saying calmly, look over there. Tell Reese and the others to stop working. We have found the target. Sam followed the direction of Ron's glass and saw a black guy who was flirting with a girl with his companion. Just as Ron was about to speak, he made a silent gesture at his lips, indicating that she should continue to look. The numbers given by the machine were all people who might encounter danger or create danger. Obviously, Sam had not gotten used to this and often acted reflexively. It was estimated that Finch had a headache for her. On the other side, the black guy, who was completely unaware that he was being observed, was chatting and laughing with his companions and 2 girls. Just as they were about to succeed, one of the girls was roughly dragged away by another man. Sam was about to go up to help, but Ron quickly grabbed her and said, wait a minute, I don't think this is dangerous enough to cause the machine to alarm. Sure enough, Ron was right. After a few words, the 2 sides quarreled, and the man took the woman away. Then, just when Sam thought everything was over, a man in a yellow military uniform came up to them from behind and took the initiative to pick a fight, and threw their hats on the ground. For a soldier, this was a serious insult. What about now? Do you think the danger comes from that Marine? It's hard to say. Is it that Marine or his comrades? Ron looked around the bar. The ratio of Marines in yellow uniforms to Navy sailors in white uniforms in the bar was about 6-4. The Navy was not dominant. If a large-scale group fight broke out, the sailors would definitely suffer. The most troublesome thing is that if someone takes advantage of the chaos to stab the target in the stomach, no one will know who did it, because it is too chaotic, and no one knows if this guy named Jack has offended anyone in the army. Then what are you going to do? When Sam asked, the Marines over there had already poured wine on Jack's hat. In this situation, it would be strange if he didn't take action. Jack immediately punched a Marine who was causing trouble for him in the face, but since the other party could do this, he must have been prepared. He flexibly dodged backwards, and Jack's fist missed, but hit the head of another Marine who had his back to them. Kill him, come on. Brothers, the soldiers shouted, and the bar exploded like a lit gunpowder barrel in an instant, with sailors and Marines fighting everywhere. What else can I do? Of course, I will stop the fight. Ron stretched his muscles, casually hooked the neck of the Marine who was pushed next to him, and then slammed him hard on the long table at the bar. Bang! The sailor who was fighting with him fainted after being hit in the face with a bottle by Ron before he could thank him. Sam, who was standing next to him, was stunned. Is there anyone who would stop a fight like this? Ron picked up 2 more bottles from the bar and rushed towards Jack, smashing the bottles on the heads of the soldiers who were blocking him while shouting, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! You can't kill people like this! Get your weapons!" After being reminded by Ron, the soldiers suddenly realized what was going on and picked up some things around them that could be used as weapons and smashed them at the people wearing different colored clothes around them. Ron, who offended both sides at the same time, naturally became the target of special attention. However, just when Sam thought that Ron would be beaten hard, a magical scene happened. In this melee, Ron was like a fish in water. He first threw 2 bottles forward and exploded on the heads of the 2 unlucky guys. Then, without waiting for the people around to watch, he rushed forward quickly and took the lead to lift the small round table and put it behind him. Duong! Duong! 2 bottles from the back that were planning to attack smashed on the round table and shattered all over the floor, but Ron was unscathed. The sailors missed their shots and rushed forward in anger. The Marines in front also carried a stool and were fiercely planning to avenge the unlucky guy who had just been shot in the head by Ron. The situation was so tense that Sam wanted to draw her gun to help Ron. As a senior agent, she certainly understood what would happen if she was surrounded in such a fight. Unexpectedly, Ron chuckled and calmly turned the round table over, so that the tabletop side was facing the Marines, catching 2 stools, and the table legs suddenly rose up from the bottom and hit the legs of the 2 sailors behind. The sailor immediately fell down with a look of pain that men could not describe. Beautiful. Even Sam N., who was harsh, could not help but praise Ron's reaction. At this time, the only Marines left in front of Ron were the Marines who were fighting with Jack with their backs to him. There were 4 of them in total, while Jack on the opposite side only had him and his friend. After the other side found Ron, they immediately sent 2 people to rush over. Ron looked up at the gorgeous chandelier in the bar and smiled wickedly, and rushed towards the 2 men. When they were only 3 steps apart, Ron suddenly jumped up. The 2 men thought that Ron was going to kick them with a flying kick, so they quickly raised their arms to block it. However, Ron grabbed the chandelier with both hands and pulled it hard. Bang! Crash! The range of the chandelier just hit the heads of the 4 Marines. "The police are coming," someone shouted, and the soldiers in the bar no longer cared about their opponents who were fighting with them, and hurriedly ran out together. In a blink of an eye, the only people left in the bar were Ron, who was posing and showing off, the bar owner who wanted to cry but had no tears, and Sam, who watched from beginning to end. "How is it? Are you fascinated by my body? Before you say anything, there are some." Sam N smiled and made a gesture with his hand that made Korean men feel extremely heartbroken. "But what should we do now? They have all run away, and we have to go find them again." "It doesn't matter. I just installed the tracker on Jack. We just need to follow him." Ron waved his hand indifferently, glanced at the bar that was smashed to pieces, took out the fake CIA certificate and showed it to the boss, and handed over a check. "CIA is investigating the case. These losses are worth about $3,000. This is a check for $5,000. I hope it can compensate you." Thank you so much." The bar owner was moved and was about to take the check, but the check was retracted. "Of course, I can't give it to you for free. These need to be reimbursed. You have to write me a loss certificate of $20,000, understand?" Chapter 561 Diamond II. "I didn't expect you to be greedy for even that little bit of money. You're obviously already very rich." After leaving the bar, Sam followed Ron angrily and said, "Of course, otherwise how do you think I saved all my money? Rome wasn't built in a day, girl." Ron turned back impatiently and said. Sam immediately shut up. It was getting darker, and when Ron and his team finally tracked down Jack at the door of another bar, it was completely dark. "Ron, did you find the person?" "Yes, but our target gentleman seems to be in a little trouble now. Finch, I'm beginning to regret taking this little job from you. This guy is a big trouble. He's been stopped by someone now, I believe. He is definitely not here to retaliate for what happened in the bar just now," Ron said as he looked at Jack, who was stopped by the Marines. Although Ron's memory was not good enough to remember all the faces of the Marines who had just fought in the bar, he still remembered the faces of those who had conflicts with Jack. The man who blocked Jack's way was not one of them, so he must not have come back to take revenge because of the fight. But Sam questioned this. "Why are you so sure?" "Of course, if they want to take revenge, I should be the first target. Otherwise, why do you think I fought so hard just now?" Ron answered proudly. To vent the violent emotions in your heart. Maybe that's part of the reason, Ron admitted bluntly. Anyway, even if I don't beat them up, they will definitely be beaten up by others. At least they can make me happy when I beat them up. It's their payment for saving their lives, right? While Ron was talking, Jack's situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The Marine who blocked him suddenly attacked and punched him in the face. Jack just stretched out his hand to block it, and his stomach hurt, and he was kicked to the ground. Sam was about to leave their hiding place to help, but Ron grabbed her. What are you doing? Can't you see that the people we are trying to protect are about to be killed? So, you are going to risk your life with them? Ron pointed to the sniper standing on the building next to him, staring at Jack with his gun, and the two strong men blocking the street intersection, one in front and one behind him. Sam immediately came to her senses and realized that these people were definitely well prepared. What should we do now? Sam had her own way to solve the problem, but during today's mission, she had developed a strong curiosity about Ron, a legendary figure. She wanted to know what method Ron would use to solve the problem. Ron has many titles in the intelligence community, the most famous of which is the Bomber. Sam was very curious about what kind of explosion he could create under such unfavorable circumstances. However, this time, Ron disappointed her. When Ron was thinking about a solution, he happened to see the Marines' accomplices stealing cars. His eyes lit up. Follow me, I have a solution. Soon, the Marines' beating of Jack came to an end. Although Jack was strong and had some street fighting experience, he was a little worse than Ron after all. 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, and he was immediately knocked to the ground. The Marines waved to the car, and the car drove over. They had just stuffed the knocked out Jack into the trunk before they had time to get in the car, and the driver of the car suddenly looked up. Thank you, I wish you a pleasant night, Ron's teasing voice sounded. It turned out that when they were beating Jack, Ron took the opportunity to kill the car-stealing companions, and he and Sam drove the car over. Behind them, the Marines who had just drawn their guns and were ready to give Ron a hard time saw Ron throw the smoking ball from the car and quickly scattered and lay down. However, after waiting for a long time and seeing no explosion, they realized that they had been fooled. Back in the library, the Alliance placed Jack on the table in the library and began to check his injuries. Other parts were fine, just bruises caused by normal fighting. The only problem was that he was shot with a pistol in the upper left chest at some point. This unlucky guy was shot. Before he wakes up, we have to take the bullet out first. Sorry for the trouble, Ron said as he handed the tweezers to Sam. Among the people in the library, Sam was the only one with medical experience. She took the tweezers and took out Jack's wounds skillfully. She threw it on the plate and looked at Ron with a mocking look. I thought you were very familiar with all the knowledge related to fighting, but I didn't expect you to be not good at something. You're right, I'm familiar with everything related to fighting. The only thing I'm not familiar with is getting injured, and I may not have as much experience as you in this regard, Ron retorted. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack's eyelids moved and suddenly opened his eyes. It's you? Jack grabbed Ron's arm and glared. Ron unceremoniously broke Jack's fingers, and Jack screamed and fell on the table. Relax, man. I'm here to save you. If it weren't for me, you would have been taken away by those Marines, filled with cement and thrown into the Los Angeles Bay. Believe me, they would definitely do this. Every year, the Los Angeles police can fish out a large number of cement pillars filled with people. Who are you? Where am I? Finch was about to speak, but Ron waved his hand at him and continued, I think the question of why a pair of Marine Special Forces want to catch you is more meaningful than this question. What do you think? Just now at the door of the bar, although Ron was still far away, he still vaguely heard a few words and asked tentatively, I heard that they seem to want you for something. If it's not so important, I advise you to give it to them, because you have seen that they can do anything. Ron pointed at Jack's wound. Jack looked up at the ceiling blankly. I don't know, I really don't know anything. They are fighting some rebel organization in Somalia. The commander has a trophy he wants to bring back, which is an AK-47. I hid it in a box of old coppers. Did you help them smuggle weapons and avoid U.S. customs? Finch frowned, and Ron patted his shoulder. It's nothing. This kind of thing is very common in the army. Yes, my brother RJ also helped them unload the stuff, so they shouldn't do this to me. Finch doubted his words and looked at Reese, who shook his head slightly. I don't think they need to kill him just to get the weapons. Just when everyone was puzzled by the actions of the group of Marines, Ron suddenly seemed to think of something and walked quickly to the computer. I just found out something interesting. You must not have thought that they are not after the weapons but for the things hidden inside. Somali pirates robbed a deep-sea mining ship off the coast of Africa. And it was the Marines who carried out the mission of eliminating the pirates. So what? What kind of mine is that ship carrying? Reese immediately grasped the key point of the question. Diamond mine. When he said this word, the light in Ron's eyes was almost brighter than the lights in the library. Sam curled his lips in annoyance, and Finch and Reese were already used to it. Diamonds, although they have been criticized as a symbol of IQ tax in this era of artificial synthesis, large natural diamonds still have considerable value. So Ron was moved, whether it was preparing a wedding ring for his brother or giving it to his girlfriends to make them happy, diamonds would be a good gift. At this moment, as if to prove Ron's words, Jack's cell phone rang. It was a threatening call from the Marine Corps using his partner's cell phone. Listen, kid, your partner is in our hands now. If you don't return the things you stole quickly, I promise that when you see your friend again, he will only have a pile of parts. Wait, what are you talking about? Jack was still puzzled. Look at those cigars, the other party said impatiently. Well, immediately picked up the cigar found on Jack and broke it in the middle. The cigar was actually hollow and filled with uncut diamond rough stones. The value of the diamond rough stone stuffed in one cigar alone was close to $200,000. If you want your friend to live, take the stone to room 212 of the Baggot Hotel, alone, or I can't guarantee what I will do to him. The other party hung up the phone immediately after he said that. Ron looked up at Finch, who shook his head. A supermarket on Duke Street, and the location is constantly changing. I bet they will throw away their phone immediately. Everyone's attention was once again focused on Ron, including Jack. He now realized that Ron might not be the leader of this group, but he must be the one with the most ideas. Why are you all looking at me? I can't make Jack's friends appear, Ron shrugged indifferently, but I can get some equipment, so we can have a good fight. The problem is if someone reimburses for these equipment. Ron threw the question back to Finch again, and Finch waved his hands helplessly. Reimburse. I'll reimburse everything. You damn vampire. I only have one condition, don't kill people, okay? Our original purpose is to save people. If we kill more people to save one person, then what is the meaning of us as human beings? In order to let a good person live, no matter how many bad people die, not everyone deserves to live well. Finch. Ron patted Finch's shoulder and said meaningfully. Finch is a good person, the only problem is that he is a little too saintly. He firmly believes that everyone should have a chance to start over, and Ron even had a big fight with her because of this. Until Ron said, why should the bad guy's chance to start over be based on sacrificing a good person's chance to live? Finch was speechless. The next day, Ron brought Jack and others to the outside of the hotel as scheduled. Reese and Jack were in a group, and I was still in a group with Samayed. What are we doing here? The hotel is obviously over there, Jack asked puzzled. Pre-scout, Ron pointed to the direction of the hotel. At 10 o'clock, we will trade with them there, but before that, we need to know how many people they have ranged nearby. Sam, what do you think? They must have ranged snipers there. If it were me, I would stay there. Sam pointed to the attic facing the hotel. Yes, that's indeed a good location. Then you can solve it. I will attract his attention for you. Sam didn't say anything, immediately hid the pistol on his body and walked towards the attic, while Ron waved to the sky. When a beam of light hit his palm, Ron pointed to the attic. Far away in the city center, at the Gallagher family's old house, Carl, who has been upgraded to drone contractor, commanded the little brats in the slums to fly drones over the attic to start performing. A group of drones were uttering all kinds of swear words in the air, which made passers-by laugh. Even the sniper hiding upstairs observed for a while and found that there was no threat. It might just be the drone enthusiasts nearby playing pranks, so he relaxed his vigilance and began to occasionally distract himself to see what new swear words the drones could utter. At this moment, a figure as agile as a jaguar suddenly jumped out from behind her and hit him on the back of the head with a stick. Bang! Salmon picked up the walkie-talkie. Sniper is done. Okay, now Salmon has turned into a sniper. Reese can take Jack upstairs now. Ron waved his hand to Reese and gave orders. While Reese was going upstairs, he still worriedly said, remember, don't shoot at vital points. It's a pity to use such a good gun only to shoot at the knees. Salmon licked his lips and said unhappily. After a while, Reese brought Jack to room 212 on the second floor. But when they reached the door, Reese did not knock on the door immediately, but carefully protected Jack behind him. There is no sentry, Something is wrong, Sam. Can you see inside the room? How many people are there? Sam put his eyes on the sniper rifle scope. It's empty. There is only one person, but it's excusable because the unlucky guy was equipped with a bomb. Reese heard it and immediately kicked the door open. He saw that in the room, as Sam said, there was only one unlucky guy tied to a chair, with a circle of wires connected to a gas tank on the ground, and a bomb controlled by a sensitive fuse was installed on the outer shell of the gas tank. As long as they made a rash move, the bomb and the gas tank would send the three of them to the west together. Wait, don't move, don't let the bomb explode. Reese pulled Jack away and picked up the intercom again. Run, I'm in trouble here. Jack's companion has been planted with a bomb. Have you learned how to defuse a bomb? Chapter 562 Diamond 3. Ron patted his chest confidently and said, bomb disposal, it's not easy. I'm the best at this. Leave it to me, please pat your chest next time, thank you. A big cross appeared on Sam's head, and Ron's excavator was taken away. Really? How are you going to dismantle it? Thinking of Finch's instructions, Reese asked again worriedly. Who would have thought that it would be better if he didn't ask? After asking this question, Ron's answer immediately made him sweat. Of course, use the simplest method, find a powerful bomb and throw it into the house. Just one shot, no matter how many bombs are inside, all will be done at once, and we don't even have to go in. As he said, Ron took out a lunchbox, which contained something like plasticine, but everyone who had been in the army knew that this was a C4 bomb, the same kind as the one stuck on the gas tank in the house. Ron was right about one thing. If the bomb in this lunchbox was stuck on the door, it would be enough to detonate the bomb in the house. Of course, Jack's friend, who was a hostage, would definitely be blown to death together. Hearing Ron's hellish speech, the man tied to the chair began to struggle violently. Reese quickly snatched Ron's lunchbox. Oh my god. Did you learn bomb disposal from the Russian Special Forces? There are hostages inside. I'll put this away for you first. Reese squatted beside the hostage, carefully observed the structure of the bomb, and continued, your friend is sitting on a simple bomb. Don't worry, he will be fine. As soon as the voice fell, the mobile phone tied to the hostage suddenly lit up. It was one of the Marines who beat Jack yesterday. That's not necessarily the case. We said we would come alone, but you brought this man in a suit and a cowboy, so they will be in trouble too. If they leave us, just press the button and your good friend will explode on the spot. If you dare to move it, it will explode on the spot. Do you understand? Sailor, I know. Jack gritted his teeth and agreed. However, the satisfied expression did not stay on the Marine's face for more than a second before something unexpected happened. Ron suddenly slapped Jack's back neck, compressing the artery and causing insufficient blood supply to the brain. Jack fell down immediately. Then Ron pulled Reese away from the camera and said viciously to the camera, boy, who told you that we were going to protect him? I'm telling you straight, I'm interested in your goods. I heard that you were going to sell the diamonds in Los Angeles, right? Did you find out in advance who owns Los Angeles? That's impossible. You're obviously in the same group as the sailors. The Marine's eyes showed a trace of panic, which Ron keenly caught. Really? How about this? Ron grabbed the unconscious Jack's collar and dragged him to his friend's side. He took back the lunchbox that Reese had just taken away, installed the detonator, stuck it on Jack, and then retreated to the door. I'll count to tens now, and then we'll press the button together to see whose bomb is more powerful and can blow the body into pieces more. How about that? Reese understood Ron's idea in an instant, and immediately retreated behind Ron, acting like a ferocious monster. The Marines on the opposite side were indifferent, but the careful Ron saw through the reflection of the water stains on the ground that his hands were stirring back and forth under the camera, which was a sign of nervousness. Ron knew that he had made the right bet. From Jack's words, we can know that he didn't know about the diamonds and was a complete outsider. He just helped his friends unload the goods, and the goods happened to contain diamonds. So, why couldn't the Marines, the original owners of the diamonds, find the diamonds? There's only one possibility, that is, the place where they unloaded the goods was not the place designated by the Marines. Although Ron had not asked, he was now almost 100% sure that the place where Jack and his friends unloaded the goods was the place designated by his friends. He must have discovered the secret of the diamonds a long time ago and deliberately conveyed the wrong unloading location to Jack in order to blackmail this batch of diamonds. That's why the other party was so nervous, because once Jack and his friends died, No one would know where the diamonds were. After figuring out the key points, Ron was more confident about what was going to happen next. 10, 9, 8, Ron smiled and raised the bomb remote control to the opposite side of the phone, shook it at the Marines, and started the countdown. Whatever you want, they are just two petty thieves, just kill them. Ron took out a $10 bill. That makes sense. Do you want to bet? I'll bet $10 that I will blow up more body fragments than you. Let's bet. The Marines were still stubborn. Okay, then continue. 7, 6, 5, Ron continued to count down, and when it counted down to 3, the Marines on the opposite side finally couldn't bear the pressure and shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop! Stop!" What? Don't want to continue? Ron had a playful smile on his face. Well, you win, you villain. What do you want? Look, it should have been settled earlier. Why did you bet with me just now? The Marine who couldn't hold on any longer finally surrendered, and Ron showed a winner's smile. Don't worry, this batch of goods is still yours. I won't be greedy and take away what originally belongs to you. Everyone on the island knows that I, Ron, have always been the most disciplined. I will only take my share of the toll, so we will split this batch of diamonds 30% and 70%. How about it? In the uneasy eyes of the Marines, Ron revealed his goal, and after hearing him, the Marines finally breathed a sigh of relief. 30% is indeed not high, I agree. When we receive the goods, we will immediately give you your 30% of diamonds. Where do you plan to trade? Wait, did you make a mistake? I said 30% and 70%. Yes, we also agreed. So is there any problem? The Marine frowned. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Of course there is a problem. Why do you think you should take the lion's share on my turf? 70%, that's mine. Ron took a step forward, squeezed his face into the camera, and declared domineeringly. Reese behind him and Sam N., who had just come over, covered their faces in shame. Ron, this guy is really amazing. While collecting Finch's labor fees, he falsely issued invoices to reimburse the high compensation, and even took another bite of the stolen goods of the Marines. If plucking the feathers of a passing goose can be used to describe a person's greed, then Ron's behavior is to cook the goose directly, leaving only the feathers. At this level, even the most stingy capitalists on Wall Street would kneel on the ground and call him master. Even an ordinary person cannot accept such conditions. Let alone the Marines with explosive personalities. That's impossible. We stole those diamonds from Somali pirates with great effort. You are just a robber. What? You can rob, but I can't. Ron moved a chair from the room and sat at the door, crossed his legs and said calmly. This sentence almost made the Marines vomit blood. That's different. Somali pirates are robbers. It's only natural for us to rob from them. Americans don't rob Americans. In a hurry, the Marines even brought out slogans. Bullshit. Ron's face changed. How can Americans not rob Americans? Now in the United States, if the amount of robbery is less than $900, the law does not convict, but we are our own people. Sir, who is your own people? I tell you, only those who pay me are my own people, and everyone else is my enemy. Tell me, are you going to give the diamonds or not? Ron raised the bomb remote control and threatened. Reese and Salmon behind him looked strange. They were the ones who rescued the hostages, but now Ron made them look like robbers. It was amazing. Don't detonate. Don't be impulsive. Let's talk it over. The Marine left the screen and discussed with his accomplices. A vague whisper came from the mobile phone communication that was not turned off. A minute later, when the Marine just now returned to the video, his face was gray. Okay, we agree to your request. Can you remove the bomb now? Of course not. How do I know if you keep your word? Ron took out 2 lunchboxes from his body like a magic trick and tied the bombs to Jack and his friend. In order to facilitate trust between us, now the 2 of them will go to get our diamonds back. Before they hand over the diamonds to us, any of us can detonate at any time and blow them into pieces. I think this is the fairest way for both of us. What do you think? At this point, what else can the Marine say? I could only nod helplessly. You're right. Okay, let's just hang up. To be honest, your appearance is not good. I really can't bear to look at it any longer. I strongly suggest that you use the money to get plastic surgery after you get the diamond. I can recommend a good store to you. You can get a 19% discount if you tell me your name. Ron hung up the phone immediately without waiting for the other party to respond. Reese and Sam had the opportunity to get closer. Thank you, Ron. If it weren't for you, it would have been difficult trying today. You're welcome. Take money from others and give it to them. Don't forget to remind Finch to transfer the money quickly. Ron patted Reese's shoulder and instructed. Salmon rolled his eyes and sneered. I thought only women were interested in diamonds, and men thought it was a waste of money. I didn't expect you to be interested in those shiny things. Is there a little girl living in your heart? No, it's just that don't you think it would be a special experience to let your woman wear a bra made of diamonds and dance under the dim light? Ron said as he lowered his head and glanced at Salmon's chest. By the way, what size are your underwear? 34C. Are you going to give me one too? Of course, if you want. Ron showed a lustful expression. I remember you are Iranian. Can you belly dance? It is said that in ancient times, traditional Muslim nobles would let their favorite concubines wear jeweled dance clothes and belly dance in a candlelit tent. I wonder if I have this blessing. If you want, you can try. Salmon chuckled. Zhao Rong made it hard to figure out what she was thinking. Finch knows where I live. It's 8 o'clock in the evening. Do you dare to come? Behind the two of them, Reese was so embarrassed that he almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. He felt that he shouldn't have come, or shouldn't have appeared in the mission with Ron. Almost every time he worked with Ron before, Ron would steal all the limelight, making him look like a passerby. This time was no exception. While Ron was flirting over there, he alone forced Jack and his friend to go to the place where the diamonds were hidden to take out the diamonds and trade with the Marines. After the transaction was completed, Ron's share of the diamonds was sent to the jeweler he designated, and finally, it was returned to Ron with a Finch check and a pickup order for 13 diamond bras. The most hateful thing is that Ron was almost dating Salmon during the whole process. Thank you, Reese. If you ever decide to quit Finch, just let me know. I will definitely give you a job that satisfies you. Ron took his things from Reese and turned to look at Sam. Then it's settled. When the clothes are ready, we'll go to your apartment for a drink. At Caltech, Sheldon and Amy were warmly welcomed by everyone after they returned to school. Welcome back, Amy. Let me see your engagement ring. As soon as they met, Raj immediately pulled Amy's hand impatiently. It's really beautiful. Hey. She's my woman now. If you want to see her, go see your girlfriend, Sheldon said coolly. Hey. I even prepared an engagement gift for you, a Aquaman figurine. I'm starting to regret it, Raj muttered dissatisfiedly. Give me your gifts, so you don't have to look around. Oh, and here's yours, too. Great. Leonard, you actually bought me a model train. Sheldon excitedly started to receive gifts. If Reese were here, he would definitely be able to tell from his gesture that he was related to Ron. The two brothers' gestures and looks during robbery were exactly the same. Just as the heat was rising, a hand suddenly appeared on the table. This is my gift, the wedding rings I prepared for you, Ron. Sheldon looked up and was delighted at first, then curled his lips. Is this not another brother bond issued by you? From childhood to adulthood, all my pocket money has been cheated by you and George to buy this brother bond, and I haven't seen a penny of income until now. Who told you not to read the terms of the contract clearly? If you encounter force majeure, the bonds will not be redeemed, Ron said with a smile, but I guarantee that you will be satisfied with this gift, which is enough to write off all our debts. Brother bonds are a revenue-generating business developed by Ron and George in their childhood, aiming to turn Sheldon's pocket money into dating expenses for their brothers. I want to see what tricks you are playing this time, Sheldon said as he opened the box. In an instant, the dazzling light almost blinded his eyes. Oh my God. A diamond ring as big as a pigeon egg. You are so generous. Ron. Chapter 563 Bourne's News. Williamsburg Restaurant is a very inconspicuous small restaurant located in downtown Los Angeles. However, today, except for the two waiters in the hall who are still beautiful, it is very different from usual. In addition to being cleaner than usual, the biggest difference is that the guests in the restaurant have changed from being mainly down and out hippies and homeless people to being mainly young and beautiful women. What's more interesting is that these young and beautiful ladies are seated in a semicircular shape, surrounding the two tall white men in the middle, like stars surrounding the moon. Ron, long time no see, how have you been recently? Ethan greeted Ron enthusiastically as soon as he sat down. His handsome face and friendly smile caused a burst of cheers. Ron alone was enough to make them excited, and now there is a man who is more handsome than Tom Cruise. Is this restaurant a paradise? On the other side, Arhan looked at the restaurant full of people and was very happy. If the restaurant can maintain this occupancy rate every day, he can open another branch in less than 2 years. Fortunately, my brother Sheldon is getting married soon. so I have to prepare some gifts for him as his elder brother. My family is so poor that we can hardly afford to eat. Let me make a deal first. If you don't treat me to this meal, I will never go out to eat with you again, Ron complained, half true and half false. As soon as he finished speaking, before the doctor had a chance to speak, Arhan said anxiously, as long as you come to my restaurant to eat in the future, I will treat you every meal. This shrewd little Korean man certainly knew who was responsible for the attendance rate today. Compared with the income tonight, Ron's meal was almost free. What's more, every time Ron came here, he hardly ate anything and only drank a little. Don't worry, Arhan, as long as you don't fire my two big beauties, I promise to meet people in your restaurant in the future, Ron said, waving to the two beauties at the bar, and immediately received a warm response from the two women. Max was bold enough to open her collar a little, and the dazzling light reflected from the collar, along with the seductive glances thrown at her. Ron nodded in understanding. If nothing unexpected happened, Max should have put on the diamond bra he gave her. It seemed that there would be meat to eat tonight. Ethan on the opposite side curled his lips helplessly. I shouldn't have worried about you. After so many years, you are still the same. Sooner or later, you will die at the hands of a woman. It's better than dying under the gun of some stinky man. Ron turned his head and asked seriously, I guess you asked me out. It must be more than just to ask how I'm doing, right? You're not that boring. Don't worry, Arhan. As long as you don't fire my two beautiful girls, I promise to meet people in your restaurant in the future, Ron said, waving to the two beauties at the bar, and immediately received a warm response from the two women. Max was so bold as to open her collar a little, and dazzling light reflected from the collar, accompanied by a seductive glance. Ron nodded in understanding. If nothing unexpected happened, Max should have put on the diamond bra he gave her. It seemed that there would be meat to eat again tonight. Ethan on the opposite side curled his lips helplessly. I shouldn't have worried about you. After so many years, you are still the same. Sooner or later you will die at the hands of a woman. It's better than dying under the gun of some stinky man. Ron turned his head and asked seriously, I guess you asked me out. It must be more than just asking me how I'm doing, right? You are not that boring. Haha, you drank fake wine, right? When did you start to think that Bourne's way of doing things would leave fingerprints at the scene? Ron sneered. If you really think so, then you look down on him. Of course I don't think so, but why were Bourne's fingerprints found at the scene? I strongly suspect that someone is taking action against him. Ron, I need to know Bourne's exact location. She may need help now. At the end, the anxious Ethan couldn't help but raise his tone. Ron put his elbows on the table, held his chin with his hands and pondered for a moment. I know what you said may be true, but I still choose to believe in Bourne's ability, just like I believe in you. I have confirmed that he only lost his memory. Whether it is physical skills or logical thinking ability, he is still as strong as before. I hope everything is as you said. Ethan sighed, and then said in a more serious tone, there is another question. Do you know about the Tumbling Stone Project? I just learned about this plan. It is said that Bourne was injured because of this plan, the Tumbling Stone Project? Of course I know about this. In fact, this has been a secret plan for a long time. Ron's eyes flashed. The so-called Tumbling Stone Project refers to the CIA's assassination activities against anti-American politicians around the world after the Cold War. Because these people are stumbling blocks to the United States hegemony, this plan is named the Tumbling Stone Project. If you want to draw a list of the targets of the Tumbling Stone Project, the list will probably be very long, but Castro in Cuba will definitely be the first one. Because he had been assassinated 638 times by the CIA in his life, and none of these assassinations succeeded, the CIA was passed down as a joke. But don't think that the CIA is really weak and can be bullied. After all, there are not many special people like Castro in the world. The CIA's butcher knife is still very sharp against those politicians of the European left-wing parties, and their sharpest butcher knife is called Jason Bourne. Yes, Ron had already found out what action Bourne was hit hard by, but because the enemy Bourne faced this time was too powerful, basically equivalent to the American state machine, so Ron could only hide Bourne so that people couldn't find him. At the same time, on the streets of New Delhi, India, Bourne, who had just walked to the street with his girlfriend to go shopping, suddenly found a strange figure entering the hotel where they lived. For some reason, Bourne felt a familiar breath from him. Wait here for a while, I'll go over and take a look. After his girlfriend explained, Bourne turned back to the hotel and just walked to the door. Hearing the new man asking the hotel waiter at the bar, the Bourne Alliance stopped and hid behind the wall. "Hello, have you seen this man? He is my friend. Someone in his family died, but he can't be contacted." The photo in the man's hand was of Bourne. "I know him. They just left not long ago. It seems that they are going to the river." The waiter recognized Bourne at a glance. Bourne screamed in his heart that something was wrong. He quickly ran to the car he rented on the side of the road, started the car quickly, and drove to his girlfriend. "Get in the car. What's the matter? We are exposed. We stayed in one place for too long. They found us. Now we must move immediately." While speaking, Bourne started the car again without stopping and began to move to the place she booked. But before the car moved, Bourne met the eyes of the man who had just walked out of the hotel. The two looked at each other, neither of them spoke. Time seemed to have stopped for 0.01 seconds, and then the two men moved quickly again. Bourne immediately put the car into reverse gear and backed out of the narrow intersection, while the pursuer jumped into his car and chased them. "This is the second time I've seen this guy. I saw him in the city, in the telegraph office. The car he just drove and the clothes he wore. There must be something wrong with this man." The car backed up to T junction and hit the vertical bar of the nail intersection. Then the steering wheel turned to the right, the front of the car turned straight, and continued to flee along the road, scaring the pedestrians on the road. But don't forget, this is not an American road where Toretto and other racing masters can run wildly, but the most crowded national metropolis in the world. Even the roads in the capital were full of the usual Indian characteristics, with people, animals, cars and rickshaws driving in disorder on the roads. Bourne's car was intercepted by a bus that ran a red light only 50 meters away. Bourne saw that the situation was not good, so he stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel to the right before the bus hit them. The car just brushed the front of the bus and drove past, while the car chasing behind was blocked by the bus. Bourne, who successfully escaped, did not relax. He knew that once the gang started chasing, they would never give up until they achieved their goal. "Bourne, calm down. Maybe you made a mistake, maybe you are not looking at the same person." The girlfriend tried to comfort Bourne, but it had the opposite effect, and Bourne became more nervous. "No, this is absolutely true," Bourne yelled, grabbing his girlfriend's hand and putting it on the steering wheel, leaning back. "From now on, you drive, right now. Switch positions." Following Bourne's command, the two quickly switched positions, and his girlfriend began to drive the car while Bourne pulled out a pistol from the glove box, checked the ammunition, and put the pistol back into the pistol. He was ready for a big fight. However, the strange thing was that their car drove 3 kilometers away, and they didn't see the car behind them, and then caught up. "Look, I told you, you are overly nervous, because you can't remember your previous memories, so you are always suspicious. I think you should go see a psychiatrist, you." The girlfriend was halfway through her words, and suddenly there was a crisp click. A small round hole suddenly appeared on the window glass on her side, and the size was exactly the same as the nude blood hole on her temple. "No. It won't be like this," Bourne shouted in anger, but just after shouting twice, the car that lost control crashed through the guardrail beside the bridge and plunged into the river. A large mouthful of river water poured into Bourne's mouth, drowning out the words he had not finished speaking. While this tragedy was happening, Ron, who had just finished meeting Ethan, had just returned to the apartment. "Ron, you are finally back. If you play for a while, Raj will eat your lunch." Seeing Ron coming back, Amy happily took out the lunchbox hidden on the other side of the sofa. After Ron gave them the engagement ring as big as a pigeon egg, Amy became more friendly to Ron as her brother. Ron took the lunchbox and found a place to sit down. "Thank you, Amy. What were you talking about just now?" "I was telling them that our laboratory is doing some interesting research on neural prostheses, trying to make a mechanical prosthesis controlled by brain waves, but we encountered some problems in practice." "Use brain waves to control mechanical prostheses?" When Ron heard this title, he immediately thought of his related applications in the military. "Maybe you can let Howard join your team." Ron imagined himself sitting in the mecha control room, and the scene of him being able to control the mecha's free movement by just wearing a helmet, and his eyes lit up. He continued, "The premise is that I am allowed to sponsor your research and make profits from it." "Really? Are you willing to loan Howard to us?" "That's great," Amy said excitedly. "We have always wanted to hire an engineer to help with this project. Howard, are you willing to accept this job?" Howard wiped his mouth with a tissue and said happily, "I am willing. If I can control the robotic arm with my brain, I can do a lot of things. Of course, you have already done a lot of things with a robotic arm before you used brainwave control, Raj suddenly said. Everyone was stunned at first. The three men present who had experienced the robotic arm incident hurriedly lowered their heads and tried hard to suppress their laughter. Only Sheldon and several ladies looked at the few people who were shaking all over from trying to hold back their laughter, not knowing what had happened. When they finally finished their meal, Ron quickly pulled Howard aside and said, "Hey, men, you know what kind of income I want, right? You are still getting a salary from me, my little engineer." "I know, Ron, don't worry." Howard patted his chest and made a gesture of reassurance. But thinking about Howard's criminal record, Ron didn't dare to worry. "Okay, don't think I'm being long-winded, I just want to emphasize the last point. You are a married man." So, Howard didn't understand, and Ron had no choice but to make his words clearer. "I mean, if you want to do something else, you can go to your wife instead of using brainwaves to control the robotic arm. Do you understand? In this way, if the experiment succeeds, I won't dare to look directly at the machine you gave me." Howard blushed. "Don't worry, I will never do that." Chapter 564, Three Heroes Gathering. At Munich Airport in Germany, two lucky people who had received almost all the business cards of the flight attendants walked off the plane amid the envious gazes of the male passengers on the same plane. As they walked, Ron, relying on his superb memory, kept marking letters like C, D, E, F on each business card with a pen. Why were there no A and B? Because when he just walked off the gangway, Ron threw the business cards with the letters A and B into the trash can. But before Ron could choose the lucky winner of tonight from these business cards, Ethan snatched a business card from Ron's hand and stuffed them into the trash can. "Damn it, I asked you to come to Germany with me, not for this. I can't believe you don't even have Bourne's contact information. This is to protect him, otherwise the phone will be tapped by your CIA sooner or later. Listen, Ethan, no matter what it is, it's useless to worry. I think maybe you can be like me, relax first, let your brain empty, so that you can sort out your thoughts and come up with a good idea," Ron said, and like a magic trick, he took out a business card marked with G from his sleeve. "I saved it specially for you, how about it? Brotherly enough, right? I say again, we are not here for these." Ethan's forehead bulged with blue veins. "If you want to play, after we rescue Bourne, I will pay you to play. Okay? What's the matter?" Ethan was halfway through his words, and Ron raised his hand. "Report, I want to fight 10, as long as your kidneys can handle it, I'll find you 100. Ethan was going crazy. "You obviously have such a good relationship with Bourne, don't you worry about him at all." This time, Ron put away his cynical smile and answered seriously, "Of course I'm worried, but don't forget that Bourne is not a 2 or 3-year-old child. No matter who it is, as long as you provoke him, even if you don't die, you will lose a layer of skin. He is not that easy to deal with." "Okay, we have arrived in Germany, where are we going now?" Ethan usually completes almost all missions with his team. Although he is very versatile, he has been spoiled and habitually handed over the work of collecting intelligence to others. For example, this time, he handed it over to Ron. Of course, Ron is even less likely to do such boring work as collecting intelligence. After the mission reached Ron, it was once again subcontracted to Finch. Soon, Ron knew everything he wanted to know. Outskirts, villa area. According to the latest intelligence, there is a CIA agent who used to be part of the Stumbling Stone project with Bourne. If Bourne wants to know about his past, or wants to know why his fingerprints were left at the scene of the recent machine cases in Germany, then finding this person is his best choice. Ethan was a little confused. "No, didn't you say that Bourne has forgotten everything?" "Please, he just lost his memory, not stupid. As long as he wants to investigate the relevant intelligence, countless clues will point it here." Ron drew a circle on the map with a pencil and waved to stop a taxi. "Driver, please take us here." An hour later, outside the villa house circled by Ron on the map, a man wearing glasses and looking gentle returned home with a shopping bag. He just opened the refrigerator door and put the food in the refrigerator. He immediately found a vague figure behind him through the reflection inside the refrigerator. He quickly reached out and took a pistol with a silencer installed in his hand. The man turned around quickly, and almost at the same time as he was pointed it by the gun, he pointed the gun at the blurred figure behind him. Click, click. The action of pulling the trigger brought only 2 crisp sounds, and nothing else. Bourne said, "Don't bother, I've taken the bullets away." "No wonder the gun feels lighter," The man chuckled and let go of his hand, letting the pistol slide to the ground. Bourne threw her a strong cable tie and tied his hands in front of him. Little did he know that all this was seen by Ron and Ethan, who had hacked into the villa's surveillance system. Bourne is still Bourne. Even if he has lost his memory, he still remembers to have his hands tied in front of him. What do you think? After praising Bourne's actions, Ethan did not forget to ask Ron to comment on it. It's still a step backward. Ron shook his head. If it were me, I would use a steel wire only 10 centimeters long to tie the grenade safety pin to his clothes, so that his body can only bend. That is, he can't stand straight or bend down. As long as his body moves a little bit, the grenade will immediately blow him into pieces. Why are you so careful now? Because I have suffered a lot of losses. It's better to be careful. What's more, Ron sent a file to Ethan's mobile phone. This guy's an elite trained by another special agent school. Pay attention to the hand-to-hand combat column. Its score is S, the same as yours, but Bourne only got an A in this subject. After confirming that the glasses man's hands were indeed restricted, Bernrick was impatient to rummage through the files on other tables. What are you looking for? The glasses man asked. Conrad, where did you put his file? Destroyed it. When he died, it was the day you left Switzerland. What about the stumbling block plan? Bourne asked quickly. It's closed down a long time ago. All of this is in the past. We are the last two. Bourne walked over and kicked the man with the glasses to the ground. In that case, why are all of them chasing me? I really don't know anything. There's no need for me to lie to you. The man with the glasses lay on the ground like a salted fish. He didn't even stand up, as if he had accepted his fate. I thought you were here to kill me. I'm sorry. Sorry? What did you do? Bourne was stunned at first, then he reacted immediately. You called someone. At this moment, the landline phone at home suddenly rang, and just as Bourne turned around, the man with the glasses on the ground suddenly stood up, kicked Bourne's pistol away, raised his tied hands high above his head, and then smashed them down hard. Just as Bourne bent down, the man with the glasses kneeled him in the face again. See, what did I say? He will definitely suffer, Ron shouted excitedly, as if the one being beaten was not his good brother at all, but he was watching an exciting boxing match. He even took out a small snack of chocolate peanuts from his pocket and started eating. Ethan was stunned by Ron's action. Seeing this, Ron poured most of the snacks in the bag into his mouth, and then handed the remaining shriveled bag to Ethan. Do you want some too? Ethan was furious. Bourne is being beaten. But you are eating here? Isn't it time for you to go on stage? It's still early, and I don't think Bourne is at a disadvantage now. The opponent's hands are tied together, plus his feet. There are only 3 attack points in total, while Bourne is not bound by anything and can attack with any part of his body. He will definitely win this game. Do you want to bet? I'll bet 50 cents. Ron just raised the money, as if to prove his words. Bourne seized the opportunity to hold the knee that kicked him in the face and pushed hard, and the man with the glasses was pinned to the kitchen cabinet by Director Yang. After the first strike, Bourne pulled the man's hair and rubbed it back and forth on the kitchen counter without waiting for him to react. The man with the glasses finally had his head broken and bleeding after smashing a pile of plates on the counter, and he naturally fainted. But this time, Bourne had learned his lesson and did not choose to trust his performance. Instead, he picked up a kitchen knife from the kitchen chopping board and stabbed it into the man's throat before he breathed a sigh of relief. But now, the alarm bells in the villa were ringing, and through the glass window, he saw several cars surrounding the villa. Bourne suddenly had an idea and went to the kitchen, cut the natural gas pipe, and then stuffed a tightly folded newspaper into the toaster to press the spring. After doing all this, he walked out through the small door. The toaster pressed by the newspaper soon heated the newspaper to the ignition point, and the flames on the newspaper collided with the natural gas that was constantly leaking out of the pipe. Boom! The CIA agents who surrounded them were blown up before they could enter the villa. Great! Great job! He still remembers it. Ethan jumped up excitedly and shouted, Do you remember? You taught him this trick, Ron. Natural gas bombs, a detonation device made of household appliances that can be found everywhere in European and American families, have the advantage that you can find tools in almost every European and American family, and the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, the power is not strong enough. At least, Ron no longer looks down on this power. This method is outdated. The current high explosives can achieve an explosion power that is more than 10 times this. I haven't played this trick for a long time. Let's talk about this later. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drive. Let's catch up. Ethan excitedly patted Ron on the shoulder and urged. Damn it. Your hand strength is so strong now. Is this all because you are single? Pat yourself next time. Ron took his hand away with a grin and put the car key in his hand. I have a better idea. You chase him and recognize Bourne, and I will continue to hang behind you from a distance. We will work together to see who wants to kill Bourne. Okay, be careful. Ethan, the key didn't even look back, and ran away after saying something. Not long after he left, a small truck drove into the block. After the truck driver stopped the car, he took a bicycle directly from the back of the truck and rode away. Ron took out the key, started the car and drove to a secluded place in the woods, and then walked into the cargo box. Except for the outermost box and the cargo box, the rest of the space was occupied by 3 barrels of drone launchers in a row. Ron opened the outermost white box, took out a motorcycle helmet that looked ordinary from it, and put it on his head. Press the start button on the chin, and the windshield of the helmet will immediately become a transparent screen. Dragoon system, start. Ron shouted in a very childish way, and the drone launcher immediately fired 6 small planes into the sky. Ron did not make any movements, but with a thought, 6 drones lined up in a ring around Ron and began to rotate. Although this move may not seem like a big deal to outsiders, Ron almost cried with excitement. Success, finally success. Don't underestimate these drones. They are different from the ones Ron used before, because these drones are not controlled by the control center in Los Angeles, but rely on the helmet to capture and control Ron's brain waves. As long as he thinks about it, he can make the drone fly however he wants. That's right, this is exactly what Howard and Amy have worked on together. For this, Sheldon was jealous of Howard for several days. The brainwave helmet was originally intended to help disabled people control prosthetic limbs, but now it is used by Ron to control the self-destructing drone. Imagine it when you think that the opponent is only one person, several drones fly up behind you and chase you. Moreover, these drones will turn and change formation according to the opponent's thoughts, and even send out several aircraft in advance to ambush you on the road you must pass. How terrible it would be. Of course, such a powerful weapon is not without any characteristics. Like the Dragoon system in Gundam, it has extremely high requirements for the user. The operator must not only distract himself to control the drones, but also keep an eye on the transparent screen of the drone and the helmet to prevent them from colliding with each other or touching things that they should not touch. Without the help of the AI program, Ron can control at most 2 drones at a time. With the help of the AI program, Ron can only control the 6 machine formation, and most of the time, it only controls the drone at the front of the formation, and the other 5 just follow behind the first one. How is it, Ron? How do you feel about using the sample machine? Howard called and asked. It feels great. It's a pity that there is nothing in Los Angeles that can simulate the actual combat environment to test their real role. Under Ron's influence, Howard gradually evolved into a weapons expert. That's why I asked you to send this equipment to Germany. If there's no experimental scene in Los Angeles, it doesn't mean there isn't one in Munich, Ron said with a sly smile on his face. Now let those who bully my brother have a taste of its power first. As Ron thought so, the drone that was hovering around him suddenly took off quickly as if it had received some instructions. The route map that Bourne's car had just left was imported into the screen inside the helmet. The drones lined up in a column in the air and chased along the path that the car had taken. The car was on the road. In the city, places that require many twists and turns to reach are often in a straight line if they are traveled from the air. With the advantage of the route, the drone group quickly caught up with Bourne. Chapter 565 Spy. The drone followed Bourne until it came to a building, and then had to return due to battery problems. Fortunately, Bourne also stopped there and climbed to the top of a building with a sniper rifle he got from the man with the glasses. How is it over there? Do you need support? After recovering the drone, Ron waited for a cigarette, sat back in the driver's seat of the truck, and called Ethan. No need. Bourne has already contacted the commander who was chasing him. We are going to Alexander Street soon to meet with the logistics staff who were originally responsible for the Stumbling Stone project. The truth about Bourne's amnesia will be revealed soon. Ethan's excited voice came from the receiver. It can be heard that he has already connected with Bourne and has gained Bourne's trust. This is actually not difficult. Bourne has begun to show signs of recovering his memory recently. As long as 1 or 2 things that can arouse his memories are mentioned, a vague picture will appear in Bourne's mind. What's more, Ethan also mentioned Ron. Ron couldn't help but feel happy about the results over there. "Well done. How did you do it?" "We used 2 sniper rifles from the rooftop opposite the command center, pointed at the command center and called them. Those idiots wanted to delay the time to locate the target, but I said something to them. Now they can only send people to the place we specify." It is unknown how much of Bourne's memory has been restored, but Ethan is a senior agent and belongs to one of the most mysterious departments in the CIA system. How long does it take the CIA to locate a person through a mobile phone number? Ethan can be accurate to the second. Playing these tricks in front of him is tantamount to showing off one's skills in front of an expert. You are originally from the CIA. Do you think the CIA people will obey you? Of course not. Ethan stared at Bourne and continued, "They will definitely arrange various ambushes to capture Bourne. If the first goal cannot be achieved, at least they will kill him on the spot." Hearing this, Ron began to think. Although the CIA is the United States' Special Intelligence Department for Foreign Affairs, and it once fought back and forth with the KGB, it seems very powerful at first glance, but in fact its strength has long been regressed. It was not even able to discover the 9/11 incident in advance. It was because they were fed up with the CIA's incompetence that the National Security Agency, NSA, was born. The current CIA Overseas Operations Department does not even have the qualifications to call machines, that is, they cannot track Bourne's whereabouts at any time through roadside cameras like Finch. In this way, Ron has more room for operation. Do you have any ideas? After getting along for so long, Ron always gives people an unexpected surprise after silence, and Ethan believes that this time is the same. Almost, but not mature yet. Ron was halfway through his words when he suddenly saw several men in women's clothing passing by the car window. They were holding protest signs with slogans written on them and walking towards Alexander Street. Ron glanced at the content of the slogans, which were about boycotting the anti-transgender speech of J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter novels. There were even a few people holding up photos of J.K. Rowling with a cross drawn on them, walking in the team. Ron's eyes lit up. "Wait, my plan should be mature now. What's the idea?" "Tell me." "No need, you will know it soon." Ron showed a sly smile on his face. An hour later, 2 small trucks with slogans against J.K. Rowling suddenly drove to the intersection of Alexander Street. The trucks had already arrived, and the people in the trucks kept throwing J.K. Rowling masks with X painted on them. They were immediately warmly welcomed by the protest groups. The men in women's clothing shouted even more vigorously, and even passers-by were encouraged to pick up masks and join the parade. For a while, the streets were full of protesters wearing J.K. Rowling masks. The CIA agents hiding in different corners of the street brought great trouble. Because of the masks, they could not see everyone's face. The snipers were at a loss. They swept the scopes through the marchers one by one, but found nothing. They were now very sure that Bourne must be among these people, but they were not sure which one it was. They did not have the energy to stop the parade and check each one of them, because if they did so, it would immediately become a serious political incident of American agents interfering with the German government. They could only stay where they were, helpless and furious. The female commander's phone was almost blown up. "How is it? Is my plan good? Just now I saw you passing in front of a CIA agent, and he didn't notice it." Ron looked at the street on the other side of the bridge with a telescope proudly. On the street, 2 men in women's clothes were walking in front of the CIA agent with J.K. Rowling masks, and the other party didn't notice it at all. "Yes, but it would be better if you can have a normal person pay attention next time," Ethan said unhappily. At this moment, he was wearing a purple skirt, and his feet wrapped in stockings were stepping on a pair of high heels of the same color. Bourne beside him was not much better, wearing a pink t-shirt and shorts with suspenders, flesh-colored stockings to cover his leg hair, and a pair of sneakers. The expressions of the 2 men were more embarrassed than each other. They had been molested by at least 10 men in various ways in the less than 500-meter journey. One of them even reached into Ethan's skirt and pinched his butt. If it wasn't for the mission, Ethan would have wanted to draw his gun at that time. "There's no other way, everything is for the mission," Ron said, trying to hold back his smile, saying, "Now report to me all the coordinates of the agents you have recorded, A2-066, B1-012, Ethan skillfully blasted out a series of coordinates. As he spoke, Ron marked the coordinates on the map on the transparent screen of the brainwave helmet. "No, right? Okay, then let's start the action now. Remember what I told you before, Under the bridge at the intersection of Alexander Street, on the small cargo ship passing by, the tarpaulin covering the cargo was torn off, revealing the hideous drone launcher inside. With a buzzing sound like a bee, the drone was launched into the sky like a Katyusha rocket, and then quickly rushed to the preset coordinates. In the CIA temporary command room, the female commander saw the secret spots of light reflected on the radar, and quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie next to her and shouted loudly, "Quick! Find a place to hide. You are being targeted. We thought we set a trap for Bourne, but in fact he set a trap for us. Run." However, no matter how she felt in her heart, it was too late. Before the CIA agents could react, the drone had already spread around them and exploded. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions rang out one after another. Under the visual stimulation of these living people being instantly blown into meat paste, the protesters were no longer as enthusiastic and calm as before, and fled in panic on the streets. Ron, who had been observing the situation here through a telescope, immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Now! Hurry! Take action!" When Ron's voice reached Ethan and Bourne's ears through the headphones, the two immediately stopped running with the crowd. At the same time, they took out a helmet of the same model as Ron from the lady's handbag and put it on their heads. The difference was that when Bourne put on the helmet, he also took off the mask on his face. The snipers who had been hiding on the rooftops of several high-rise buildings finally found their target. Report. The target is found at 3 o'clock. The girl in overalls is Bourne. Hearing the voice on the intercom, the female commander who had already prepared a letter of resignation grabbed the intercom as if she had found a treasure, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. "Shoot him immediately. Shoot him immediately. There are no longer conditions for arresting him. We must kill him." The snipers received the order, and several sniper rifles in different positions aimed at Bourne at the same time. Bang! 3 bullets were fired from the muzzle almost at the same time. When the bullets were about to hit Bourne, a large number of drones suddenly flew in the sky and surrounded Bourne. Hoo-la-la! Several heavy drones fell to the ground, and when the bullets that had penetrated the drones and lost a lot of kinetic energy finally hit Bourne's body, they could no longer do anything about his bulletproof vest. For insurance, Ron asked Bourne to wear a double-layer bulletproof vest. The snipers on the rooftop frowned together. They were not unfamiliar with drones, but this was the first time they had seen them used in this way. But it didn't matter. If they missed the first shot, they could just shoot again, right? They didn't believe that Bourne could catch the bullets with a drone every time. But they overlooked one thing. Bourne was not alone. Even though there was another man wearing a helmet with Bourne right under their noses just now, they ignored him. At this time, the man and Ron looked at the sniper's hiding place, and a ball of fire appeared at the same time. "This is the place. Go to hell." The drone team hovering in the air sent out 6 drones and rushed directly to the rooftop where the 3 snipers were hiding. Each sniper's hiding place was taken care of by 2 drones at the same time. Boom! The rooftop was full of flames, and the 3 snipers died together. At this point, the CIA team that ambushed Bourne had been wiped out. "What a bunch of rubbish. They fell before I even started to exert my strength," Ron mocked shamelessly. While he was speaking, Bourne had already dispersed the drone and rushed to the CIA female logistics officer he had requested in the crowd, and grabbed her into the car. "I want to ask you a few simple questions. You need to tell the truth, otherwise I swear to kill you. Tell me, why do your people keep chasing me?" In a secret room in Munich that Ron had found, Bourne put a dagger to the logistics officer's face. After all, the logistics officer was just an ordinary woman with light training. She confessed everything after just a few interrogations. The fact was the same as Ron's initial guess. Bourne played a very disgraceful role in the Treadstone project. He wielded the butcher knife against the killers who opposed American politicians, but in a mission, he found his conscience and let the target go. Because of the special nature of the Treadstone project, in order to prevent Bourne from leaking the plan intentionally or unintentionally, the CIA launched a hunt for him. Even the 2 previous cases where Bourne's fingerprints were found at the scene were deliberately created by the CIA. The purpose is to rely on the power of the deceased's friends to join the team to kill Bourne. By the way, the 2 deceased were KGB members, which means that in addition to the CIA, Bourne is also on the KGB's wanted list. Congratulations, Bourne, you are on the wanted list of 2 major agencies. I remember that the last person who was honored with this honor was Colonel Gaddafi. What are you going to do next, Ron opened 2 bottles of beer and clinked them in the air, and handed one to Bourne. I don't know. My girlfriend is dead. I just want to avenge her now. Bourne sat on the chair and said blankly. In this case, you need to find the person who killed your girlfriend accurately, but we all know that both the CIA and the KGB have the habit of hiring a large number of outsourced killers. Ethan frowned and joined the conversation. These people usually take the money from their employers and leave after completing the task. In many cases, they don't even have employers. They have too much information. Do you have any other relevant clues? And this is the bullet that killed her. Bourne pulled out a necklace made of bullet heads from his clothes. This was a bullet with a strange pattern on it. Ron's pupils shrank. He felt that this bullet was inexplicably familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen it. Let me take 2 pictures. Ron took the bullet and took 2 pictures from different angles, trying to capture the shape of the pattern as much as possible. This one can only be very special, and I don't know who uses it. I can help you find out. On the other hand, I can also give you an idea. Bourne leaned in to listen, and Ron continued. According to your description of your girlfriend being attacked on the spot, the sniper accurately shot the bullet into the passenger in the moving car. Almost no professional killer has this ability. They are better at sneaking into assassinations. However, among mercenaries, there are many snipers who reach out. If you want revenge, I suggest you go to the mercenaries to have a look. Recently, there have been frequent wars in Africa. There is the largest market for mercenaries. You can try your luck there. Ron was halfway through his words when he suddenly froze and slapped his head. Isn't this Wolf Warrior? He finally remembered the origin of this bullet. In the movie Wolf Warrior, Lang Feng once took the same bullet and asked around. What? Do you remember anything? Seeing Ron's reaction, Ethan asked quickly. Yes, I do remember one thing. I am very sure that the mercenary who used this bullet must have business in Africa, Ron said firmly. This was not a lie. If the movie in his memory was also part of this world, then Bourne would run into that group of people in Africa sooner or later. I know. Thank you, Ron. Bourne took the bullet and his eyes became more determined. Chapter 566 Sheldon User Manual. As soon as Ron walked into the lab, Howard asked excitedly, how does the trial version of the Force controller feel? It's okay, but the name feels a little bit childish. Let me tell you, it's better to call it Psychic Storm. What do you think, Ron? Raj pushed Howard and looked at Ron with a look that was eager for recognition, which made Ron shudder. We just talked about Star Wars, and the Red Alert joke is here again? Please, this is just an ordinary controller. As long as the performance is good enough, the name doesn't matter. Ron looked at the 2 middle school scientists and said helplessly, I think we should call it the telekinetic sensing device. When Ron said the name, he felt a little guilty. If you count carefully, he was also a little childish. But fortunately Howard and Raj didn't notice it, but nodded seriously. It has been 3 days since Ron came back from Germany. Before he came back, Howard had completely understood Amy's neural sensing control module. He and Amy returned to the laboratory sponsored by Ron and began to develop weapons. The helmet that Ron used in Germany to control the drone was one of Howard's achievements. He originally intended to design a mechanical backpack for Ron that could extend 6 arms, each holding a weapon, and attack the enemy according to the user's brain waves. But after the sample was made, Ron rejected it because it looked too ugly and looked like Dr. Octopus, so he could only settle for the second best. According to Ron's idea, he first connected the controller to the drone. Unexpectedly, it was very useful. Of course, the backpack was not idle. Howard took it to his home and became his exclusive massage equipment, but the specific massage method was a matter of opinion. Okay, the name is set, and the scientific matters will be left to you scientists. As for the naming, I sponsored this laboratory after all, so the naming will be left to me. No objection. The 3 heads shook their heads together. Ron was about to leave with satisfaction, but he didn't want to be pulled by someone. Turning back, it turned out to be Amy who pulled Ron. Ron, can I talk to you in private? Of course, but if you want to apply for the after-sales service of my idiot brother, I'm sorry. Our Cooper family does not provide this service. Our family products cannot be returned once sold. Before Amy could tell him his problem, Ron quickly made it clear to eliminate all possibilities of returns. What a joke. After finally sending Sheldon, a big trouble, away, if Amy returns him, it will be the end. If Sheldon's personality is broken off, I don't know if he can become the son-in-law of the Dragon King, but he will definitely annoy Ron to death. Of course not, I won't give Sheldon to another woman. Ron shook his head. He really didn't understand what was there to snatch from Amir Hilton. What do you want from me? I want you to help me keep an eye on Sheldon. I have to work overtime with Howard and the others recently, and he seems a little unhappy. Ron. Are you done? I should go home. Sheldon's voice came from the corridor. Ron nodded in understanding and said to Amy, don't worry, he's my brother, but no matter how unpleasant his personality is, I will definitely take care of him. There was no conversation along the way. To be precise, Ron and Leonard did not speak, while Sheldon chattered almost all the way, and the content was all about Howard and Raj. Can you imagine? Ron. Amy said he would be back around 8 o'clock. Listen, what kind of scientist would use the word almost? That's what I used. I was almost in hell along the way, Leonard said unbearably. When he opened the door, Penny had already arrived home. Unlike usual, Penny actually took a book and was reading seriously, which stunned the 3 people who had just entered the door. Oh my god. How did you cross into a parallel dimension when you pushed the door open just now? I've known you for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen you take something other than a wine bottle, Ron said with an exaggerated expression. Leonard couldn't help laughing out loud. Seeing Penny staring at him, he quickly covered his mouth and laughed secretly. In fact, it was true. Since Leonard and Penny got married, he had never seen Penny touch a book. I was just bored waiting for you, so I took the parenting book that Bernadette left here and took a look. Penny rolled her eyes. What's the matter? Sheldon seems a little unhappy, maybe because she had just read the parenting book. Penny unconsciously spoke to Sheldon in a coaxing tone. He hasn't been home since Amy started working with Howard Lage, Sheldon said angrily. Come on, didn't it just start this morning? He had been helping me with my research in his lab with Howard. Yes, it just started this morning. Did she go home? Sheldon spoke like a child whose favorite toy was taken away. Ron was about to teach him a lesson, but unexpectedly Penny stood up. Are you upset about this? I understand you. It's normal to feel upset when things don't go as planned. After Penny said that, Sheldon's expression eased a little. I think so. Ron and Leonard stared at what was happening in front of them in amazement, and Ron pinched Leonard. Ouch! It hurts. Can you believe what you're seeing now? How could Sheldon be so obedient? Penny must have cast some magic on him. Leonard forgot the pain when Ron asked him, and said blankly. With Sheldon's personality, if he encountered such a thing in the past, he would complain all the time, but he didn't expect that today. Penny only used 2 sentences to calm him down. You're right, maybe it's nothing, Sheldon said very reasonably. Penny shook her head. No, of course you have the right to feel unhappy. Why don't you go wash your hands and face first, and we will call you when dinner is ready? Ron and Leonard stood there, observing Sheldon's reaction in a daze, to see if the miracle would happen again. Okay, Sheldon agreed and pushed the door open to leave. A miracle really happened. Oh my god, what kind of magic did you cast on him? Are you a witch? I promise not to tell anyone your identity. Please don't use the obliviate curse on me, okay? As soon as Sheldon left, Ron immediately ran to Penny in an exaggerated manner and begged. Of course, half of it was a joke and the other half was fake. But what was unexpected was that Penny's expression was also surprised. No, I've been reading Bernadette's parenting book. Can you believe it? It's just like the answer book for Sheldon's exams. Leonard, this is incredible. Ron, that's right. What was the use of this book? If I had this book when I was a child, I could have done a lot of things by getting rid of this annoying guy, but this book is only suitable for children from newborns to 5 years old. What should we do when he is 6 years old? Then you immediately poured a basin of cold water on him. Take him to the zoo and leave him there, Ron said as a matter of course. However, as to whether this book is really that useful, we should do another experiment in a scientific and rigorous manner. Come on, the experimental opportunity you want is here. Leonard's cell phone rang. After reading the message, he immediately handed the phone to Ron. Sheldon just sent me a message asking me if I could drive him to the comic store and bookstore before dinner. I wanted to reply to him with a middle finger emoticon, but now he's yours. Ron read the message and turned his gaze to Penny. What does the book say? Is Leonard's method right? Of course not. He will only think you said you would be there in a minute and ask me to flip through the book. Then what situation is better for this symptom? Biting other children? He sometimes does this, but he bites Leonard. This can be solved another day. Ron waved his hand and said. Okay, I found it. This is it. Penny opened the book and shouted excitedly. Let him have the right to choose, but in fact, let him choose from the options you can accept. How should we do it? Ron hesitated for a moment, picked up Leonard's phone and replied, I can take you there after dinner, or you can call an Uber. Uber, a very popular car app, is very similar to Didi in China. Yes, this way he will feel that he has a choice, and then make a decision from the options you can accept, but in fact, the options are all decided by you for him. Didi. The phone rang, and Sheldon's message came back. He decided to call an Uber. It actually worked. Penny herself was also incredulous. More than that? Unless it bites the driver, it would be too successful. The three looked at each other, and at the same time, Bourne, who had just landed on the African continent, also encountered some troubles. Unlike other places, in this wild land of the African continent, except for a few cities where traces of modern civilization can be seen, most areas are barren. Many places don't even have phone signals, not to mention the substations built by intelligence agencies of other countries. Without these agencies, Bourne's search for intelligence suddenly came to a standstill. He had to take the most traditional way to collect intelligence, which was to go to the most chaotic bars in the area and ask for information from the businessmen and adventurers who hang out there all year round. Hello, have you seen this thing? Bourne pulled the bullet necklace out of the door and showed it to the bartender. The bartender wiped the cup carelessly and glanced at it casually. He immediately showed a helpless expression. What the hell, is this kind of bullet a popular style this year? You are the second person who asked me about this kind of bullet today. The second one. Bourne's eyes lit up. After 3 days of searching in Africa, this was the first time he found a clue. He quickly asked, who was the first one? Look, that's this person. The bartender pointed to the side. Bourne looked in the direction of his gaze. A yellow man was sitting at a long table with a circle of black people next to him, shouting and provoking something. That's Leng, an adventurer from China. I heard that he rescued a whole ship of people from Somali pirates today. Okay, thank you. Bourne left $1 on the table and walked straight over there. Just as he walked a little closer to Leng, the yellow man suddenly turned his head and a murderous aura like a substance rushed towards him. Bourne was shocked. This man is also a master. What's the matter, friend? Did you go the wrong way? Leng Feng asked. Bourne replied, no, I just saw how lively you guys are and wanted to come over and have a drink with you. Okay, although the bartender told Bourne that the man was looking for the same thing as him, Bourne was not sure whether he was an enemy or a friend. Before everything was clear, Bourne decided to put aside his intentions and find out. Come and drink together? Welcome. Leng Feng pulled open the stool next to him and invited Bourne to sit down. But there is one thing about drinking. We don't drink wine for wimps, we only drink wine for real men. As he said that, a box of Maute was placed on the table. Leng Feng stepped on the table and pointed at the people next to him and said, this is the strongest wine in our China. Didn't you just say that you're all men? Come on. Do you dare to drink this bottle of wine with me? What's there to be afraid of? The black people around him shouted and responded one after another. Bourne also took a bottle and unscrewed the cap. Let's drink. Only the last one standing is the hero. Let's start. Leng Feng bit off the bottle cap and took the lead in gulping down the wine. The people around him were naturally not to be outdone. But they underestimated the taste of the wine, and so did Bourne. As soon as the wine entered his mouth, an indescribable strange taste filled his taste buds. This was an alternative strong liquor different from whiskey and vodka. He was a little uncomfortable at first taste, and Bourne almost spit out the wine. He quickly suppressed the discomfort and swallowed the wine. After 2 sips of the wine, he felt like there was a fire burning in his stomach. He slowly got used to the strange aroma. As he drank, Bourne actually felt a sense of enjoyment. But this was limited to Bourne. The black people around him were not so lucky. Some of them just drank 2 sips, and some drank almost half a bottle before they couldn't help it. One by one, they were tortured by the strange taste and spit out the wine, turning into human fountains. There were fewer and fewer people standing, and in the end, only Leng Feng and Bourne were left. Good job. Leng Feng drank a bottle of wine, wiped the wine from his mouth, opened 2 more bottles of Maute, and handed one to Bourne. Can you drink more? Of course. Being provoked by Leng Feng, Bourne's unyielding and competitive spirit was also ignited, and he answered unwillingly. Cheers. The bottles collided in the air, and the second round of drinking began. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567 Wolf Warrior Assault. Come on, Sheldon, I'm really busy. There are still many flowers waiting for me to pick outside. I don't have time to listen to your complaints. Ron picked up the teacup. Besides, you just ruined my peach blossom. If you ruin my good fortune again, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but drown you in the toilet. Hey, she was the one who complained first. She also called me a nerd, Sheldon said indignantly. But who makes her my girlfriend? She can always help me do some things that you can't do for me. Now you have a girlfriend, I think you should understand that it is the kind of thing that only a girlfriend will do for you. Are you talking about singing Warm Cat to you every night before going to bed? Please, I promise I can sing better than her, Sheldon said unconvinced, and Ron almost choked to death on his tea. He was almost defeated by Sheldon's naivety. Did I go through so much trouble and talk to so many girlfriends just to listen to duets and trios before going to bed? Okay, what do you want? Sheldon looked up. I just hope to make Howard and Raj as angry as I am now. Really? Ron was stunned at first, and then he seemed to think of something, and a smirk began to appear on the corner of his mouth. I can't control Howard, but as for Raj, maybe you can do something he likes and make him jealous of you in return. Like what? Although he felt something was wrong, Sheldon still couldn't help showing interest. Have you read The Adventures of Tom Sawyer? Ron asked without thinking, which made Sheldon a little confused, but he still answered very honestly, no, I haven't. Housework? You know he is an Indian man who looks a little gay, and this kind of people usually have a strong obsession with cleanliness, so Raj likes to do housework the most. Ron looked at the room that became a little messy because of his battle with Caroline Max yesterday, and told a lie without any guilt. Housework? What kind of housework are you talking about? For example, cleaning the bathtub, mowing the lawn and so on. Oh, by the way, Raj likes to sweep the floor clean and wax it the most. Look at this dirty floor, he left it specially for himself. If you do it for him, he will be furious when he comes back. After saying that, Ron looked at Sheldon eagerly, waiting for his reaction. He was not sure whether Sheldon's IQ was useful in this regard. Sheldon lowered his head and thought for a while. When he looked up, a sly smile of success appeared on his face. That's great. When he comes back and sees this, he will be so angry the fumes are coming out of his head. Yes, that's it. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. All the cleaning tools are in the utility room. Come on, my dear brother. Be sure to finish all this before the garbage comes back and give him a good beating. Of course, Sheldon began to clean up complacently, while Ron put down his teacup, got a can of beer from the refrigerator, and sat back on the sofa comfortably. While drinking, he watched Sheldon working diligently like a donkey in a mill. He was so happy in his heart. However, the good times did not last long. An hour later, Rachel, who had just finished her date, sent Alex next door and returned to the house. Sorry, Ron, I'm going to date after working overtime and I'll be back late. Don't worry, I'll clean it right away. When did you clean it? The lucky Indian was halfway through his words when he finally noticed the smoother wooden floor that had been cleaned and waxed. Ha ha ha, what do you think? You can't laugh anymore, right? Raj, I've done all the housework you love to do the most. Sheldon walked out proudly wearing rubber gloves. What nonsense are you talking about? I hate doing housework the most. When I was in India, these were all done by the servants. Thank you, Sheldon. If it weren't for you, I would still be tired and sweaty, just like you now. Raj immediately understood Ron's routine and high-fived Ron. Wait, why did Ron tell me that? Sheldon was at a loss for words and stood there in a daze. He just said halfway, then he came to his senses and turned his head to look at the instigator. Ron, are you using my reputation for being easy to deceive to help you clean? Of course. Ron handed Raj a bottle of wine, and the two of them clinked their glasses happily. Humph. I should have slammed the door and left. I already have gloves and a wire brush in my hands. I also like to clean the oven. Damn it, I will definitely slam the door and leave after I finish cleaning the oven. Sheldon walked to the oven indignantly and started to work angrily. As he said, anyone could guarantee to slam the door and leave in this matter, but Sheldon's obsessive-compulsive disorder would make him stay until everything was cleaned. But unfortunately, Ron didn't have the time to see him finish. Just when Sheldon was halfway through brushing the oven, Ron received a message and suddenly stood up from the sofa. What's wrong? Ron, are you going out? I just ordered takeout, otherwise I will go out after dinner, Raj said strangely. No, you and Sheldon should eat together. A friend of mine had some problems in Africa and needs to go there now, Ram said, picked up his coat and went out, and called Yuri. Help me mobilize a batch of arms in Africa as quickly as possible, now, immediately, right away. I don't care what kind of things they are, I just want the most violent ones. At the same time, on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, in Africa, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the United States, Born and Leng Feng, who had known each other through a drinking contest last night, sat happily on the beach, chatting while barbecuing. So the person you love most was also killed by the owner of this bullet. Take care, brother, Leng Feng patted Born's arm and said comfortingly, but how can you be sure that the owner of this bullet must be in Africa? Born lowered his head, and countless excuses flashed through his mind, but he finally decided to tell it all honestly. I have a very powerful friend named Ron. He told me that he had seen this kind of bullet when he was on a mission in Africa. He said that this should be a bullet used by someone in a mercenary company that has long-term business in Africa. Leng Feng's eyes lit up, and his originally wavering heart became firmer. Really? Did he tell you that? Born nodded. Yes, although I lost my memory due to an accident, my intuition tells me that he is one of the two people closest to me and he would never lie to me. Leng Feng was about to ask for more details when suddenly, there was a loud noise next to him. Looking back, the car they were driving had been blown into the sky. A group of government soldiers who were fleeing in panic were fighting and retreating under the attack of the powerful Red Turban rebels. They were retreating towards them, and a string of bullets were fired at them. Leng Feng saw that the situation was not good, and he quickly pushed his godson to the ground. Lie down, Leng Feng shouted loudly, but except for Born, who had the same superb military qualities as him and lay down behind a tree trunk, the other black people who had just been partying with them fled in all directions, and several of them had already died under the dense firepower of the Red Turban Army. This is not a place to stay for long. Leng, run! Born looked up from behind the tree trunk to observe the number of enemy troops, and immediately made the most correct decision. On the other side, Leng Feng made the same judgment, and without saying anything, he immediately pulled up his godson and ran wildly with Born. This beach is next to the capital city. They quickly passed through the hail of bullets and returned to the city, but the situation in the city was not much better. There were Red Turban rebels everywhere. Although the government army began to mobilize, they were limited by the disadvantage in numbers and were suppressed by the Red Turban Army. Go over there, Leng Feng pointed to the street shop, and Born immediately understood what he meant. There was a firefight on the street, and the three of them were unarmed. Hiding in the house and waiting for the firefight to end might be a good choice. After all, no matter which side won, it would be impossible to kill everyone. Facts have proved that their idea was still hasty. They could think of this, and the cowardly government soldiers could also think of this. As soon as they ran into the store, they were pointed at their heads by several government soldiers. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. They are good people, the shop owner, who was also a yellow man, hurriedly explained to the soldiers. The soldier pointed his gun at them and shouted impatiently, Go. Go. Go to the back. They had just taken shelter behind the store shelves when a burst of bullets came from outside the store. The bullets penetrated a glass door and penetrated the government soldiers at the door, causing the soldiers to fall one after another. Bang! The door was kicked open, and a rebel with a red scarf around his neck rushed in. Leng Feng and Born looked at each other, and they both saw uneasiness in each other's eyes. Coming in at this time in this way did not look like they were here to buy things. The sophisticated and smooth shop owner immediately pulled out a Red Turban Army flag from under the counter. Don't shoot, we are on the same side, the Red Turban Army will win. The Red Turban Army will win, but this cheap lie could not fool these soldiers. The Red Turban Army soldiers had already found another flag of the government army from under her counter and were furious. Show me what the hell this is. He is a running dog of the government army. Brothers, kill them. As he said that, he pointed the muzzle of the gun at the shop owner. Behind the shelf, Leng Feng and Born looked at each other and each grabbed a bottle of wine. Continuing to sit still was equivalent to waiting for death. Instead of doing that, it was better to fight. However, just as they were about to act, the back door of the store was suddenly kicked open by someone, and a quick short burst of fire, like a roll call, shot through the heads of several soldiers who were about to attack the owner. Leng Feng looked back and saw a man in a denim shorts and holding a revolver standing there. He bravely took shelter from the rain and threw out the magazine of the revolver. 6 hot shells fell to the ground. After refilling the bullets, he turned the revolver in the air like a juggler, and pointed the black muzzle at the red turban army soldiers who had just rushed in. It's noon. Bang, bang, bang. The red turban army soldiers who had just recovered from their daze had not had time to turn the muzzle of the gun before they were all shot and lay on the ground. Their eyes were wide open and they still had an incredible look until they died. Leng Feng was shocked. He noticed that all the red turban army soldiers who were shot in the head, exactly in the middle of their eyebrows. Even in the elite unit where he had served, few people could do this kind of shooting. Even if there were, they would use automatic pistols, not this revolver with lower accuracy. While he was in a daze, Barn came up to him in surprise. Ron. I never expected to see you here. Why are you here? Leng Feng was shocked. It turned out that he was the very powerful friend that Bourne mentioned. Of course it's because I saw on the news that you were in danger. I asked you to come to Africa. If anything happened to you here, Ethan would definitely nag you non-stop, so I came to save you. Ron gave him a big hug and looked at everyone in the store. What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to run? You don't think that with just a few of us and a few guns, we can kill the red turban army outside, right? Yes, we should evacuate now. Barn picked up an AK used by the red turban army soldiers from the ground, and hide a few magazines from them. We should go to the American embassy now. They will definitely protect us. Ron's expression became strange. Haven't you received the message yet? The American embassy has been evacuated. If we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves now. FXXK. This group of damn cowards, Barn couldn't help but curse. At this moment, the shop owner who had been silent at the side raised his hand weakly. How about we go to the Chinese embassy? We are Chinese, they will definitely protect us, and we will tell them that you are companions. Chapter 568 Rescue Mission. Barn looked at Ron, meaning that he would make the decision. Ron nodded and agreed to this plan. Although Ron's shooting skills were good, he was only one person. He didn't think he could fight against the rebels in the city. Of course, if he brought his group of subordinates who hated him, it would be hard to say. Let alone the rebels of a small African country. If there was no intervention from the 5 permanent members, he could turn Africa into a mess. Seeing that everyone agreed, Leng Feng grabbed his godson and walked in front. Follow me. Over here, pushing open the back door of the store, taking advantage of the gap between gunfire, everyone rushed out together. On the street, the government army and the red turban army were constantly exchanging fire, and it had already become a sure field. There was no other way, everyone could only fight and retreat, retreating little by little to the door of the embassy. Drop your weapon, Ron. If you want to enter the Chinese embassy, you must drop your weapon. Leng Feng threw away the gun he had just snatched from the red turban army and motioned Ron to do the same. However, Ron put the gun behind his back and when he took it out again, his hands were empty. Leng Feng certainly didn't believe that Ron could be so honest. Ron opened his hands and let him search him. After the search was fruitless, although he still had some doubts in his heart, he had to give up. This is the Chinese embassy. I hope you don't cause trouble. Leng Feng turned around and said something before getting on the bus. Don't worry, Leng, I just want to help my friend. Ron turned his head to look at Bourne. You have seen the situation here. Do you want to go back to the United States with me? Wait until the situation here is settled, and then continue to look for the owner of the bullet? Bourne shook his head and said firmly, I still want to continue looking here. You said that the owner of the bullet is a group of mercenaries. Now there happens to be a civil unrest here. Maybe that group of mercenaries just took the order here. That's right, the shop owner nodded. Ron glared at him unhappily. Go, go, go. What do you want to do here? You have lost your store, and you still have the time to meddle in other people's business. Didn't I hear that too? So I just asked, the storekeeper muttered dissatisfiedly. There is a war, who is not a victim? I'm still thinking about what to do for a living after returning home. How about I go to the United States with you? I heard that there are US dollars everywhere there. Deolir, are you sure? The United States is the country with the most privately owned guns in the world. The favorite targets of those slum thugs are honest Asians like you. Looking at the familiar and kind face of the storekeeper, Ron couldn't help but sit next to him and patted his shoulder, and spoke earnestly in Chinese, with authentic Beijing dialect as soon as he opened his mouth. If you ask me, don't even think about doing a small business. How much money can you make from it? The most profitable business now is the business with no capital. After such a long period of globalization, there is an international friend store that speaks Beijing dialect well. The old man was not surprised at all, but was surprised by his suggestion. What? You want me to rob? Born looked at the old man from head to toe and shook his head. Forget it with your old body. I'm telling you to do literary and artistic work. Believe me, find a black fat guy who tells crosstalk, partner with him, and support him. You will definitely be famous in the future. When I was a child, my family sent me there and I learned crosstalk for a few days. At that time, once the old man in the store opened his mouth, he chattered non-stop. Except for Born, who didn't understand Chinese, everyone in the car listened with relish. Even the old man himself couldn't help but feel a little proud. Maybe he can really make a living by crosstalk. Time passed by in the crosstalk of the shopkeepers. The embassy's convoy soon arrived at the port and began to arrange for the expatriates to board the ship and return home. Ron and Born, two guys who were obviously not their own, were left outside the port and stared at by a soldier with a deep hatred. Ron was about to pick his ears when the soldier shouted at him, "Don't move, white devils. Don't touch anything. Don't think I don't know you want to take pictures of our warships." Ron smiled helplessly. He was a good Chinese in his previous life, but he became a white devil in this life. How could he go to reason? Relax, comrade, we are our own people. Who said you are own? The soldier couldn't help but tighten his rifle. Don't think that you can speak Chinese, so you are our own people. The chief said that devils like you who can speak our language are the most cunning. Ron wanted to cry but had no tears. He glared at Born fiercely. It was all this kid's fault. He had to wait for Lang Feng to find mercenaries together, otherwise Ron wouldn't have to be squeezed here. Fortunately, Lang Feng did not let them wait for long. Not long after, he drove out of the port in an off-road vehicle. Sorry, friends, I have something else to do. Can you leave me a contact number? When I finish my work here, I will meet up with you immediately to find the whereabouts of Director Zidane. There is no rush for this. I am more curious. What are you going to do now? You should know that the whole country is a war zone now, right? I know, but we still have to support Dr. Chen, a non-expert, and the workers in the Chinese-funded factory. Sorry, this is what I should do, Lang Feng said apologetically. It's too dangerous to do it by yourself. I think you need at least one partner, Ron said, throwing his backpack into the car. Born, do you want to come? Of course. Born nodded, opened the car door and got in the car. A temporary rescue team composed of 3 elites was formed instantly. Lang Feng was about to drive when Ron grabbed the steering wheel. Wait a minute, you are not going to drive a car to pick up the people? We need some weapons and equipment. I'm sorry, we will not have any allies to support this operation. Everything depends on ourselves. If you regret it now, it's not too late to withdraw, Lang Feng said with an apologetic smile. Who said I want to ask you for equipment? I have my own equipment, over there. As early as when he stopped Lang Feng just now, he had seen a cargo ship with a husky flag floating on the sea. It was Yuri's arms smuggling ship. Let's go unload the cargo, and I'll change you into a better set. I'm more accustomed to using things produced in our country, so forget it. Lang Feng refused, a little unhappy. Ron patted him without any hesitation. Don't worry, you are very familiar with every piece of equipment I sent. In the town of San Cuca, the Chinese-funded hospital of Safran, the hospital that Ron's team was ordered to go to, had already been occupied by the Red Turban Army. The patients were locked in their respective wards waiting to die, and all the medical staff were pulled to the hall and squatted in 2 rows. A mercenary with a face full of flesh stood proudly in front of these medical staff. Listen. My boss told me to find Dr. Chen, and you didn't respond. Now I can only try my luck, because I have special eyesight. When she said this, her heart was almost empty. Just like most Asians can't tell the difference between white people and black people, in the eyes of white people, most yellow people look the same. Let me guess, are you Dr. Chen? The big mercenary pointed the pistol at the head of a young man. At the same time, the off-road vehicle carrying Ron's team had just entered the town. Ron, have you noticed the situation here? Something is wrong, Barnes said, looking at the strange look of the soldiers on the roadside. Although African armies have always been known for their lack of military discipline and low combat effectiveness, the government army of a country still has some appearance. It is impossible for them to be so frivolous and unruly as they have seen along the way. To put it bluntly, they are just like a group of village hooligans with guns. Of course I noticed it. If nothing unexpected happens, this place is under the control of the Red Turban Army. These guys should be the new recruits of the Red Turban Army, but they haven't had time to change their clothes yet. The car continued to drive forward. When they were about to reach the hospital, they finally saw a few soldiers wearing Red Turban Army uniforms, which further verified Ron's previous judgment. At this time, the Red Army soldiers were looking at their car in surprise. Before they could react, Ron quickly kicked Lang Feng's driver's seat and said, "Turn at the intersection ahead and drive to the patient residential area next to it, so that they will think we are a loving organization that comes to deliver food to the patients." "Then what?" Lang Feng asked as he turned the direction and drove the car into the alley ahead. "Then of course, we will shoot there." Ron smiled excitedly and reached out to tear off the tarpaulin behind the off-road vehicle. Of course, Ron's favorite 107mm rocket launcher six-pack version was placed behind the off-road vehicle. Because Ron needed it urgently, even an arms dealer as powerful as Yuri would find it difficult to find heavy weapons that could meet the needs in a short period of time, so he could only settle for the second best and use this ordinary version. In addition to this rocket launcher, Yuri also sent many other equipment. On the African continent, the most abundant thing is arms. Yuri only transferred a part of the goods originally sold to another warlord to meet Ron's needs. However, due to the limited space in the trunk of the off-road vehicle, she could only tearfully discard most of them and only chose the most convenient ones to carry with her. Lang Feng quickly braked the car to the side of the road, grabbed Ron's wrist and said nervously, "Damn it, you can't attack the hospital indiscriminately. There are still many patients and medical staff inside, especially our target this time. Dr. Chen is also inside. He must not be harmed in any way." "Then what do you say? Are we just going to wait here?" Ron rolled his eyes helplessly. "Of course not. We must rescue Dr. Chen," Lang Feng said firmly. Ron spread his hands helplessly. "Okay, then there is only one way left, that is to rush in. Lang, turn at the next intersection. We will turn back, and then you just step on the accelerator and we will rush in directly." Ron took out weapons from the space under the back seat and began to distribute them. On the other side, the situation in the hospital began to take a sharp turn for the worse. After guessing wrong several times in a row, the big mercenary finally got angry and prepared to kill people to vent his anger. At this time, a mixed-race female doctor stood up from the hostages. "I am Dr. Chen." The big mercenary was directly laughed out of anger. "You are Dr. Chen? How come Dr. Chen has no balls? I clearly remember that the information said he is a man. What do you want?" The female doctor ignored the mercenary's sarcasm and asked calmly. "Dr. Chen is an expert in this hospital, or she may be the top epidemiologist in the entire African continent. In order to protect this expert, she is ready to sacrifice herself. However, she only misjudged one point, that is, morning erection is the blood of men." While the big guy, the mercenary, and the female doctor were talking, a middle-aged doctor who was squatting on the ground suddenly jumped up with a scalpel in his hand. But before he could stab the scalpel into the mercenary's aorta, another mercenary next to him quickly shot him in a short burst. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets neatly drew a horizontal line on Dr. Chen's chest, and the one on the far left was exactly where his heart was. Everyone exclaimed loudly, and someone accidentally called out Dr. Chen's name. The big guy mercenary looked back at the person who fired the gun in annoyance. "Look, it's all your fault. How can I report to my boss now?" The scolded female mercenary didn't seem to be worried at all, but blew him a kiss. Just as everyone was busy giving Dr. Chen the last first aid, the wall of the hospital was suddenly knocked open by an off-road vehicle, and the experienced mercenaries quickly found the nearest bunker and hid. But they were fast, and someone was faster than them. While the off-road vehicle was still flying in the air, 2 rifles were stretched out from the windows on both sides and began to shoot crazily at the soldiers in the hospital lobby. By the time the car landed, half of the mercenaries had been killed. "Leave the women to you. Leave the big guys to me." The rifle bullets were empty, and the mercenaries had already emerged from behind the bunkers. The 2 closest were hiding behind the 2 pillars where the car stopped. Seeing the mercenaries' grins getting closer and closer, Ron roared and pounced on the big mercenary who had just shown off his power. At this time, there was no time to change bullets. The fastest and most effective way was to. Ron's body, which had jumped out of the car, was still in the air, and he had already raised the M16 rifle like a knife. As the gravity of the earth took effect on his body again, Ron swung his hands down heavily, and the butt of the rifle hit the shoulder of the big mercenary. "Ah!" The big guy screamed in pain, but Ron pouted. This guy, although he's big, has a quick reaction. Ron's butt of the rifle was originally aimed at his head, but he dodged it at the critical moment. This guy must not be underestimated. Chapter 569 Factory. The big guy rubbed his shoulders and resumed his fighting stance. Ron held the barrel of the gun with both hands, and his posture looked like he was ready to use the gun as a stick. The big guy smiled disdainfully. Although Ron's blow just now hurt him a little, he was thick-skinned after all, and he could still take a few more hits. But he promised that before he was knocked down by the butt of the gun, he would tear the grinning guy in front of him into pieces. Ah! The big guy roared and rushed towards Ron. Before he arrived, a right straight punch came to his face first. Ron could even see the hair on his big hairy hand and quickly took a step back. Before the big guy threw a second punch, he raised the rifle and swung it at his head. A trace of a grim smile flashed across the big guy's face. He was waiting for this moment. When he saw the butt of the gun approaching, he lunged with a flexible boxing step that was completely inconsistent with his body. Because of this step, the distance between him and Ron was closer than before. The distance between their faces was almost less than 10 centimeters. Now, as long as he punched the pretty boy hard in the face, he would kneel down and beg for mercy. Just thinking about such a scene, he felt secretly happy. But he seemed to have forgotten that in addition to hands, people's legs and feet can also be used as a means of attack. When two people are close enough, even if they just lift their legs slightly, they can use their knees to cause damage to key parts. Although it was the same word, this time it turned into a scream. The big guy's face turned purple and he clamped his legs together, and Ron swung the rifle in his hand again. Bang! The butt of the gun made a close contact with the big guy's face. Ron was about to finish him off when Lang Feng shouted, "More people are coming. Hurry up. You won't be able to escape if you're late." Ron looked up and saw a large number of red turbans pouring in from the door. He was a little too excited to fight just now and almost forgot that this was an area controlled by the red turbans. Lang Feng had already started the car. Born was hanging on the car and shooting at the red turbans with an AK. The car was heading straight for Ron. Ron dodged to get out of the way and jumped when the car passed by, grabbing the roof and hanging on. Bang! The car crashed through the hospital gate. Before the soldiers outside could react, Ron and Bourne immediately started shooting. Before the bullets ran out, they had already driven out of the town. Ron then retracted his body back into the car with peace of mind, but found that there was already a beautiful mixed-race beauty and a black girl in the car. "Is this Dr. Chen?" "Lang Feng, you haven't told me that Dr. Chen is such a sexy beauty," Ron asked knowingly. "No, I'm not Dr. Chen, I'm his assistant, Rachel, and this is Dr. Chen's daughter, Pasha." The black girl waved to Ron timidly. In the front row, Lang Feng was driving and reporting to the warship, "The medical aid team to Africa has been massacred by the militants. Dr. Chen and other Chinese medical staff have all died." Before they died, Dr. Chen handed his daughter Pasha to me, a black girl, and a female nurse, Rachel. "Correction, I'm a doctor, not a nurse," Rachel said unhappily. Okay, it's a doctor, not a nurse. "Where is my son? How is he now?" Lang Feng asked. Godfather, I'm here on the phone." A video of the little black boy that Lang Feng had been carrying came back. "Where's my mother? I'm on my way to find your mother." "Trust Godfather, are you going to the Chinese-funded factory?" "I think we should go to the American embassy, where there are Marines, and it is the safest place in the world." "Maybe before, but now you can ask the opinions of the two compatriots around you," Lang Feng said while driving without looking back. Rachel cast her eyes on Ron, who was sitting next to her. Bourne, who was sitting in the front row, was selectively ignored by him. The reason might be that Bourne killed someone and splashed her face with blood when she was in the hospital just now. "Have you contacted the embassy?" Ron asked curiously. In theory, if the embassy had been contacted, the embassy would definitely notify the gathering time to evacuate together. If it is in an inconvenient location, although it is a bit troublesome, under normal circumstances, the embassy will still send someone to pick it up. "Of course, I have notified them," Rachel said as a matter of course. "So where is the person who picked you up? How did you notify them?" "I added their Twitter account," Rachel spoke in a lower and lower voice. She just realized what a stupid mistake she had made. Sorry, not only the Marines, but also the American embassy had already evacuated when the civil unrest just broke out. There's only an empty house left there now. "I don't think we can get any help there," Ron replied helplessly. "How idle are the staff of the embassy? They check at their own distress messages on Twitter every day? This girl deserves to be trapped here. Ron originally thought that she stayed voluntarily, but now it seems that it was because she was stupid. Rachel took out her mobile phone and called the embassy unconvinced. Of course, the answer she got was the reply from the embassy's answering machine. FXXK, Rachel angrily slammed the phone. Stop. I want to stop? Ling Feng looked at Ron and asked what he meant. Ron nodded indifferently. The car stopped by the roadside with a squeak. Rachel got out of the car angrily and stopped after just 2 steps. Let's go. Why don't you go? Ron laughed at the door after getting out of the car. In front of Rachel, there were 6 or 7 lions lying in a mess, basking in the sun lazily. You should be thankful that they are full, otherwise they would definitely put their hands together and thank nature for the gift. Hey, Born, is there a word for takeout in the lion language? Do you think these lions will think we are deliverymen? Born smiled but said nothing. Rachel, come back, Pasha called pitifully, finally giving her a way out. Rachel walked around the car, opened the door from the other side, and sat on the other side angrily. Most of the roads in Africa are dirt roads paved with gravel. Even the SUV with a relatively high chassis that they drove would not go too fast. It took Ron and his party almost an hour to drive the 80-kilometer mountain road. Seeing the outline of the Chinese-owned factory ahead becoming clearer and clearer, Ron suddenly patted the front seat. Stop. Ling, stop the car. He didn't know why, but out of friendship for escaping together, Ling Feng still stopped the car on the side of the road. What's wrong? Ron, I think we can't go any further, or at least we shouldn't go all the way. Ron pointed to the factory in front with a serious face. Look at the small road in front of the factory. There are obstacles on the road, so that vehicles can only go around the obstacles. I think there's a problem. Ling Feng looked in the direction Ron pointed and immediately saw the problem Ron pointed out. He couldn't help but give Ron a thumbs up in his heart. If Ron hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have noticed it. Indeed, this is a bit unusual. What do you think caused it? Ling Feng was a special forces soldier. He thought he was pretty good in terms of personal ability, but he was a little bit worse in terms of tactical level. In this case, he was more willing to ask Ron for his opinion. Although Bourne was frustrated, his natural affinity with Ron made him very willing to listen to Ron. Ron had unknowingly become the backbone of this small team. There are only 2 situations. Either the people in the factory organized and built defense facilities on their own after receiving information about the civil unrest, or this place has been occupied by the Red Turban Army and they plan to make it a temporary base. But no matter which one, I think we should not rush in. Ron thought for a while and said, although his memory of the movie in his previous life was still vague, but for such uncertain situations, Ron was more willing to be cautious. Affected by Ron's emotions, Ling Feng also began to become cautious. The first situation is okay, as long as we communicate with them, there will be no problem, but the second situation is dangerous. What should we do now? Generally, in this case, I will send a drone to take a look first, but we don't have a drone now, Ron said annoyed. This trip to Africa was his impromptu idea, and all the weapons and equipment were temporarily allocated from the arms sold by Yuri in Africa. In low-level battles like the African warlord melee, they haven't even figured out the most basic infantry tank coordination. It's a joke to expect them to operate drones and play high-end unmanned warfare. Therefore, drones don't sell well here, and Yuri naturally doesn't have any. Or we can send a scout to take a look, like me, Barnes said, unbuttoning his backpack and preparing to go over. Just as he was about to take action, he was stopped by Ling Feng. I'd better go. I'm Chinese. If it's the second case, at least they won't shoot directly. Most of the mercenaries here are white people like you. This is the truth. Africa has been in war for many years, and the quality of the warlord's soldiers is low, so they often use mercenaries. The largest source of mercenaries is the retired veterans of the European and American armies, most of whom are white people. Bourne looked at Ron, who thought for a moment and nodded, saying, if that's the case, I suggest you don't take any weapons, go over empty-handed, and express our goodwill to the maximum extent. But don't worry, Bourne and I will provide you with sufficient firepower support. If you feel something is wrong, run immediately, run for your life, understand? I promise that as long as you turn around and run, they will definitely not shoot you. Don't worry, I'm the sprint champion in the army, Ling Feng said carelessly, not caring about life and death at all. He didn't worry about his own safety. Along the way, Ron's performance had made him believe in the strength of this new friend. Since he dared to promise himself, he must be fine. Okay, then start now. Ron clapped his hands and began to give orders. The women and children stay born. You operate the rocket launcher, and I will be responsible for close-range fire support. As Ron said, he took out a Browning M2 heavy machine gun from the trunk and carried it on his shoulder, and stuffed the ammunition box into Lang Feng's hand. The two walked 200 meters forward and found a small low-earthen mound. Ron put down the tripod and mounted the machine gun. He took the ammunition box from Lang Feng. The rest is up to you. Remember what I said. If the situation is not right, run for your life. Before leaving, Ron worriedly told him again. Lang Feng just nodded silently and turned to walk towards the factory alone. Ron and Bourne's eyes followed Lang Feng's back. Under their gaze, Lang Feng walked through the obstacle area set up with old tires and gasoline barrels. As soon as he arrived at the factory gate, 2 gunshots rang out. The bullets shot on the land in front of Lang Feng. Ron's finger immediately pulled the trigger. Just as he was about to shoot, Lang Feng waved his hand at his position, then turned around and raised his hands, and walked forward a few steps. I am Chinese. I am here to find Nisha, Tutu's mother. Tutu is the name of Lang Feng's godson. His mother happens to work here. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of black men wearing security uniforms and holding AKs suddenly appeared from behind the pile of debris at the factory gate. In an instant, more than a dozen guns were pointed at Lang Feng. However, Lang Feng and Ron were relieved. They were still wearing security uniforms, which meant that this place had not been occupied by the Red Turban Army. Is anyone there? I'm here to save you. Lang Feng was not sure whether these security guards could understand Chinese, so he could only shout at the gate. The door opened with a bang, and a group of armed security guards with guns surrounded a young man with headphones hanging around his neck and unsteady steps. They walked around Lang Feng twice, looked back and forth, and suddenly took out a pistol from his body and pointed it at Lang Feng's head. The arrogant voice sounded in Lang Feng's ears and the factory loudspeaker at the same time. I have 18 AKs and 30 Type 79 grenades here. Now a gun is pointed at your head. What can you use to save us? Well, it seems that this should be a spoiled rich second generation. Ron made a conclusion in his heart, but he still felt a little uncomfortable with the attitude of this rich second generation. He picked up the walkie-talkie next to him. This person's attitude is a bit arrogant. I think we should teach him a lesson. What are you going to do? Bourne followed Ron's lead. 3 range-finding flares, you know. Ron's mouth curled up a sly smile. The 107 rocket launcher was originally loaded with flares, and Bourne didn't even need to measure the distance because it had already been measured. He directly pressed the launch button. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rockets were launched into the air, drawing a short flat arc, and almost instantly landed next to the rich second generation. Seeing that the situation was not good, a security guard next to her who looked like a veteran immediately grabbed the rich second generation's collar and threw him to the ground, then pounced on him and pressed him down. Get down. Enemy attack. The black security guards immediately panicked and quickly fell to the ground covering their heads. However, after waiting for a long time, they did not see the explosion they expected. At this time, they dared to open their eyes carefully. They saw that next to where Lang Feng was standing, 3 signal flares that were thrown here were emitting white smoke. They were fooled. Chapter 570 Factory Accident. In the hospital that Ron and his friends escaped from, a white man who looked to be in his early 40s sat on a table, smoking a cigar and looking down at the hospital staff and patients squatting on the ground. The big mercenary who had just been beaten up by Ron walked up to him with a tablet computer and said, Dad, after facial comparison, the yellow man is a veteran from the Chinese Special Forces. I know. And then what? Who are the other 2 people? The man called Dad took a deep puff of the cigar, exhaled the smoke and said slowly. I don't know. The big man lowered his head guiltily. Dad angrily threw his half-smoked cigar on the doctor's head. You don't know? Why don't you know? Our intelligence system is provided by CIA informants. There is no information about these 2 people in their database. So, either they are newcomers who have appeared recently, but they don't look like it, or someone has encrypted their information. I would rather believe the latter. An Asian technician standing next to them analyzed seriously. Dad, if they are CIA people, if we take action against them, well, so what if it's CIA? Do you think this is still the United States? This is Africa. It's our territory. Dad stood up and said domineeringly, I am the king of the grassland. Fortunately, Ron was not here at this time, otherwise, he would definitely give him a good beating to let him understand that no matter how ferocious a lion is, as long as the means are appropriate, it is just a bigger cat. Here it comes. You will never eat such delicious dumplings in Africa. This is made by the chef I specially asked me to bring from China. Try it. How does it taste? The second-generation rich factory owner took the dumplings from the assistant and handed them to Rachel attentively. He fell in love with this beautiful mixed-race girl at first sight, but unfortunately, when he handed the dumplings halfway, a handsome and unpleasant-looking man suddenly appeared in front of him, snatched the dumplings from his hand, and stuffed one into his mouth without using any cutlery. Pork and cabbage, very common fillings, but the taste is really good. It would be even better if there was a dish of vinegar. Ron swallowed the dumplings, squinted his eyes with satisfaction, and handed the dumplings to the side. Born, you try it too, it tastes really good. You, the second-generation rich man pointed at Ron angrily, his fingers shaking with anger. Did your mother teach you not to point your finger at others? Ron slapped the rich second-generation's finger. Of course, Ron didn't tolerate his bad habit. What are you looking at? Why don't you go get the vinegar? By the way, let the chef prepare another 3 pounds according to this taste. Don't you see that the ladies and children are still hungry? You don't have any sense at all. The rich second-generation's face turned red, but he rarely said anything. It was not because his temper had improved, but because he was really scared by Ron just now, which made him unable to be tough in front of Ron. Fortunately, Ling Feng intervened in time to prevent the embarrassment from continuing. Master Pham called just now. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, a UN rescue helicopter will land at the factory on time to help us evacuate. Just one. The security captain, who had been lying next to the sand table model, suddenly frowned and looked up. We have hundreds of workers here. It doesn't matter. Leave these to me, I will arrange them, the assistant who was waiting beside him said hurriedly. Ling Feng was worried that they might mess up, so he followed behind to see what he was going to do. Out of curiosity, Rachel also followed with Pasha. For a moment, only Ron and Bourne were left in the lounge. Are you really going to escort these workers to the port with them? Of course, I have a feeling that things won't go so smoothly. The group of mercenaries we met in the hospital today seem to be looking for something. If they don't get what they want, they will definitely come to cause trouble again, Ron answered while eating dumplings. Bourne asked curiously, then how can you be sure that they will find this place? Ron first glanced at the door to make sure that there was no one outside, and then he said slowly, don't you find that little girl strange? Dr. Chen said that was his daughter. But there was no sign of mixed blood on her. Before he died, Chen Bo desperately asked us to take this child away instead of his other compatriots. We had a chance at that time, so do you think that girl has any secrets? A princess of a primitive tribe in Africa? This tribe has a big gold mine, so they even make tableware with gold, said Bourne, who was familiar with Ron's character. It would be nice if that were the case. Bourne shook his head. But I guess it's about the same, but it's not the gold mine or diamond frame you think it is, but something more valuable. Nothing is more valuable than diamonds and gold, human life. Ron buried his face in the bowl and said without raising his head. To be honest, although this rich second generation looks a little exaggerated, his taste in choosing chefs is really impeccable. This bowl of dumplings is better than all the dumplings Ron has eaten in the United States. Human life can be very expensive, so expensive that it cannot be measured by any money. At the same time, it is very cheap, so cheap that only a rusty kitchen knife can rob others of their lives. It is the most difficult thing in the world to value. Considering Dr. Chen's identity and the fact that the group of mercenaries are so nervous, it is not difficult to guess that Dr. Chen's achievement should be some kind of epidemic vaccine that is very popular in Africa. In this land where epidemics are rampant, whoever controls the vaccine is equivalent to controlling other people's lives, which is equivalent to becoming the real owner of this land. It has to be said that the group of mercenaries has great ambitions. As the two were talking, there was a commotion outside the door. The huge cheers almost blew the roof off. Ron stared at Ling Feng, who had just walked in, covered his ears and asked loudly, what's going on outside? Nothing, I just told them that I would take them all away. Ling Feng shouted excitedly, everyone leave together, women and children take the helicopter, men walk with me, thank you for your hard work. I will tell the commander to reserve a place for you on the ship, but first, you are not allowed to walk back and forth on our warship, that is a military secret. Of course there is no problem, it doesn't matter if we don't serve as your warship, but before that, have you thought about how to spend the night? Ron frowned and asked. From Ling Feng's expression, it was obvious that she did not realize the danger of the matter. I don't know, but the workers outside said they are going to have a party. Do you want to come? Ron and Bourne looked at each other. Bourne took the initiative to walk out and told Ling Feng what Ron had just guessed. Ling Feng's originally happy expression gradually became solemn. Your worry is reasonable. If the little girl really has the vaccine developed by Dr. Peng, the mercenaries may come after us again. What should we do now? Do you want me to stop their party? The two looked at each other, and this time it was Ron's turn to speak. Of course not, or let them have as much fun as possible. The defense work here will be left to us. Of course, if you want, you can also call the security captain. He looks like an experienced veteran, but even so, our available combat power is still insufficient, not to mention that we are seriously lacking in weapons and equipment. Ling Feng thought for a while and frowned. Of course I know this, so the first thing we do is to get enough equipment. Ron took out the satellite phone and called Yuri. An hour later, under the guidance of Bourne's cold fireworks, a passing transport plane dropped a container with a parachute. After Ron and his team had placed all the things in the box, it was dark. In the factory open space in the distance, workers of all skin colors gathered around the bonfire and danced with buckets and pots. The second-generation rich boss of the factory also took this opportunity to get close to Rachel and kept talking to her. However, Ron had no intention of being jealous at the moment. As his life was at stake, Ron had to confirm again. All our communication equipment has been put into the lead box, right? Not only into the lead box, but now he also dug a pit and buried it. Do we really need to be so careful? Ling Feng asked in confusion. Lao He was the captain of the security team of this factory and an experienced veteran. Previously, he had arranged the defense facilities at the factory gate. Of course it is necessary. Look at the terrain of this factory. Ron pointed to the building below and said, except for these factory gas tanks, we are a completely open area here. No matter from which angle the enemy attacks, we can't gain much advantage by relying on the terrain. But didn't Lao He bury some mines? Of course I know, but the mercenaries are not stupid, so I guess they will definitely attack from the air. Considering that there is no airport nearby and the mercenaries can't afford airplanes, they will most likely use drones to attack us, so electromagnetic pulse bombs are very necessary. Because their target is still here, they will not easily use artillery fire. As long as we defend a few commanding heights, everything is under our control. Ron clenched his palm forward and said confidently. I hope you are overthinking everything. As soon as Ling Feng finished speaking, a red dot suddenly lit up on the portable radar in front of Ron, and it was approaching them at a high speed. He adjusted the camera image at the corresponding position and saw a rotor drone flying towards them. Ling Feng's face became a little ugly. He never thought that this slap in the face would come so quickly. In the command vehicle 3 kilometers outside the factory, the mercenary leader, Daddy, was most satisfied watching the images sent back by the drone. What a big bonfire party. I really like it. Our people are already in place. Should we launch the attack now? A mercenary on the console looked up and asked. Of course. What are we waiting for? Attack immediately. Give these damn yellow monkeys a good look. Get them out of my territory. Daddy pressed his cigar hard on the ashtray and ordered. As his order was conveyed, several mercenary teams that had quietly lurked near the factory began to move into the factory little by little, and the drones also approached the crowd near the bonfire unscrupulously. You really got it right. What should we do? Do we fight? Ling Feng's machine gun was aimed at a side door of the factory. Through the night vision goggles, he could already see the dense team over there. Ron took the remote control of the King's electromagnetic pulse bomb and said slowly, don't worry. You can wait a little longer until the people set off the mines themselves. Boom. Li Ming mercenary because it was too dark. He accidentally hooked the fuse of the mine with his foot, and the trip mine immediately bounced up, blowing him and his 2 companions around him into pieces. Seeing this, Ron immediately made a prompt decision and pressed the detonation button. Buzz buzz buzz. The harsh noise sounded from all directions of the factory at the same time. The drones that had just flown over the bonfire party lost control and fell to the ground before they could play a role. At the same time, Ron looked up and fired a flare into the air. The heavy machine guns arranged at the commanding heights of various parts of the factory opened fire at the same time. The bullets swept through the mercenaries who were passing through like a dragon of fire, and the mercenaries who were about to come in from the door were beaten to pieces. The factory, which was originally built only for the production of goods, instantly turned into a fortress with fire from all sides. The security team led by Lau He didn't even see anyone, but just fired at a few places where people might enter based on their impressions. Wherever the bullets went, there were wailing. Almost in an instant, the mercenary infiltration team was wiped out. In the command vehicle, the old man, who had a playful look on his face and was ready to watch a killing drama, looked at the command screen that suddenly turned black, and suddenly stood up. He shook the shoulder of the Asian mercenary next to him and shouted, "Quick! Let them all withdraw. There is an ambush in the factory." However, no matter how anxious he was, it was useless to these scrap communication equipment. The Asian mercenaries were busy in front of the machines for a while, and looked up in frustration. "Dad, our communication equipment seems to be all broken. I can't contact the people in front now." "Useless guy." The old man kicked the Asian mercenary to the ground. "Then what are you waiting for? Drive over quickly and call them all back. Our people can't get in anymore. This is a trap, an ambush." But at this time, the old man's order seemed a bit redundant. Before the Asian mercenaries set off, some of the latent troops who had just been sent out had already fled back in a panic. Mercenaries are hired to kill people for money. Although they are portrayed as gods in many movies and TV shows, they often run away faster than anyone else when they encounter a tough opponent. When faced with a truly evenly matched opponent, these smart guys who are only interested in making money will not fight to the death with their opponents. Chapter 571 Factory Attack and Defense. When the mercenaries retreated like a tide, cheers broke out in the factory. The people who were originally having a party, from the confusion when Ron and his team launched a counterattack to the revelry after knowing the cause and effect after the end, almost never left the party bonfire. The reason is simple, because everything happened too fast. From the first gunshot to the end of the battle, it took less than 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, they used fierce firepower to beat the arrogant mercenaries to collapse. The workers didn't even have time to react that they were attacked, and the battle was already won. What else can they do? Keep playing? With a victory just achieved, they can have a double party. But this kind of joy is limited to the workers in these factories. Not long after the mercenaries retreated, Ron called all the combatants together for a meeting. "What's the matter? Ron, haven't we all won?" In the meeting room, Ling Feng, as the link between Ron and the factory, was the first to speak. "That's right, there was such an exciting thing, but you didn't even call me. Are you afraid that my shooting skill is too good? And that I can steal your limelight? In fact, there is no need to worry. My security captain said that the security team trained under my wise leadership is more than enough to deal with those guys." Then, the rich second generation also started to make a fuss. Only the security captain Lau He and Bourne remained silent. Ron simply ignored the chattering rich second generation and stared at Lau He, who was the person he valued most here. Unlike Ling Feng, who had been a special forces soldier, Lau He had been a low-level officer and was the only one present who could discuss tactics with Ron. "It was your people who just cleaned up the battlefield. What do you think? The situation is very bad." Unlike what the rich second generation expected, Lau He had a solemn face, as if he was sinking in the water. "Although the rifles they used are also AKs, they are from the latest production batch. The guns are very well maintained. Combined with the other equipment on them, they don't look like ordinary warlords' armed forces. So what? If we can repel them once, we can repel them a second time. If they dare to come again, I will let them see how powerful I am." The rich second generation became interested when he heard that the other party might attack again. He picked up the sniper rifle next to him and said excitedly. But Ron immediately poured a basin of cold water over his head. "What? Do you think that after they have suffered a loss, they will continue to attack the factory foolishly like before, and let you use a sniper rifle to call them out one by one? If the opponent's commander has a developed cerebellum, he will never have such an idea. How can they still drive a tank?" The rich second generation said, unconvinced, but as soon as he finished speaking, he found that everyone's eyes were on him. "Why are you all looking at me?" Lau He hurriedly lowered his head and said nothing. Ling Feng and Bourne looked at each other, and then looked at Ron together. Ron nodded solemnly. "This possibility cannot be ruled out, and it is even very likely. We must prepare early." "Lau He, has your security team undergone anti-tank training?" "How is that possible?" Lau He laughed dumbly. "The purpose of establishing a security team is to prevent nearby tribes from harassing and to prevent bandits by the way. Besides, there are not many armies in Africa that have tanks, so they have never been trained in this subject." "Okay, then you have something to do tonight. Ron pulled out a booklet from his pocket, folded one of the pages, and threw the book to Lauhi. Your task tonight is to hand this over to your security team. Lauhi took the book and almost laughed out loud. He saw a line of Chinese on the cover of the book. Friends of military and civilian dual-use talents. You Americans also read this? But even if you teach them, what can you do? How much damage do you think these guys who cram at the last minute can cause to the mercenary tanks? If they are facing the armored forces of the regular army, it would be no different from sending them to their deaths. Lauhi nodded in agreement, but he didn't expect Ron to change the subject and continue. But don't forget, this is Africa. This kind of anti-tank tactics trained at the last minute is just right for dealing with armored soldiers of the third-rate level. Tomorrow's anti-tank team, I hope you will command it. Lauhi was stunned at first, and then nodded in sudden realization. If all the countries in the world are compared to war game players, if the battles are divided into rooms according to the region, then there will be a sharp contrast between the Asian and African regions. One is the famous monster room, where any country can easily conquer Australia, while the other is the stinking chicken room. Yes, I am talking about Africa. How bad is the overall military level here? Let's put it this way, when conducting infantry tank coordination, as long as the tanks don't crush their own soldiers, they are considered elite troops. The Tanzanian army only learned a trick of alternating firepower cover from the rabbits, and they have no rivals in Africa. You can imagine what kind of stuff the others are? Born, pick 3 people with good marksmanship from the security team and form 2 two-person sniper teams. The entire project is your range of activities. Remember, change places after each shot, and give priority to valuable targets. Barn nodded and accepted the order. Among the 3 Jerrys of the Special Agent Academy, his sniping level is the best. What about me? What about me? Don't you have any important tasks for me? Seeing that others receive their tasks one by one, the rich second generation raised his hand and asked. He was eager to prove that he was not relying on his family. He really wanted to participate in this war. How is it possible? Of course, you are the most important part of our plan. Ron stood up and walked to the side of the rich second generation. As Ron approached, the rich second generation's face flushed with excitement. He had seen Ron's strength. Being affirmed by such a master was a great recognition of his value. You say it. No matter how difficult the task is, I promise to complete it. The rich second generation stood up and saluted Ron solemnly. Ask the chef to make 2 more plates of dumplings with the same filling as this afternoon. I'm hungry. Ron turned his head to look at the other 2 people. What about you? What do you want to eat? Don't be polite with me. You will have the strength to work only when you are full. The rich second generation almost fell down, but Ron ignored him. He patted the table and asked everyone for the last time, any other questions? Lauhi raised his hand. I have questions. Go ahead. You want me to train them in anti-tank tactics? That's fine, but what weapons do you plan to let us use to fight tanks? We can't use the most primitive model off cocktail. Of course not. There was a roar of an airplane flying outside the window. Ron looked down at his watch and a smile appeared on his face. The time is just right. Let's go. We will go get your equipment together. This equipment will make you very familiar. As usual, the plane dropped a large container. This time, the container seemed to be heavier than the last one and landed quickly. When Lauhi and Lengfeng opened the door of the container, they were stunned by the things inside. Is this a 40mm rocket? Is this a 107mm rocket launcher? Oh my god. Is this a Type 81 rocket? Where did you get these things? Lau, he held a rifle that looked similar to an AK in the container and was so excited that he couldn't let it go. This rifle was the one he used during his service. He didn't expect to meet it again on this piece of land after so many years. He was full of emotion for a while. The arms dealer I contacted is a long-term partner of Norinco. Now you should have confidence in the next battle, right? Of course, not to mention how Lauhi trained the black guys in the security team, and how Bourne took a few snipers to study the factory floor plan and find the best movement path. Even though lazy Ron was not completely idle on this night. He took the rich second generation with him and directed the workers in the factory to arrange the mines in the container in every corner of the factory. Because the factory floor is mainly clean cement, this work is much more complicated than expected. They need to first chisel the ground where the enemy may pass, put the mines in, and then sprinkle a layer of stone powder with the same color as the cement on it. Well, they look no different from before, and time passes little by little in such intensive preparations. When they finally finished all this, it was already dawn. Breakfast is here. The rich second generation came to the back of Ron's hidden bunker and presented a plate of dumplings. While Ron was eating, he asked curiously, "Hey, which direction do you think these mercenaries will come from? Do I need to ask this? There are mountains in the east and rainforests in the west. There are so many of them, they must be mechanized, so they can only come through the roads on the north and south sides," Ron answered without raising his head. The chef's skills are really good. After eating the same dumplings for 3 meals in a row, Ron has not yet been tired of it. He is now considering whether to take this chef back to cook for himself after this battle. Yet, why didn't I think of that? The second-generation rich man slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, then what tactics do you think they will use? Time passed as the two chatted casually. Finally, just when Ron was about to reach the limit of his patience, there was a slight vibration from the ground, and Ron raised his head. In the distance, a semi-mechanized force led by 5 tanks was approaching them, and at this time, Ron had just finished eating the last dumpling. XXX, XXX, Ron checked the grid on the map with his fingers, took out the walkie-talkie, and blasted a string of coordinates to Bourne. No test firing. First fire 2 rounds, and then extend the strike to use up the rockets as quickly as possible. Yes, Bourne's answer was as concise and powerful as always. Yesterday's container delivered 3 more 107mm rocket launchers, plus the one they originally installed on the off-road vehicle, a total of 4 launchers, and at the same time lifted the tube according to the coordinates indicated by Ron. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rockets were like wasps leaving their nests, densely packed and attacking the approaching troops. Boom, there was still one explosion left, and Ron immediately picked up the telescope to observe. The mercenary troops over there were almost not affected except for 2 troop transport trucks that were blown over, especially the tanks that Ron was most concerned about. Ron saw with his clear eyes that a rocket landed on the top cover of the tank and detonated, except for the tank shaking violently, and then the tank continued to move forward, and it seemed that it was not affected at all. I had only seen it in games before, but now I really encountered it in reality. I found that the rich second generation of tanks were so strong, and I felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Ron glanced at him, his face pale with fear, and patted his back in relief. Don't worry, the rockets were not originally prepared for these big guys, but only for those infantry. We have better things waiting for these big guys. Ron was halfway through his words, and his face suddenly changed. Quick! Let the anti-tank team behind the wall retreat. The tank that was originally driving fast outside the factory suddenly stopped in place, with the turret turned towards the factory wall. Boom! The tank fired a volley, directly knocking down the outer wall of the factory, and also caused several large holes in the factory building inside. Fortunately, after hearing Ron's order, the anti-tank team retreated in time. Except for one unlucky guy who sprained his ankle while running away, there were no casualties. I have to say, the commander of this mercenary is not a pure idiot. Ron poked his head out from behind the bunker, observed outside and commented. While he was talking, the tank fired 2 more volleys in succession, knocking down most of the wall on the north side of the factory. After the tanks fired, the trucks that were originally behind the tanks drove out and rushed to the factory quickly. There were also several pickup trucks equipped with anti-aircraft gun turrets in the middle. After finding a favorable position, they stopped, turned the turret, and began to pour fire on the factory with 20mm caliber anti-aircraft guns. During this period, the trucks carrying troops also stopped under the cover of firepower. The soldiers on the trucks rushed down and gathered behind the tanks that just drove over, using the tanks as shields to advance towards the factory. As Ron said, the commander of this mercenary army is really good. It is really this alternating cover plus infantry tank coordination that is enough for him to gain a foothold in Africa. At this time, the situation at the factory is not optimistic. Just now, the 107mm rocket launcher has fired all the rockets under Ron's order. Now Ron's firepower is only machine guns, rifles and 40 fire, which are all direct firepower. There is no way to deal with the infantry hiding behind the tanks. The tanks were now outside the effective range of the 40mm gun. The 5 tanks moved back and forth, and every step seemed to be a test. They might stop at any time and launch another round of artillery fire. Coupled with the suppression of the anti-aircraft artillery vehicles, the situation was reversed in an instant, and it became unfavorable to Ron. The rich second generation was anxious. What should we do now? Chapter 572 Dongfeng Express. A shell hit the nearby dirt pile next to the bunker, and the dirt splashed all over Ron. Ron spat out a mouthful of mud and said viciously, "What else can I do? Of course, I'll kill him, of course." Although Ron said it fiercely, he was actually powerless in this situation. Lacking heavy weapons and equipment, and lacking sufficiently experienced combatants, he and a few elite veterans, even if they were strong, it would be a pipe dream for me to fight against armored vehicles with my flesh and blood. Ron certainly understood this, so he made preparations early. Ling Feng, have you sent the video back? What do you say? Long before the battle today, Ron had asked Ling Feng to contact the warships that were preparing to take the expatriates back to China, notifying the warships that they did not need to send helicopters to pick them up, and reported that there were rebel attacks and massacres of expatriates. As long as they could provide strong evidence to prove these, the warships would be authorized to use long-range firepower to support them. This was the biggest reliance of Ron to dare to fight against well-trained mercenaries with 4 elite veterans and a dozen amateur military personnel. At this moment, everything that happened here was being transmitted back to the Chinese warship in real time through the cameras that had been set up long ago, and was broadcast to the United Nations. Dad never thought that after this battle, he would be completely famous in the international community. If it were before, he might be a little happy, because being famous meant more employers and higher commissions for her, but now it was not a good thing. This live broadcast was directly submitted to the United Nations as evidence, and then the resolution that allowed the use of violence to protect the interests of its citizens was quickly transmitted back to the warship through the channel. Search for signals immediately and determine the target location. At the commander's order, the soldiers who had been watching the live video and were full of anger quickly began to act. Immediately, the coordinates of the factory and the locations of the mercenaries near the factory were transmitted back to the screen in front of the commander. Report. The location of the mobile phone has been locked. Report. The target is locked. The captain and the deputy captain inserted the missile launch key into the keyhole and turned it, and the missile hatch on the warship opened. The adjutant walked to the store manager and saluted at attention. Report. The launch preparations have been completed. Please give instructions. Fire. The captain shouted this sentence almost angrily. Following his order, 6 medium-range tactical missiles flew out from the warship and shot straight into the air. After rising to a sufficient height, they turned and flew towards the factory. Outside the factory, relying on the tactics of anti-aircraft guns and tanks step by step and alternately covering each other, the mercenaries quickly pushed the battle line to less than 300 meters outside the factory, which was the effective strike range of 40 fire. But even so, Ron still had no way to deal with them, because his father was very cunning and ordered the 2 tanks to stop. The machine gunners leaned out of the tanks and formed dense firepower together with the anti-aircraft guns, and then the infantry continued to advance under the cover of firepower. On the factory side, the anti-tank team would be shot into sieves as soon as they poked their heads out. MD. I'm going to fight them. The rich second generation picked up a rocket launcher at his feet and was about to go out to fight the mercenaries. Ron was quick-witted and pulled him to the ground by the back of his collar. Don't be an idiot on the battlefield, okay? Look at their firepower. Do you think they will give you a chance to fight to the death? As soon as you showed your head, you were blown to pieces by their anti-aircraft guns. Ron was calm and composed on the pile of rocks behind the bunker. If it weren't for the sound of gunfire around him, just looking at his demeanor, one would even think he was on vacation at the beach. Do you know what the caliber of their anti-aircraft guns is? 20 millimeters. If this kind of bullet hits you, you won't even have a complete body left. You will be blown directly into a pile of mincemeat, and then your father's illegitimate son will come to collect your body. Then what can we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? The rich second generation said indignantly. Of course not. Ron raised his head and used a telescope to observe the opponent's movements, which immediately attracted a string of bullets. Ron quickly retracted his head, and the bullets only left a string of bullet holes in the wall behind him in vain. Have you seen movies about World War II? Those about the Battle of Stalingrad? No matter how fierce the German tank fire was, if they wanted to truly occupy a place, it would ultimately be a clash between infantry and infantry. So the German army had to fight the Soviet Red Army for every building on the streets of Stalingrad. Do you understand what I mean? If you really want to fight to the death, wait until they enter the factory and then fight to the death. In street fighting, tanks are useless and can only be sitting ducks. It's just that we may not need to fight to such a tragic point. Why? Asked the second generation of rich people, puzzled. Because there's a country that is becoming increasingly powerful behind you, Ron picked up the walkie-talkie and tuned to Lang Feng's channel. The mercenaries will attack us soon. Have you really sent out your live video? Is the footage you showed them not tragic enough? Otherwise, go to the kitchen and get some ketchup or something to smear on your face, and play a miserable role to see if you can make them hurry up. Really, there's no need. Lang Feng was about to explain something to Ron when he suddenly heard a sound of braking through the air. Lang Feng looked up and saw 6 missiles approaching them rapidly in the air. He couldn't help but smile with relief on his face. They've arrived. The last sentence was completely redundant. The sound of a subsonic missile was so loud that Ron could see it even without him saying it. He immediately turned around a live camera next to him that was filming the battlefield, put his handsome face in front of the camera, and said in pure Chinese, "Thank you for the rocket, my friend." 666. Compared with Ron's excitement, the mercenaries were filled with an ominous emotion. Although they were already the most powerful mercenaries in Africa, no matter how powerful they were not powerful enough to have missiles. This was a real weapon for a powerful country, and it was not something that small mercenaries like them could obtain. In fact, in addition to the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, many other non-permanent members of the UN Security Council had this big treasure. Even India, which is known as the world's 3rd most powerful military country, also had this big treasure, but after it went up to the sky, they themselves did not know where to fly, so it could not be counted. Drive quickly. Seeing the missiles getting closer and closer, the old man's face changed, and he sucked hard on the back of the seat in front of him. The mercenaries in front of him who were driving immediately started the car and turned around, but they were still a step too late. Boom! The 6 missiles exploded immediately after landing, raising a small mushroom cloud in front of the factory. The mercenaries who were slowly recommending the factory were blown to pieces, and even a tank that was blown over by the airflow generated by the explosion turned upside down on the ground and became a pile of scrap metal. The arrogant old man just now was even more unlucky. The car was at the center of one of the missile explosions. Not far away, the airflow generated by the explosion also overturned their car, and the hood of the convertible SUV happened to fall on one of his legs. Ah! The old man screamed like a pig being slaughtered, but at this moment, no mercenary had the idea of helping him. They were all shocked by the explosion just now. The mercenaries who were lucky enough to survive the explosion immediately turned around and fled the battlefield as fast as their lives could. The speed of escape fully demonstrated the racial talent of black people in sports. In less than a minute, the mercenary group that was originally densely packed had escaped cleanly, leaving only incomplete corpses and wounded soldiers covering their wounds and screaming in pain. Now I understand why the sprint champions are all black. It turns out that they are trained like this. The rich second generation was stunned. Ron shook his head. They just have a little advantage in sprint events. When it comes to endurance, such as long-distance running, you yellow people are still the best, such as Koreans. The rich second generation turned back in surprise. Why haven't I heard of any Korean long-distance running champions? Go back and ask your elders who have fought in the war and you will know. Ron waved his hand to call a car, and drove to the battlefield with the rich second generation. Lao He and his security team had already taken a step ahead and disarmed these mercenary wounded. Zhang confiscated weapons and provided limited humanitarian assistance to these wounded. However, when the weapons were confiscated from Dad, something unusual happened. When Barn took the pistol from Dad and unloaded the bullet, his eyes were immediately attracted by the unique pattern on the shell, and he frantically pulled the necklace out of his collar. The pattern of the shell hanging on the necklace is exactly the same as the pattern of the bullet in his hand. It's you. The incident attracted Lang Feng over. Just as he was about to stop Barn, his eyes were also attracted by the bullet. Immediately, 2 fists fell on his father at the same time. Oh my God, how can they beat the wounded? Seeing this, Rachel, who was bandaging the wounded, immediately stood up and prepared to stop them. As soon as she took a step, Ron blocked her. Do what you should do. This matter is purely a personal grudge and has nothing to do with you. But Rachel wanted to struggle, but was stared at by Ron fiercely and calmed down. There is no but. That guy killed Lang Feng and Born's girlfriend with his own hands. No matter what they did, I believe they have sufficient reasons. Ron pulled the rich second generation over and whispered a few words. The rich second generation nodded and turned around, leading Ron and the other 3 into a small room in the factory and locked them in. Everyone pack up, we will resend it in an hour, and you will go home soon. The rich second generation turned to face his workers and said, and everyone cheered. Just when Ron had just won the battle to defend the factory, unlike the battlefield filled with smoke, Sheldon and Amy were planning the wedding arrangements in their apartment in Pasadena, California, USA. Okay, Amy, it's your turn. The next decision is, Sheldon tapped on the laptop on the table, and the lottery interface like a slot machine started immediately. Come on. I want the first dance. The first dance. I stared at the turntable with expectation, but in the end, the pointer stopped at the invitation column. It's an invitation. This is not bad. I can give you a personal suggestion. A holographic projection released by a robot in Star Wars. What do you think? Sheldon said expectantly. Thank you for your opinion, but this is my decision, and I decided that the invitation should look like written in ancient English calligraphy on Egyptian papyrus. Amy wrote on the whiteboard expectantly. Well, what an interesting mixture, just like the French foie gras dumplings that Ron bought last time, so natural. Sheldon was already starting to get a little unhappy, but Amy didn't notice at all, and excitedly pressed the lottery button again. It's your turn. It's so interesting. I can't believe that people say planning a wedding is one of the most stressful things in life. Yeah, there has never been a day when I wasn't surprised that we are so much better than others, Sheldon echoed. After they took turns drawing lots for a few more rounds, they had basically drawn all the parts of the wedding and chose what they liked. Sheldon got up from the sofa and walked to the whiteboard. Come on, let's see what our wedding will look like. I will enter in a carriage in the style of the American TV series Little House on the Prairie, and then I will be greeted by the stormtroopers from Star Wars. After Sheldon finished speaking, Amy immediately felt something was wrong. Wait, don't you think this style is too weird? Jumping from the Wild West style to space. I know what you mean. Sheldon pondered for a moment. You are thinking that you should ride a replica of the Star Wars Landspeeder when you enter. Right, that's not what I'm thinking. To save you the trouble, I'm telling you, I will never have such an idea in my life. Okay, if the greeter is so important to you, how about we make a deal? You choose the greeter, and I'll decide the first dance. It is said that a wedding is the most grand ceremony in a woman's life. In order to avoid a mix of Western pioneering and space war at her wedding, Amy thought for a while and finally nodded in agreement. Okay, then my cousins in pioneer clothes will be the greeters, then we won't dance the first dance. Sheldon erased the words on the grid that said the first dance. Amy's anger surged up all of a sudden, and she immediately counterattacked tit for tat. Of course, in this case, we won't throw confetti at our wedding. How about releasing butterflies instead, insects flying everywhere in the air? Are you crazy? Sheldon hated and feared all insects. Amy did this simply because she didn't want him to have a good time. Sheldon glared at Amy angrily, and Amy glared back at him. Just as the two were deadlocked and staring at each other, the door of the apartment opened and Ron walked in with a suitcase. Finally home. Good evening, my dear brother and sister-in-law. I heard that you have started planning the wedding? How is the plan going? Chapter 573 Wedding Operation. Hey, what are you all standing there for? You must be wondering what gift I brought you, right? Ron showed a look of understanding, opened the suitcase and was about to take the gift, when Sheldon and Amy stepped in front of Ron and grabbed Ron's arm. Ron, you come and judge for me. Sheldon, Amy, is really too much, they said in unison. After that, the two glared at each other and started nagging Ron again. For a while, Ron's ears hurt, but Ron also figured out the ins and outs of the matter from their quarrel. In short, Sheldon and Amy decided to draw a lottery for each link of the wedding, and one of them was responsible for each link. However, they didn't expect that when they combined the different links they were responsible for, they got a weird wedding with a strange mixed style, which was not what they wanted. Ron, Amy is crazy. Do you know what she is going to do? She is planning to replace the witness with a dog that pees and defecates everywhere. So what? You are still planning to replace the witness with Spider-Man who has trouble walking. Before Ron could say a word, the couple who were about to enter the marriage hall started arguing again. When they finally finished another round of arguing, Ron thought they would take a break, but they both turned their heads at the same time. Ron, what do you think? I saw with my eyes. I shouldn't have come back so early, Ron said in annoyance. Leng Feng, who had avenged his great hatred, was going to invite him to go to China together, but out of respect for his motherland in his previous life, in order to avoid any mess caused by himself, we finally declined this very tempting idea. How about this? I'll leave this to you. I'll go back to my own house for one night. We'll discuss your outrageous ideas tomorrow when we're free, okay? This weekend, Raj followed the Pritchett family as Alex's boyfriend and participated in their lake trip. Ron's house happened to be vacant. Maybe he could give himself a grand welcome ceremony. He did what he said, which was Ron's most obvious advantage. He immediately edited a message, selected the group marked as comrades in the mobile phone address book, and sent it out. Hey, Ron, are you listening? Amy actually plans to read our wedding vows in Latin. This part should obviously belong to me. I have already decided to read the wedding vows in Klingon, which must be super cool, and when he said this, Ron had already walked to the door, so it depends on whether you can get the bride's consent. I wish you a happy discussion tonight. After saying this, Ron quickly slipped out without waiting for Sheldon to continue to persuade him to stay, and closed the door, leaving Sheldon and Amy alone in the apartment to continue to look at each other. After a sleepless night, although Ron was exhausted, he felt surprisingly good after venting his negative emotions of the past few days. However, this good state lasted until he returned to the office he had not seen for a long time. When he faced the pile of documents on the table, his face suddenly fell. Andy, I have said long ago that I am not a leader who likes to hold on to power. Ron flipped through 2 books at random and immediately lost interest in all of them. For ordinary tax collection books like this, you only need to make annual reports and eventually be able to cope with a review of the finance department. There is no need for me to review them. I am only responsible for the final signature. No, boss. In fact, only the 2 at the top that you flipped through are account books. The others are all lawyers' letters or complaint letters sent by various companies or other law enforcement agencies in Los Angeles. There are so many. Ron stared at the pile of documents on the table in amazement. He picked up a letter at random and opened it. It was a complaint letter complaining that Carl used violent means to collect taxes from street shops. The complaint was received by the Los Angeles Police Department, but the Los Angeles Police Department did not dare to take action against Ron's men, so they could only forward the complaint to the IRS, meaning that Ron would take care of it. It was because of this complaint that Ron remembered that Giselle seemed to have mentioned last night when she came over that the 2 little guys' agent courses were over and they were now entering the internship stage with 2 experienced teachers. And the long-standing competitive relationship between Hank and Arthur also continued to Carl and Luke. The 2 groups were playing a boring tax competition, and the losing team would be responsible for cleaning the toilets of the entire IRS Special Operations Team headquarters. No, that's just part of it. Andy shook his head. He was the only one in the entire Special Operations Team who could help Ron share the administrative work. It's just that most of their complaints are similar. For example, the complaints about Carl's violent tax collection are mostly about him throwing paint everywhere. I don't know who my kid learned this bad habit from. He will throw red paint on the door of anyone who doesn't pay taxes or owes taxes. If the owner comes out to stop him, he will throw red paint on the person as well. At this point, Andy looked at Ron deeply with an expressionless look. Ron lowered his head guiltily. He remembered the tax collection stories that Carl had told him before. Okay, let's put Carl's complaints aside for now. Tell me about Luke. He's my cousin's child. He's a thoughtful and perceptive kid. What's rare is that he has a very good musical level. He can learn all the instruments. If he doesn't become an agent, even joining a band is a good choice. I don't believe he will be as rude as Carl. Haha, is that so? Boss, Andy laughed dryly. For some reason, Ron felt guilty again. Luke is certainly a good kid. He has never used the same collection methods as Carl. Ron's heart was just about to relax, but Andy changed the subject. But recently, he got an oriental instrument like a trumpet from somewhere and went to play in front of the stores that didn't pay taxes on time. The sound of this instrument is very strange. When this instrument is played, it seems that all other instruments in the world are eclipsed, and no matter what song this instrument plays, it gives people a sense of sadness, as if Andy couldn't find a suitable adjective for a while. It's like the grief of losing a relative or friend, isn't it? Ron interrupted. He had already guessed what kind of instrument it was. Yes, that's the feeling. Andy's eyes lit up. Of course, it's not that there is no good side. Old Bob, the owner of the souvenir shop at 223 Hollywood Boulevard, who had participated in the Korean War, was blown by a piece of music and stood up from his wheelchair, turned around and ran. You know, his lower limbs have been paralyzed for many years. The doctor said it was a medical miracle. Old Bob, of course I remember this person. I remember that during the Korean War, He served in the 1st Marine Division. Ron showed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. It's no wonder. Not to mention him, any American veteran who participated in the Korean War would be greatly shocked, although I don't know why. I think you should take care of these people. The IRS is notorious in Los Angeles now, Andy said sadly. No. I don't think they need to be disciplined now. On the contrary, I want to remind you that you should indulge them occasionally. Ron shook his head and rejected Andy's suggestion. Why? Andy was puzzled. Since becoming Ron's deputy, he has read a lot of books on management. This management style of Ron is the first time he has heard of it. No reason, just because we are the IRS. We are not born to be liked by others. If I want to be liked by others, I might as well become an actor. With my face, I can definitely make a living in Hollywood. Ron admired his handsome face in the mirror, turned his head to look at Andy, and said seriously, remember, we are a law enforcement department, an independent law enforcement department that does not rely on Los Angeles municipal funds, so we don't need to consider the feelings of those ordinary citizens like the police department. There is only one thing we have to do, that is to keep a deterrent to them and let them fear us. Only in this way, they will not always forget or deliberately omit those damn taxes like they do now. Ron threw the documents on the table out of the window like garbage. This matter ends here. You know what to do next. If the two little guys are tired of the tax collection game recently, you still need to remind them to increase their efforts. Well, today's work is over, and I should go to inspect the progress of our new equipment. Ron took less than an hour to deal with the backlog of work during this period, turned around and left the office, and drove to Caltech. Yesterday, he was so distracted by Sheldon's wedding that he didn't have time to ask about the progress of the new battery, so he planned to go to Caltech to learn about it. But he didn't expect that when he helped him carry the meal tray to the Caltech cafeteria to find his team of scientists, the topic from last night was still going on. Hey, Ron, you're just in time, sit down quickly. Sheldon pulled out a chair for Ron attentively, and when Ron sat down, he immediately turned around and asked everyone, which one do you think will ruin Amy's wedding? Change the filling of the wedding cake to salty? Or change the frosting of the cake to solidified gravy? The answer is you, Sheldon. Having a groom like you is enough to ruin her wedding. Leonard rolled his eyes in annoyance. Before Ron came, he had been forced to listen to ideas about how to ruin the wedding for a whole morning because of his proximity to Sheldon's office. Sheldon grumbled unhappily, please, I won't really make such a cake. I'm just using this to threaten Amy and force her to agree to let every guest get a ring. So you plan to get married with all the guests on the wedding day? Ron couldn't help but be deeply impressed by Sheldon's imagination. No, because in this way, we can get a supreme magic ring that can rule you all. Ron almost fell headfirst into a Sarah. There was no way. Ron spread his hands helplessly, looking at Howard, meaning it was your turn. I almost forgot, which mental hospital were you two living in? Howard started to complain as expected. We are not mentally ill. I said, this is just a means of negotiation and exchange. Only in this way, Sheldon was going to continue talking, but Ron had already lost his patience and raised his hand to signal him to stop. Listen, Sheldon, I don't care whether you are sick or not, but believe me, if you go on like this, all you will get is a wedding that neither of you likes. This makes me want to ask you, do you really want to get married? Of course, if I don't plan to get married, why would I prepare such a troublesome wedding? Sheldon asked back. Well, since you are planning to get married and hand over the details of the wedding, and you have been unable to reach an agreement, I wonder if you can simplify these things. Anyway, you love each other, maybe you only need to go to the city hall to simply register to avoid the trouble of planning the wedding. Ron's words made Sheldon fall into deep thought, and the dinner table finally gained a brief silence. This silence continued until they were about to finish their meal, when Sheldon suddenly raised his head and scared everyone. No, this is not the wedding I want, nor is it what Amy wants. It's like a great scientist who has finally discovered dark matter. He will definitely win the Nobel Prize openly, not secretly. It's the same with Amy. We need a ceremony to announce it to the world. For once, Sheldon didn't say a word that was his usual annoying style. Ron nodded in satisfaction. It was obvious that he had really thought it through when he said this. Then it seems that there's only one way. What way? Sheldon asked quickly. Just like the batteries you helped me develop, I won't ask you to produce them directly. That would be a waste of your talents. Instead, I will find a foundry to produce them for us. The same goes for you. Ron looked at Raj, who had been silent, with a sly grin. Since you and Amy quarrel whenever you talk about wedding plans, why don't you try outsourcing the wedding? Even Apple's customer service center has been outsourced to Indians, so why not the wedding? For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Raj. As everyone knows, Raj himself has a somewhat feminine personality. At the same time, he likes to organize and plan activities. Sheldon's eyes became brighter and brighter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574 Trouble. When Sheldon and Amy, two wonderful people, once again put their energy into wedding preparations, the apartment finally returned to its former tranquility. Most importantly, they began to cook properly again, which ensured Ron's normal work and rest. So he continued his previous habit of running on the street every morning, just in time for breakfast when he came back, but this day he found an unexpected figure during his morning run. Ethan Hunt, a good friend of Ron and Bourne, and also a senior agent of the most mysterious department of CAA. Ron didn't think that he appeared here for him. Ron bent his legs slightly and hunched his body, which made his height shorter by more than 10 centimeters. He looked less prominent and perfectly integrated into the pedestrians on the street, and then walked to Ethan's side without making a sound. When he walked to the oblique back of Ethan, Ron followed the direction of his eyes and glanced quietly. In front of him, Bourne found that another familiar figure limping was Finch. "What are you doing, Ethan?" Ron patted Ethan's shoulder. The doctor quickly gave him a cautious gesture and then acted as if he was talking to a good friend on the street. CIA's mission, to hunt down the fugitive. Be careful. Although he is just a disabled person, he is classified as S-level on the CIA's wanted list. You know, even the chief of 911, his wanted level is only A-level. While Ethan was speaking, his eyes would occasionally glance in Finch's direction, and his attention was almost entirely focused on Finch. Okay, I get it. Damn politics. You already knew where he was. You just needed to complete the set goal first and then catch him at the right time to maximize your interests. It's really a dirty trick. After Ron said that, Ethan's expression became a little gloomy. These are all decided by the people above. Although I am a senior agent, I am just a pawn in the eyes of these people. I can only try my best to do the things assigned to me well. While the two were talking, Finch walked in an alley in front of them. Ethan and Ron hurriedly followed him, but when they just turned the corner of the alley, they found that the alley was empty. Damn, he found me again. Ethan slapped the wall in frustration. It doesn't matter. If I have a chance to lock him next time, I will never let him run away again. Ron comforted him, but he was already very happy in his heart. As soon as he found out that it was Finch who was followed by Ethan, he immediately sent him a message. Although Ron and Ethan are very good friends, because of this, Ron is very aware of his stubborn personality that was once hidden under his handsome appearance. He will only obey orders unless the order threatens the life of his friends, such as Ron or Bourne, but Finch is not his friend. I'm sorry, I caused your mission to fail. How about I buy you a cup of coffee? I heard that you've been having an exciting time recently. Ron pointed to a roadside coffee shop and said, I heard that you climbed onto a large transport plane with your bare hands, drilled into the fuselage of the plane in the air, and stole the biological weapons from it. It sounds really exciting. I guarantee that if this story is written and made into a movie by an excellent screenwriter, it will definitely be a big hit. 2 cups of American espresso, I'll buy you. Ethan slapped the banknotes on the windowsill of the coffee shop and handed Ron a cup of coffee. Reality is much more exciting than movies. I also found out that behind these terrorists who smuggled biological weapons, there seems to be a mysterious organization controlling everything. Terrorists who know nothing about biological weapons can't plan and complete such an operation. Think about it, they first need to know where the biological weapons are, how to use them, who can get these things, and then who can transport them from the United States. In the middle, if any link goes wrong, their entire operation will be defeated. But in fact, if I hadn't arrived in time, they would have succeeded. Hearing the word behind the scenes organization, a series of unpleasant memories came to Ron's mind, and he began to have a bad premonition. So did you find out the name of the host syndicate? Ethan said, a name that Ron was unfamiliar with. However, before Ron could breathe a sigh of relief, he continued, This is just one of their names. In some places, they also call themselves a dean. It is said that they come from a very ancient organization and even have some relationship with Freemasonry. Have you heard of this organization? Of course I have heard of it. It is said that this is a very dangerous organization. Some of them are even in the top of our government. You must be careful, Ethan. Ron's expression became solemn. He hadn't heard of this organization for a long time, and even forgot how terrible it was. After Ethan mentioned it, he remembered everything before and solemnly explained it to Ethan. Don't worry, I will be careful, Ethan nodded. What he didn't say was that after Finch's mission failed, he was about to take over this new mission. However, for people who are really familiar with each other, many things are the same whether they are said or not. Ron immediately saw what Ethan was thinking from his expression. I say, you are not going to accept this mission soon, are you? Your CIA's method of delivering missions is not still as outdated as before, right? Like running to an antique music store and comparing codes with people about whether some music is good or not. Ethan's face froze. Ron really got it right, but with his excellent agent qualities, he quickly covered it up with a series of awkward laughs. How is it possible? Even movies don't act like this now. After Ethan left, Ron deliberately wandered around a few more times and returned to the place where they had just bought coffee. For some reason, the small kiosk that sold coffee had stopped business, and the window on the windowsill was pulled down, as if it had never been opened. Ron knocked heavily on the windowsill a few times, and the windowsill opened. The pretty female clerk leaned out half of her body. Sorry, sir, for some reasons, our store is temporarily closed. If you have a special preference for our coffee flavor, I suggest you come back next time, please. There is no one else now. Can you stop pretending? Sam, I told you about this place. Ron patted Sam's head helplessly. Where is Finch? This coffee kiosk was specially set up by Ron near the apartment in preparation for emergencies. The business registration information is all from another person. In order to make this coffee kiosk look more realistic, Ron will hire people to open it here from noon every day until 7 p.m. Ron prepared 6 secret bases like this near the apartment alone. Because the coffee in this kind of cover shop is definitely not very delicious. It is not profitable at all. It is only with Ron's own subsidies that it has barely operated until now. I'm here. The lid under the coffee kiosk was pushed open, and Finch climbed out from it. I didn't expect such a small kiosk to have a different world and an underground space. It's really great. If I hadn't happened to encounter a mechanism, I wouldn't have discovered it. Don't even mention you. Even the clerk who has worked in this store for a year didn't find this place. Ron rolled his eyes helplessly. I specially asked my cousin-in-law Phil, who likes magic props, to help me. Tell me, what kind of thing made you willing to take the risk to come to me? I remember I told you, it's okay. Try not to come to where I live. You know I have a special identity, and countless eyes are staring at this place. Someone with a sensitive identity like you appearing in this place is no different from a girl covered in jewels walking into a black community at night. You are simply a walking wallet. I remember that you have always been a person who pays great attention to private space. I never thought that you would make such a mistake. Well, I do have something to talk to you about, and I just happened to want to take a walk, so I walked here unknowingly. Finch smiled awkwardly. The number this time is a very successful investor. Investment projects include cafes, nightclubs, and breweries. The compensation is the same as before, US dollars plus a special information service for you. How about it? Of course I have no problem. I'm just curious, why don't you ask Race to do this kind of thing? It doesn't sound complicated, Ron asked curiously. He has something else to do recently, Finch said with a dodgy look. If you are not busy, the action can start now. He has a date with a new girl today. You can just pretend to be on a date with Samayed to monitor him. Okay, no problem, but wait a moment. My brother asked me to bring him a cup of coffee upstairs. Ron showed the message he had just received in front of them, and once again patted her head in Sam's dissatisfied eyes. Did you hear that? I want coffee, 2 cups of macchiato. What are you looking at? Hurry up and make it. This is the coffee you want, Sheldon. Your caramel macchiato with double milk. Love your caramel macchiato without sugar. Ron returned home with 2 cups of coffee. Oh, it's really great. It only took you 7 minutes and 21 seconds from receiving the message to buying coffee. Amazing speed, Sheldon said in surprise when he stopped the stopwatch on his phone. Are you timing me again, Sheldon? Ron said suspiciously. Although Sheldon and Amy are both very weird, Their weirdness was limited to themselves before and rarely affected other people. But recently, Sheldon and Amy began to frequently order others to do some inexplicable things for them, and Ron was the same. This was not the first time that Sheldon asked him to help with something and time it. Ron always felt that these two people were planning some conspiracy recently. Yes, I'm particularly obsessed with timing recently. How long will this hobby last? Let's start timing. Sheldon covered up with a clumsy performance. Okay, then why did you ask me to buy you coffee? I remember that unless you are at school, you only drink the coffee you make, and there are still a lot of coffee beans left at home. Ron walked to the refrigerator and checked the coffee beans. The coffee beans in the refrigerator can at least last for another month. He became more suspicious of these two guys. Sheldon started to get stuck, and Amy saw this and quickly said for him, recently we want to try the flavor of coffee outside. How is it different from what we make ourselves? Right, Sheldon, yes, that's right. Okay, I don't want to bother with you guys anyway, even if the two of them really planned some conspiracy to prank them. With their ability to act, they would only end up embarrassing themselves in the end. Ron simply didn't bother to care about it anymore. He picked up the sandwich left for him on the kitchen table and walked out the door. Okay, I'm going to work. Also, tell Howard for me that Tesla engineers will be over to check the progress of the battery project today. Let him keep a close eye on it and don't let the real technology be stolen by them. After walking out the door, we didn't go to work at the IRS as he said, but turned the steering wheel and drove towards the park. When he arrived, Sam was already waiting there. You're late. I've been waiting for you here for 5 minutes. You really have no sense of time. Come on, we didn't agree on a time. Okay. Ron walked to the park dock. The investor that Finch mentioned was already rowing a boat with a girl in the middle of the lake. Ron handed a banknote to the staff casually. Sorry, my girlfriend is angry with me. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Please rent us a boat. Thank you, come on, my dear baby. The staff dragged a moon-white wooden boat for them. Ron stuffed the oar into Sam's hand, lay lazily in the small wooden boat, and began to enjoy the morning sunshine. Sam was annoyed by Ron's lazy look, but in order to complete the task, he took the oar and rowed the boat to a remote location in the middle of the lake. This location was only about 3 boats away from the small boat where the target investor was. If the voiceover there was a little louder, they could hear it. Sam raised the camera and pretended to take pictures of the scenery, but in fact he used the high-power camera of the camera to observe the situation there. Of course, Ron was not really idle. He took out hidden headphones, put them in his ears, and began to exchange information with Finch. Tell me about this man, Finch. I remember you said he was an investor, right? So the reason why others attacked him might be because of a financial dispute. Did he borrow money at high interest rates? Those bastards who lend money at high interest rates are not good men and women. If he can't pay back the money, those people will definitely chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Contrary to your guess, Mr. Cooper, his investment projects are all good and his credit report is very impressive. Chapter 575 Little White Face. Not only that, although he was born in poverty, his parents both passed away when he was young, and he only had a kind uncle who left him a legacy of nearly $100,000. He still used various means to turn this legacy into his current wealth. Finch couldn't help but say with a hint of admiration at the end, but Ron sneered at this statement. If it was in the 1970s and 1980s, the story you said might have happened, but in this era, haha. Ron sneered twice, and everything that should and shouldn't be said was left unsaid. In the 1970s and 1980s, because the Soviet Union was still eyeing them covetously, American capitalists had to compromise with the workers and increase their wages and treatment in order to prevent themselves from waking up one day and being hung on streetlights. In many ways, workers in capitalist America even lived better than Soviet workers. So due to all kinds of coincidences, that period became the real golden age in American history. In this era, even if you are just an ordinary worker, you can easily buy a car, live in a big house, and support your family with the salary you get from your labor. Okay, if that's the case, I think there's no point in tracking him today. Whether he's planning to attack the woman he's dating, or someone else is planning to attack him, the park during the day isn't the best choice. Maybe we should go to his house to see if there are any clues. Sam joined in their conversation, and Finch agreed. That's a great idea, Ron. Can you please go to his house now? Of course, you hired me, so you can control my time this day. Ron nodded happily, took the oar from Sam and rowed a boat to the shore. Coincidentally, the target's apartment happened to be in Pasadena, where Ron was, and it was another high-end apartment nearly 3 blocks away from Ron's apartment. Although it was called high-end, this high-end was only relative to the property level. The security system was still fragile in front of Ron, and Ron only used a piece of spaghetti to poke open the door lock of his house. Wow, such a neat room. It feels like it was specially decorated for entertaining guests. As soon as Ron entered the room, he was shocked by the cleanliness of the room and couldn't help but sigh. Sam was puzzled. Why do you say that? Because it's too neat. I have a brother with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Even he will inevitably leave a lot of traces of life in the room, such as butt prints on the sofa, or a bowl used to soak cereal. As he said, Ron walked to the kitchen cupboard, took out a bowl outside and sniffed it, then handed it to Sam. Smell it, there is no residual smell this night, and generally, tableware that is used to hold a certain kind of food for a long time will inevitably retain some smell of food that is often held, no matter how clean it is washed. After all, Ron has been with top detectives, and he immediately discovered the unreasonableness of this room through a bowl. So what? What does this mean? Either he doesn't eat breakfast, or he doesn't cook and eats out. In this case, the real purpose of this tableware is very suspicious. For example, he invites the opposite sex to cook at home. This excuse is much more reliable than inviting women to watch the kitten do backflips at home. Ron walked from the kitchen to the study and began to rummage through the files. As a result, he found something more interesting. Come and take a look at this. Does the girl in this photo look familiar? Isn't this the girl we saw in the park just now? Sam looked at the girl's photo in the file and said in surprise. However, the more surprising thing is still to come. In a special cabinet on the desk, there are no less than 20 files of information about each girl. In addition to the name and photo, these files also have a lot of other more detailed information, such as home address and graduation school. Frankly speaking, even the resume for an interview cannot be so detailed, but the information compiled by this target person for the girl he dated did. Oh my god. Isn't this information too detailed? What exactly does he plan to do by collecting the information of these girls? You have to ask him about this, but there is nothing new under the sun. A man who goes to such great lengths to collect the information of these young girls can only have two purposes, either for money or for sex, or both. Ron flipped through the information casually. He was used to all kinds of bizarre cases and was accustomed to such trivial things, but I prefer the first one. Now that we know the origin of this guy's property, he may have used some special means to squeeze wealth from these girls. Okay, the case is solved. This guy is just a gigolo. If someone really wants him dead, they can start with the girls he has hurt. Ron spread the girls' files on the table, took pictures of them one by one, and sent them to Finch. The data analysis job is yours. I'm off work. Finch estimated that it would take a long time to process these files. Ron had plenty of time to do other things, such as spying on his cute brother. What was he doing at home now? It had only been less than 2 hours since he left home in the morning. If they were really planning a prank on him, he should be able to catch them red-handed if he went back now. But unlike what he imagined, when Ron returned home, he did not find the two weird scientists fiddling with any messy equipment. Instead, they were standing in front of a whiteboard with a notebook each, chatting about something. Ron looked around and unexpectedly understood what Sheldon wrote on the whiteboard for the first time. It was a list similar to the game scoreboard. On this list, his name and the names of Sheldon's other friends were listed. Ron simply pushed open the door. Hey, what the hell are you two doing, Ron? Seeing Ron coming in, the two were obviously startled. They tried to cover the whiteboard behind them in a hurry, but it was in vain. Ron waved his hand and stopped Sheldon behind him. Let me see. Raj got 70 points, Howard got 65 points, I got 50 points, Leonard got 40 points and so on. Now I know what this is. Thinking of Sheldon and Amy's strange behavior recently, Ron suddenly had an idea and realized, you have made a scoring system to judge us so as to select the most suitable best man and bridesmaid in your mind, right? No wonder you always arrange all kinds of messy things for us recently, such as buying coffee, sending you somewhere. Oh, by the way, you also sent me a permutation and combination problem yesterday, how to arrange a group of guests with bad habits to sit at the same table for dinner? Right, but unlike he imagined, when Ron returned home, he did not find the two weird scientists fiddling with some messy equipment, but each of them held a notebook, standing in front of a whiteboard and chatting about something. Ron looked around. And surprisingly, For the first time he understood what Sheldon wrote on the whiteboard. It was a list similar to the game's scoreboard. On this list, his name and the names of Sheldon's other friends were prominently listed. Ron simply pushed the door open. "Hey, what the hell are you two doing, Ron?" Seeing Ron come in, the two were obviously startled, and they hurriedly tried to cover the whiteboard behind them, but it was in vain. Ron waved his hand and stopped Sheldon behind him. "Let me see, Raj 70 points, Howard 65 points, I 50 points, Leonard 40 points and so on. I understand what this is." Thinking of Sheldon and Amy's strange behavior recently, Ron suddenly had an idea and realized, "You have made a scoring system to judge us so that you can choose the most suitable best man and bridesmaid in your mind, right? No wonder you always arrange all kinds of messy things for us recently, such as buying coffee, sending you somewhere. Oh, by the way, you also sent me a permutation and combination problem yesterday, arranging a group of guests with bad habits to sit at the same table for dinner." "Right, yes, absolutely not." Faced with Ron's questioning, Sheldon and Amy's reactions were completely opposite. Sheldon nodded in admission, Amy shook her head to deny. The two looked at each other, and Sheldon continued, "This is a great experiment. We split the various situations that may be faced at the wedding into different items to score you, so that we can know who among you is the most suitable one. So have you come to a conclusion now? Judging from your ranking points, your final best man should be Howard," Ron asked with a little dissatisfaction. "Please, how did you rank them?" "I'm actually second to last, only 10 points higher than Leonard. Before I tell you the answer, can you tell me first, have you solved the problem I gave you yesterday?" "No, I don't think it's necessary. If there really is a group of people like this who are always causing trouble coming to the banquet, I would rather kill them all and then eat at home every day." Ron's answer, as always, carried his usual violent aesthetic style. Sheldon shook his head in disappointment and said seriously, "For wrong answers, your score remains unchanged, so if none of them can solve this problem, you will still be second to last." Ron, well, although Ron has lived with Sheldon for a long time, to be precise, from the time he was born to now, he is still shocked by his lack of common sense many times. "First of all, I have to tell you that although it is your right to choose best man, doing so will still hurt your friends' hearts." However, Ron's expression changed, instantly switching from sadness to smirk. "I like this kind of prank. If you let me be the judge, I promise not to expose you. How about that?" Just as Ron was discussing with Sheldon what subjects to use to detect the excellent qualities of these best men, in the secret base, Finch also began to discuss the intelligence collected today with Reese and Sam. "Based on the details of these files, I have good reason to suspect that the target we are protecting this time is stalking these girls, and among the people he has followed, there is a particularly noteworthy person." Reese pulled out a photo of a girl from the file and nailed it to the blackboard with a nail. "Janalaras, one of his ex-girlfriends, has been missing for a month, and neither he nor his body has been found yet. I think we now have sufficient reason to suspect that this person may not be the kind of person we usually protect. All his behaviors are consistent with the perverted murderers I have seen before. In that case, it makes sense for him to maintain close relationships with so many women at the same time, but he is screening his prey among these women." Salmon echoed with sudden realization. "This possibility cannot be ruled out." The printer next to Finch made a hissing sound and spit out a photo. Finch picked up the photo and pasted it next to the girl just now. "This is Bruce Wellington's daughter, who was killed last week. Her father is the owner of an auction house, a philanthropist, and a real estate tycoon. On the surface, he seems to have nothing to do with our target, but I found out that they went to the same university." "Okay, then what should we do?" "I think we should observe first and then make a decision." Finch pondered for a moment and continued, "He often goes to a nightclub called Shadow. I cross-checked the woman in Ron's file and the woman who used the Willing to Take the Bait app. They all signed in at least once at that nightclub. If she is really a perverted killer hidden in the city as we speculated, then that is his slaughterhouse. He selects innocent lambs from there, then kills and dismembers them, and hides the bodies in places where no one has found them so far." Willing to Take the Bait is a very popular dating software in the United States. Its function is roughly equivalent to Momo and Tantan in China, but it is more explicit and straightforward. Reese's face turned serious. "Then I'll go there and wait tonight." "What's the point of you going there? He's not targeting you." Finch shook his head helplessly. Just when he couldn't think of a solution and was at a loss, his eyes were suddenly attracted by someone who was playing with a dog. An idea instantly formed in his mind. "Wait, I have a way, maybe we can set a trap for him ourselves. Trap? How are you going to do it? Reese frowned. What do you think about letting Simon check in at that nightclub and wait for the target to take the bait himself? Reese's eyes swept over Simon's beautiful face and nodded gently. Of course, it's possible, but wouldn't one trap be too little? What if he just doesn't like this one? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.